By the 903rd year, Jiang Yifeng is covered in wounds and only his stacked talents keep him barely alive. Then a far worse disaster arrives in the 910th year, because the world itself starts collapsing from inside the turbulence. He becomes just another doomed soul in that collapse and dies at the age of 930, ending the simulation. Back in reality, the simulator offers an extra reward choice, but Jiang Yifeng already knows exactly what matters this time. He immediately throws absolute rationality back into the talent pool, deciding it is not worth keeping outside that special simulation setup. He also rejects the meek person talent and free cultivation reward, since his real breakthrough already happened and the trust-based talent feels more like a gimmick than real power. So Jiang Yifeng takes the practical jackpot instead: 6th grade Immortal Formation Master, 6th grade Immortal Pill Master, and all 30 Enlightenment pills. The rewards sink into him at once, and techniques he never fully understood before suddenly become clear in his mind. He realizes the simulator did not just give him titles, it gave him the actual formation diagrams and pill recipes too, which makes the reward far better than he expected. Even after hitting the jackpot on the other rewards, Jiang Yifeng's attention snaps to the Enlightenment pill, because he thinks that expensive bottle may matter most for future breakthroughs. When he opens the cyan jade bottle, the golden pills release a fragrance so potent that his mind almost slips straight into enlightenment. That scares him enough to snap the bottle shut, because he refuses to waste a pill this expensive outside a simulation. With his simulation uses gone for the week, Jiang Yifeng starts thinking about reality instead of just the next run. The simulation showed a world-ending collapse in about 900 years, and because this run did not include his calamity tribulation body, he can no longer pretend it might be just his fault. He decides he has to treat that future as real and starts moving in the real world with a new sense of urgency. Over the next few days, he quietly visits several Immortal Arrival sect branches and comes back with a pile of useful materials. Then he starts mass-producing pills from Qi refining all the way to Tribulation Crossing, planning to push Little Peach and Jiang Fushan upward as fast as possible. He believes he can grow strong enough himself before the end, but his instincts tell him that stopping a few saint battles may still not be enough to save the world. That uneasy feeling pushes him to strengthen the people around him too, even if it means his father's future breakthroughs might expose them. In the end, he stops caring about hiding that much, because the Immortal Arrival sect no longer feels like the biggest threat, and he trusts that his unseen mother can still protect Jiang Fushan. A week passes, and Jiang Yifeng hands all those refined pills over to Little Peach and Jiang Fushan in bulk. With his current alchemy, he can produce so many lower-grade pills that the two of them can practically treat cultivation medicine like daily food. He also tells them to start teaching the Immortal Tao to trustworthy people, since he now has enough resources to raise a whole group instead of just a family. Part of the reason is practical, but part of it is almost ridiculous. This is his first real round of pill refining, and he accidentally made far too much. When his simulation count refreshes, he does not rush in, because another ordinary run will not solve a world-ending problem 900 years away. Instead, he decides to save 3 attempts for another cross-time simulation, hoping a different era might give him more room to grow or more clues to survive. While waiting, he starts flying across the southern regions to compare the real world against everything he saw in simulation. He deliberately avoids the Endless Sea, because the mystic turtle there might contact Bai Moyu, and he is not ready to deal with him yet in reality. Deep down, he is still hoping reality might differ from the simulation enough to spare this world from the same ending. Half a month later, he returns to the Jiang family mansion and admits the truth to himself. Reality matches the simulation after all. Alone in his room, he lets out a tired sigh because he wants to stay lazy, but the threat hanging over the world will not let him. That moment hardens him a little, and the usually relaxed young man finally acts with real seriousness. So Jiang Yifeng launches a cross-time simulation aimed 300 million years into the past. The simulator assigns him a new identity there, Jiang Feng, the last disciple of the ancient god sect. That reveal makes him realize this cross-time simulation works more like inheriting a real person's body and life than simply being dropped into the past as himself. He spends a little more origin value and draws a new orange talent called Invincible Will, which rewards him for winning hard fights. He also gets a one-time talent called Last Stand, a brutal final trump card that heals him completely before one last strike and then kills him 30 seconds later anyway. Jiang Yifeng thinks the simulator is turning him into a battle maniac, but he decides these talents suit him just fine. When the system offers him one talent from the pool, he refuses all of them and goes in without an extra carryover talent. The simulator warns that because he is still too weak, cross-time simulation will not allow deep simulation for safety. On the first day of the new run, Jiang Yifeng arrives in the past at a broken-down sect and instantly knows he is inside the simulation. At the same time, Jiang Feng's memories flood in, telling him that he is now the last surviving disciple of the ancient god sect. The name sounds grand, but the truth is almost embarrassing. This so-called ancient divine Tao sect actually just mixed immortal Tao and martial Tao badly. Because they practiced both paths without mastering either, the sect stayed mediocre, and even its strongest headmaster only reached divine transformation. Now that entire sect has collapsed down to one person, and that lonely final survivor is Jiang Feng himself. Sorting through the memories, he cannot help laughing at how absurd the whole ancient god sect legacy really is. But there is one hidden truth buried inside the joke. Only each headmaster ever knew the sect was never practicing real divine Tao at all. That means Jiang Feng was both disciple and headmaster at once, the only living person left who knew the ancient god sect was built on a fake title. The ordinary disciples never knew the truth, and outsiders cared so little about this weak sect that almost nobody ever bothered to expose it. Even so, standing in those ruins, Jiang Yifeng starts thinking that maybe this dead-end ancient god sect could one day become a real divine Tao sect after all. After sorting through the dead sect master's memories, Jiang Yifeng accepts one hard fact. He is really on the divine martial continent, but the ancient god sect is just a forgotten little sect under the second-rate extreme heaven sect. The memories give him almost nothing else, and that leaves him uneasy because he still wants to know whether this continent is connected to the places and timelines he visited before. He silently decides that if he gets the chance, he will investigate whether people like Liang Dahu, Yi Shaoqing, Xia Jishan, and even Sangyan sect exist in this world too. Then he checks his own body and worries that this borrowed identity, Jiang Feng, only had foundation establishment cultivation, which might mean he has to start over from scratch. What he finds is stranger than a reset. Most of his strength is still there, but it has been locked behind several seals inside his body. He tests one seal with a touch, and his cultivation immediately jumps up to core formation as one seal pattern breaks away. When he tries again, the remaining seals only flicker and refuse to open, confirming that this cross-time simulation is restoring his strength in stages instead of all at once. Even with limits, Jiang Yifeng is relieved, because recovering sealed power is far better than rebuilding his cultivation from nothing. Since he is now the sect master, he spends the next stretch of time cleaning up the wrecked ancient god sect so it becomes at least livable. A month later, he looks up at the ancient god sect plaque and quietly declares that from now on this dead little sect will start making a name for itself. He leaves the sect right after that, because with his battle-hungry talent, hiding a way to cultivate would waste the whole point of this run. He starts gathering information on anything likely to lead to fights, especially secret realms and adventure opportunities. But the local area is too weak, so none of the usual rumors lead to anything worth his time. Then he hears that the Extreme Heaven sect is about to host a sect exchange meeting, and to him that sounds like a safe, reliable way to trigger battle after battle. He likes the idea immediately, because an exchange match is much safer than chasing dangerous secret realm adventures where people can die for real. He even gives the Extreme Heaven sect silent praise in his heart, and hopes they keep holding events like this. 3 more months pass, and by the time he reaches the Extreme Heaven sect, several more seals have loosened and his recovered cultivation has climbed all the way to the Divine Transformation realm. Using the Ancient God Sect Master's token, he joins the event as the head of a tiny 9th-rate sect, but no one from the Extreme Heaven sect tries to humiliate him at the gate. He had worried that winning too much might make him stand out, but after asking around, he learns this world is packed with monsters so talented that some people become immortals at his age. That perspective settles him down fast, because his current realm would only make him an ordinary inner disciple here, not some shocking prodigy. With third-rate sects already backed by mortal and mortal ancestors, he realizes causing a stir in divine transformation really is not a big deal in this place. 3 days of exchanges pass, and from chi refining up through nascent soul, every first-place result belongs to the Extreme Heaven sect. Those clean wins leave the Extreme Heaven sect elders visibly delighted, because the whole event is proving their region-wide supremacy in front of everyone. At last an elder announces that the Divine Transformation Exchange is beginning, and a much larger secret realm artifact appears in front of the crowd. The rules turn out to be simple and ruthless. 2 fighters enter, the secret realm closes, and anyone who takes a fatal blow gets thrown out automatically. There are no referees and no neat bracket either, just a winner-stays format where the last person left inside is the one everyone acknowledges. Because every win comes with rewards from the Extreme Heaven sect, rogue cultivators and small sect disciples alike crowd forward, all eager for a shot in the Spirit Transformation Exchange. An Extreme Heaven sect disciple enters first, and even though he is only at the 8th level of Divine Transformation, he starts crushing challengers one after another. He wins 5 straight before leaving on his own when his spiritual energy runs low, and then another Extreme Heaven sect disciple steps in and does almost the exact same thing. As battle after battle goes by, the pattern becomes obvious. The Extreme Heaven sect keeps winning even while sending out disciples whose cultivation is not the highest on the field. Watching closely, Jiang Yifeng figures out why. Their techniques and inheritance are simply much better than what the smaller sects can offer. That makes the sect hierarchy feel very real to him, because better methods are letting weaker cultivators beat stronger ones head on. Then the streak finally breaks when a rogue cultivator defeats one of the Extreme Heaven sect disciples, and that immediately catches Jiang Yifeng's full attention. He is not interested in the winner so much as the host sect's reaction, because before stepping in himself, he wants to know whether beating their disciples will bring trouble. He is not worried about grudges later, but he absolutely does not want the Extreme Heaven sect to target him on the spot the moment he wins. But the host sect does the opposite and even gives the rogue cultivator extra rewards, which tells Jiang Yifeng there is no instant trap waiting for winners here. With that last concern gone, Jiang Yifeng finally decides to move. As soon as the current Extreme Heaven Sect disciple leaves after another win, Jiang Yifeng steps straight into the duel's secret realm without a word. Inside the secret realm, he lifts the corner of his mouth and quietly tells himself that now it is his performance time. An Extreme Heaven Sect disciple named Wang Fan follows him in, and Jiang Yifeng sizes him up with the Eye of Insight as a 7th-level Divine Transformation opponent he considers easy to handle. But Wang Fan's face darkens right away, because he heard Jiang Yifeng's little line and takes it as blatant disrespect before the fight has even begun. In Wang Fan's head, this is especially annoying because the senior brothers and sisters all got to look cool first, and Jiang Yifeng just stole the dramatic opening he wanted for himself. He had even prepared flashy battle techniques just for today, so getting upstaged before he can use them stings even more. Then Wang Fan suddenly figures out a fix, throws up one hand, and loudly shouts performance time so everyone outside the secret realm can hear him instead. The spectators outside instantly erupt at Wang Fan's perfectly timed grandstanding, and Jiang Yifeng is left so stunned he almost coughs up blood at this ridiculous slogan battle before the real fight has even started. As Wang Fan is still busy putting on an act inside the dueling secret realm, Jiang Yifeng cuts through it with one brutal slap. The next instant, Wang Fan snaps back to reality outside the secret realm, because the match is already over. The crowd freezes for a beat, then erupts in cheers because a disciple from the overbearing Extreme Heaven Sect finally got flattened. Most of those spectators do not think Jiang Yifeng is terrifying yet, they just decide Wang Fan must be laughably weak. The complaints hit hard enough that even Wang Fan starts doubting his own strength, and wonders if his sect's seniors had been going easy on him all along. The Extreme Heaven Sect disciples who had lost to Wang Fan reach a different conclusion. He got too arrogant, showed off at the start, and handed Jiang Yifeng a free opening. Up on the viewing platform, only the top brass notice something is off, and Sect Master Lu Jidao's eyes light up the moment he sees that instant win. Lu Jidao immediately orders all Divine Transformation disciples to come watch, then decides even the Void Refinement and Body Integration juniors should be dragged over too. When the elder looks baffled, Lu Jidao explains that he did not arrange this exchange just to show off the sect. Lu Jidao says the region is too isolated, the Extreme Heaven Sect has no real rivals, and that comfort is exactly what will make the sect decline. To him, Jiang Yifeng is perfect medicine, and he even hopes the sect's proud disciples all get beaten badly enough to wake up. The elder silently mourns the juniors, then hurries off to carry out the order before Lu Jidao turns that energy on him instead. Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about that scheme. What matters to him is that his invincible will talent just loosened the seal on his cultivation after the win. He does not need insight right now, only his real strength back, so every victory has become a fast way to recover what was sealed away. Because this is a simulation, he also knows any progress only matters once his current cultivation climbs back to match his real level. So instead of leaving after the first match, Jiang Yifeng stays in the secret realm and openly waits for the next challenger. The second challenger is Lu Ming of the Extreme Heaven Sect, a disciple just below Wang Fan who sees this as his chance to outshine him. Lu Ming tells himself Jiang Yifeng only beat Wang Fan because Wang Fan got careless, so this should be the easy win that changes his standing. Jiang Yifeng only sees another strange Extreme Heaven disciple standing there spacing out, and even letting out a creepy little laugh. Deciding this fool should be sent out for treatment early, Jiang Yifeng walks up and slaps Lu Ming across the head. By the time Lu Ming reacts, he is already outside the secret realm, and just as lost as Wang Fan was. The spectators notice Lu Ming looked just as wrong as Wang Fan, but instead of figuring it out, many of them simply sigh over Jiang Yifeng's absurd luck again. Before that noise even settles, the third fight starts when Qishan from a third-rate sect rushes in first to grab what he thinks is another easy win. Qishan assumes the real monsters from Extreme Heaven Sect already fought earlier, so today might be his lucky shot at making a name for himself. Unlike the last two, Qishan is not careless at all and erupts with his full peak spirit transformation aura the moment he enters. That display finally convinces the crowd that Jiang Yifeng's luck has run out, and many of them start waiting for him to get blasted out this time. Jiang Yifeng feels none of that pressure, quietly threads a trace of silent destruction fist into his palm, and sends out another slap. Qishan vanishes from the arena in one move too, and outside he finally understands the exact kind of shock Wang Fan and Lu Ming went through. Qishan tries to say something, but Wang Fan and Lu Ming grab him and shut him down with matching warning stares. Pinned there, Qishan realizes the ugly truth. Those two were never weak, they just stayed quiet so the next unlucky challenger could share their embarrassment. Once he gets it, Qishan stops resisting and silently joins their little line of humiliated witnesses. The crowd finally starts to split, with some people suspecting Jiang Yifeng is genuinely terrifying and others still stubbornly calling it fake strength and lucky matchmaking. Then the fourth match starts, and one slap later another peak spirit transformation challenger joins the silent group. The fifth match, the sixth, and more after that all end exactly the same way, with Jiang Yifeng swatting people out of the secret realm in a single move. After 10 straight wins like that, even the people who kept shouting about luck can no longer pretend this is normal. At last, everyone understands they had misread him from the start. Jiang Yifeng is not lucky, he is simply stronger. That realization kills the challenger's courage, and no one dares to step into the secret realm anymore. Minutes drag by, and Jiang Yifeng starts to get bored, but he still refuses to leave because one more fight could push his unsealed cultivation up to Void Refinement realm. He is also counting on the rules, because if nobody challenges him for half an hour, the secret realm will automatically throw him out and end the spirit transformation exchange. Jiang Yifeng stays calm, but on the viewing platform Lu Jidao is getting visibly impatient as he keeps looking into the distance for his sex elite disciples. In Lu Jidao's mind, if those arrogant direct disciples only hear about Jiang Yifeng later, they will never believe it, and the lesson will be wasted. To him, missing this chance is not a small inconvenience but a serious loss for the sect's future, which only makes him blame Elder Liang harder for being slow. A few more tense minutes pass, and just before Jiang Yifeng is about to be auto-transported out, Elder Liang finally shows up with a group of arrogant direct disciples behind him. Outside the duel's secret realm, Lu Jidao summoned the Extreme Heaven Sect's direct disciples, and the young elites floated in with their chins high and the same arrogant air. Lu Jidao snapped at them to come down, and the whole arrogant group finally descended in front of him. Among them, only one man and one woman were still in the divine transformation realm, but those two were actually the strongest talents because both had forged 10-grade golden cores. Lu Jidao knew why their cultivation lagged behind the others. They had spent longer refining their cores, and that gave them the best foundation in the sect. Even so, Lu Jidao stayed realistic. As a second-rate sect master, he knew a 10-grade golden core was only the starting line for inner disciples in a first-rate sect. He pointed into the secret realm at Jiang Yifeng and asked which of the two would challenge him. Su Mushuang looked at Jiang Yifeng with open disdain, clearly feeling that someone like him was not worth a direct disciple's effort. To push them into action, Lu Jidao raised the stakes and promised double cultivation resources to whoever defeated Jiang Yifeng. The reward immediately worked, and both disciples grinned at the chance to earn more resources. Instead of fighting each other for the chance, the senior brother generously let Su Mushuang go first, and she casually offered him 30% of the reward. Su Mushuang rushed straight toward the dual secret realm, and Lu Jidao watched with mixed feelings because their unity was good, but their lack of rivalry worried him. In his heart, Lu Jidao was using Jiang Yifeng as a test. He wanted an outsider to finally put real pressure on these overprotected disciples. The problem was the Extreme Heaven sect had been too secure for too long, with no nearby enemies or beasts bold enough to threaten them, so the disciples had nowhere to sharpen themselves. That was why Lu Jidao had started these yearly exchanges. But instead of humbling his disciples, years of easy wins had only made them more arrogant. Watching the secret realm, Lu Jidao quietly hoped Jiang Yifeng could really hit them hard enough to wake them up. As Su Mushuang entered the secret realm, the whole spectator square suddenly came alive because no one had ever seen a direct disciple fight in these exchanges before. Some spectators even cheered for Jiang Yifeng, not out of loyalty, but because they wanted him to last long enough to make the direct disciple's performance worth watching. Even Wang Fan and Lu Ming, who had their own grudges after losing to Jiang Yifeng, turned to watch once they realized a real direct disciple was stepping in. Inside the secret realm, Jiang Yifeng had been idly waiting, but the moment he sensed someone enter, he looked up and found a young woman approaching instead of another male challenger. He did not underestimate her. Since she had seen his earlier wins and still came in, Jiang Yifeng immediately used the Eye of Insight on Su Mushuang. The Eye of Insight identified her as Su Mushuang, a direct disciple with unmatched beauty, but only average real combat ability for someone of her talent. That name hit Jiang Yifeng like a blow, because it was exactly the same as the mother he had never met in the previous simulation. For a split second, his thoughts spiraled between coincidence and a terrifying possibility, and that hesitation opened a fatal gap. Su Mushuang did not bother with caution or tricks. She simply treated Jiang Yifeng as an easy target for extra resources and attacked the moment she entered. Her full-strength palm slammed into him before he fully reacted, and blood spilled from the corner of Jiang Yifeng's mouth. Jiang Yifeng steadied himself, wiped the blood away, and bitterly admitted he had let a name shake his focus far too easily. He forced himself to think it through. The world was too vast, the time gap too absurd, and the odds overwhelmingly favored this Su Mushuang being only a namesake. Once he crushed that distraction, Jiang Yifeng fixed on the only thing that mattered now. He had to win this duel and recover his strength. Su Mushuang was rattled too, because she knew that palm had been all out and Jiang Yifeng had not even used a defensive technique, yet he was barely hurt. Jiang Yifeng gave her no time to recover from that shock and fully brought out the silent destruction fist. The aura of that punch was so violent that the plants across the secret realm began to wither before the strike even landed. This time he did not hold back at all, because Su Mushuang was a real chosen and he refused to lose from carelessness. The moment Su Mushuang felt the punch's intent, her confidence vanished and she hurriedly cast several spells to stop it. It made no difference. Her spells were obliterated on contact, crushed by a perfected silent destruction fist already carrying a trace of law power. Before the blow could truly kill her, the duel's secret realm judged the match and threw Su Mushuang out in an instant. One move was enough. The direct disciple everyone had been waiting to see was defeated instantly. A male direct disciple hurried over in anger, and declared he would avenge Su Mushuang by entering next. But Su Mushuang stopped him and quietly admitted the truth. They really were not strong enough. She had felt death in that punch, and only the secret realm's instant transport saved her life. So for the first time Lu Jidao's warning about stronger people truly sank in. After hearing that, the male direct disciple dropped the idea of entering the dual secret realm himself. Outside, the entire spectator square went dead quiet because no one had imagined Jiang Yifeng would crush a direct disciple that fast. Even Lu Jidao looked surprised, because Jiang Yifeng had just gone far beyond what he expected from this exchange. Then the silence cracked, and the smaller sect cultivators started cheering wildly because Jiang Yifeng had just given ordinary disciples a new kind of hope. For them, this was bigger than one victory. Jiang Yifeng had become the first nearby outsider anyone had seen defeat a direct disciple of the extreme heaven sect. Beside Lu Jidao, the other direct disciples quietly lowered their proud heads after seeing Su Mushuang lose so cleanly. That was exactly the effect Lu Jidao wanted, and for a moment Jiang Yifeng looked more pleasing to him than ever. But while watching more closely, Lu Jidao suddenly realized Jiang Yifeng had sat down inside the secret realm for a different reason entirely. A seal on Jiang Yifeng had completely lifted at the moment of victory, and he was now restoring his cultivation back to the void refinement realm. Moments later, his strength surged all the way back to the first level of void refinement, instantly putting him above the exchange's allowed realm. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood that his part in the exchange was over, because the extreme heaven sect only matched challengers up to divine transformation. The secret realm responded at once and transported Jiang Yifeng out of the arena. As soon as he emerged, Su Mushuang's senior brother walked up to him and bluntly declared that one day he would surpass Jiang Yifeng and defeat him. Then the man turned and left, leaving Jiang Yifeng confused about who he even was and why he seemed strangely familiar. Jiang Yifeng was about to use the Eye of Insight on that suspicious disciple, but Lu Jidao stepped in before he could. Lu Jidao suddenly became almost too warm, pulling Jiang Yifeng aside and fussing over him with the eagerness of a man looking at his own son. Jiang Yifeng did not understand that sudden enthusiasm, and the whole thing put him on guard enough to drop the Eye of Insight idea for now and answer politely instead. Once he confirmed the exchange was truly finished, Jiang Yifeng left in a hurry because Lu Jidao's behavior felt far too suspicious to linger around. After Jiang Yifeng leaves the extreme heaven sect, Su Mushuang also sets out to travel and sharpen herself after losing to him. Lu Jidao knows wandering the divine martial continent at their level is dangerous, but he still lets them go, hoping hard training will toughen the sect's disciples. Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about that and simply heads north, because everyone says the closer he gets to the continent's center, the more chosen he will find. He is in no rush about the distance, since his real plan is to train through constant fighting on the way. With invincible will, every hard-won fight against an equal or stronger opponent can turn directly into progress, so roaming outside suits him perfectly. Years pass in a blur as Jiang Yifeng cuts through demonic beasts and reckless cultivators almost without pause. By the 10th year, his cultivation has climbed back to the 3-star ancient god realm, but the center of the continent is still nowhere in sight. In the 11th year, he kills a heaven immortal evil cultivator, and Invincible will rewards him with a sliver of chaos law insight. That moment makes him realize the talent becomes truly outrageous once his cultivation is restored, because it lets him grab law insight from battle instead of waiting on rare epiphanies. In the 12th year, he slays a heaven immortal phantom moon demon fox and gains a sliver of illusion law. He immediately devours the demon fox corpse with his Taotai divine body, squeezing a little more growth out of the kill. In the 15th year, he beats the heaven immortal patriarch of the second-rate Xingyue sect and takes another sliver, this time with law. In the 18th year, he kills the true immortal golden-scaled demonic python and gains gold law insight from that fight too. Then he devours the python as well, steadily feeding his divine Dao cultivation through both victory and consumption. After years of fighting, Jiang Yifeng notices Invincible Will is not handing out random laws at all. He figures out the insight usually follows the law his defeated opponent was strongest in, which means he can target enemies more strategically from now on. So his next goal becomes simple: find stronger people with stronger laws and keep challenging upward. Another 30 years later, Jiang Yifeng finally reaches the central region, the real gathering place of first-rate sects, holy lands, and top chosen. His arrival immediately puts many sects on edge, because the name Jiangfeng has already spread after decades of challenging second- and third-rate patriarchs under the banner of sparring. Those older patriarchs are especially bitter, since the worst part is losing to a young chosen would be humiliating. If Jiang Yifeng heard them complaining that he keeps targeting old men instead of true chosen, he would only feel wrong, because he had not found worthy chosen before now. Back on the road, the strongest chosen he had met earlier were only at Earth Immortal level, which did not fit the fights he needed for Invincible Will. That is why he publicly used the name Jiangfeng and called himself the Ancient God Sect Master, so his challenges looked like proper sect sparring instead of demonic provocation. A fated divine Dao sect trying to rise by issuing public challenges sounds reasonable enough, and that cover lets him move without making the whole world his enemy. Once he settles into the central region, he stops bothering those old patriarchs, because now the place is full of heaven immortal chosen with better laws to hunt. But after more than half a month in the central region, he runs into a new problem. He still cannot get close to those chosen at all. He tries visiting first-rate sects and even Holy Lands directly, hoping to request duels, but he cannot even get past their front gates. Second and third-rate sects at least used to give him a little face, but in the central region the real giants do not need to acknowledge a 2-star ancient god cultivator at all. He does not even realize some sects still hide deeper old monsters stronger than him, because those true foundations never show themselves unless the sect is in mortal danger. That leaves Jiang Yifeng in an awkward spot where his plan is stalled before the fight even starts. Then an idea hits him, and he rushes straight out of the inn. His destination is the Wanxing Chamber of Commerce, the central region's biggest commercial power and one place influential enough to spread exactly the message he wants. After half a day inside, Jiang Yifeng walks out smiling, even though whatever he just arranged clearly cost him a painful amount of money. Right after that, the Wanxing Chamber starts moving at full speed to set his plan in motion. Half a month later, the whole central region is buzzing with one outrageous piece of news. A young man has set up a public challenge arena for Heaven Immortal and even true immortal opponents. The announcement gets even harsher with Jiang Yifeng's baiting slogan that he is invincible at the same level and the central region's chosen are just trash. This is exactly what Jiang Yifeng wanted, because if the chosen stay hidden behind their sects, then he will provoke them until they come out on their own. And his gamble works, since proud chosen across the central region start getting restless the moment the news spreads. At the Taishian sect, a group of first-rate sect chosen gather to talk it over, all visibly annoyed by Jiang Yifeng's arrogance. One of them sneers that Jiang Yifeng only beat a few elders from weaker sects, and has no idea how small he really is. The others agree at once, calling him a clown, but none of them are careless enough to ignore the fact that he dared to make such a public challenge. So the real point of their meeting is not courage but calculation, because everyone wants someone else to test Jiang Yifeng first. If that first challenger wins, their whole circle gains face, and if he loses, the rest still get to judge Jiang Yifeng's strength from a safe distance. While they scheme, Jiang Yifeng goes back to the Wanxing Chamber and finally sees the challenge stage they built for him. The floating secret realm is impossible to miss, and the huge banner hanging from it is even louder than he expected. The banner blares out that same realm opponents should stay away and anyone who disagrees should come fight, which is exactly the kind of shameless provocation Jiang Yifeng wanted. Jiang Yifeng loves the shamelessly loud setup and flashes the Wanxing Chamber manager a satisfied thumbs up. Then he stops talking, rises straight into the air, and enters the secret realm to wait for challengers. Inside, he sits cross-legged alone like a man opening his own trap, because once two people enter this kind of secret realm, no one else can interfere. The banner is mostly there to stir hatred anyway, because Jiang Yifeng's real target is still same realm opponents who can trigger invincible will efficiently. He also invites one realm higher on purpose, partly to provoke more people and partly because with his current combat strength, that level is still manageable. In truth, he might even have a good chance against enemies 2 realms above him. But beneath all the swagger, Jiang Yifeng still chooses the cautious path and refuses to overreach. As soon as Jiang Feng enters the secret realm, the Wanxing Chamber of Commerce blasts his name across the central region and turns his challenge into public spectacle. Jiang Feng knows this stunt is dangerously arrogant, but that is exactly the point. If he humiliates the central region's chosen in full view, stronger factions may decide he is worth protecting. He is not here to show off for fun. He is carefully using fame and public pressure to farm battles and awaken the invincible will talent with as little real danger as possible. Half a day later, the first challenger storms and angry enough to prove Jiang Feng's plan is working. Jiang Feng checks the man's identity with the eye of insight and immediately sees that Qin Kong is only a newly advanced heaven immortal, not one of the truly terrifying monsters. After sizing him up, Jiang Feng deliberately hides his real level and decides to fight with only a fraction of his power. Even that test goes wrong at first, because one strike nearly cripples Qin Kong and forces Jiang Feng to pull back even harder. So Jiang Feng turns the duel into a fake struggle and finally beats Qin Kong in 10 moves to make himself look strong, but not impossible to challenge. The gamble pays off when Invincible Will activates, and gives Jiang Feng a trace of the Law of Gold, useful but still far from the supreme laws he is really hunting. What Jiang Feng truly wants are traces of time, space, chaos, and other supreme laws, because getting that first spark would make future comprehension much easier. News of the 10 movement spreads fast, and the central region's chosen begin holding their own private discussions about this sudden challenger. The second challenger arrives a day later, slightly stronger than Qin Kong, and Jiang Feng beats him the same way after dragging the fight out to 13 moves. Then the pattern settles in. Every 1 or 2 days, another chosen enters the arena, and every time Jiang Feng wins while pretending 10% of his strength is all he has. After half a year of this, Jiang Feng starts to wonder if the central region's chosen are really this underwhelming, or if something bigger is missing. Meanwhile, the Wanxing Chamber of Commerce grows almost embarrassingly warm toward him, not because they admire him, but because his challenge has become a gold mine. They even refund Jiang Feng's original fee, because ticket sales are now making far more money than the challenge ever cost them. One day the Wanxing manager personally comes back with a pile of treasures and urges Jiang Feng to get stronger as fast as possible. The manager explains that the real chosen of the central region have finally heard about him and are starting to come out of seclusion. That instantly clears up Jiang Feng's nagging doubt, because now he knows the monsters he wanted to test himself against had not even shown up yet. Jiang Feng immediately sees the chamber's real motive. They are feeding him resources because they fear he might lose too soon and ruin their booming ticket business. Even so, Jiang Feng happily takes the free resources, because he has no intention of refusing benefits he can use. After the manager leaves, Jiang Feng stays in the secret realm and starts looking forward to the day a real genius finally brings him a supreme law worth taking. For the next stretch of quiet, no challenger appears, so Jiang Feng keeps cultivating instead of wasting the lull. Then the Wanxing chamber suddenly starts selling spectator tickets on a large scale again, and Jiang Feng recognizes the signal immediately. He does not bother asking who the next opponent is, because by now he carries a simple confidence he never had before. Whoever comes, he intends to win. 3 days later, a man in purple robes steps into the secret realm, and the barrier shuts behind him the instant the real match begins. Jiang Feng uses the Eye of Insight and finally sees what he was waiting for. Ji Qian is a true chosen at heaven immortal perfection with a record of beating true immortals. Ji Qian is reading Jiang Feng just as carefully, and even without special sight, he still senses enough danger to strike first without hesitation. His opening spell surges with explosive, violent law power, and Jiang Feng instantly realizes this is probably a supreme law he has never touched before. The moment Jiang Feng feels that law, he decides he wants it and jumps straight to 80% of his strength. He drives those laws into the silent destruction fist and meets Ji Qian's attack head-on. Ji Qian is stunned when his full-force strike is not just broken, but crushed so completely that Jiang Feng's fist intent keeps coming. He desperately throws out more spells to block it, but the hurried defense still fails. A moment later the silent destruction fist hits him cleanly, and Ji Qian coughs blood and gets thrown out of the secret realm in one overwhelming defeat. Outside, the crowd goes blank with disbelief, because the battle they expected to be huge ends almost instantly. The shock gets worse when everyone remembers who just lost: Ji Qian, the Taishian sect's holy son, one of the central region's famous monsters. Some spectators instantly start yelling that the match must be rigged, because that result makes more sense to them than Jiang Feng being this strong. Inside the arena, Jiang Feng feels a flash of regret, because he realizes he misjudged his own strength and hit far too hard. He finally understands the mistake. Ji Qian could beat some true immortals, but Jiang Feng himself is already strong enough to beat almost any true immortal and even threaten mystic immortals. That creates a problem for Jiang Feng, because if he looks too unbeatable now, future challengers may stop coming and invincible will be harder to trigger. So he improvises on the spot by forcing himself to spit blood and turning pale, creating the perfect image of someone who only won by paying a heavy price. The crowd immediately swallows the bait and decides Jiang Feng must have used some desperate forbidden technique to barely take Ji Qian down. Ji Qian himself is not fooled at all, because after trading blows with Jiang Feng, he knows there was no forbidden technique involved. Even so, Ji Qian lets the rumor stand and walks back to his sect in silence, carrying a defeat that could either break him or remake him. Back in the secret realm, Jiang Feng ignores the noise outside and turns straight to the real prize he just earned from defeating Ji Qian. Invincible will lets him seize a trace of Ji Qian's law, and after only a brief comprehension, Jiang Feng confirms it is exactly what he hoped for, a supreme law. It is the law of destruction, a violent mix of chaos, explosion, scorching heat, and pure ruin, and Jiang Feng suddenly feels lucky he used 80% power before facing it head-on. After Jiang Yifeng crushed Ji Qian in one move, the central region suddenly went quiet because no weaker chosen wanted to step into that arena and get humiliated next. The challengers also assumed any forbidden technique backlash was either minor or already healed, so nobody rushed in hoping to catch him weakened. A full month passes before the atmosphere changes again, and the crowd outside the secret realm swells back to life. Inside the arena, Jiang Yifeng gets word that his next challenger is the #1 mortal immortal in the central region and all of Divine Martial Continent, the holy son of Tsengyun Holy Land. That mortal immortal label immediately throws him off, because Wanxing is treating this challenge even more seriously than Ji Qian's. After asking around, Jiang Yifeng learns the truth, that Tsengyun Holy Son is a martial cultivator whose immortal Dao realm looks low, but his real combat power is far beyond that. The explanation gets worse when he hears the man has already devoured and refined several law powers, making his actual level impossible to judge by normal immortal Dao standards. Jiang Yifeng realizes he made a real mistake by never restricting martial Dao challengers, and now he can only hope Tsengyun does not send someone absurdly strong to wreck the whole setup. Even so, he knows the oversight was natural, because martial cultivators have barely appeared in either his real life or his simulations. So he waits inside the secret realm in uneasy silence for the challenger to finally arrive. Outside, Su Mushuang and her senior brother stare at the arena in shock because the man they once fought has somehow leapt far beyond them. They had thought their own breakthroughs to Tribulation Crossing meant they had surpassed Jiang Yifeng, but now they are watching him challenge heaven immortal and even true immortal level monsters. Instead of hating him, the two quietly turn that shock into stubborn resolve to train even harder. Back in the secret realm, the wait finally ends when a beast-clothed man steps in and the whole audience erupts at the sight of Tsungyun's holy son. Fresh blood still stains Liang Daho's body and clothes, making it obvious he came straight from another brutal fight. The crowd is not even surprised, because everyone in the central region knows Liang Dahu as a cultivation maniac who forged his martial Dao through constant bloodshed. The moment Jiang Yifeng sees the challenger clearly, confusion flashes across his face because he thinks he recognizes him. He immediately uses the Eye of Insight and gets confirmation that this is Liang Dahu, Tsungyun's holy son, a martial cultivator strong enough to rival the mystic immortal realm, and even kill experts at that level. That hit of recognition rattles Jiang Yifeng, because this is the same Liang Dahu he knew from an earlier simulation tied to Tsungyun's sect. He cannot make sense of how the once invaded divine martial continent recovered or how Tsungyun's sect became Tsungyun Holy Land, so he forces those questions aside and focuses on the fight in front of him. Across from him, Liang Dahu also goes slightly blank, because Jiang Yifeng's aura feels strangely familiar even though he cannot place it. That strange familiarity is the only reason he does not open the duel with an instant attack, even though he normally has no patience for this kind of staged fight. Liang Dahu had planned to finish this quickly and return to training, but Jiang Yifeng's presence makes him stop and ask a very specific question. Jiang Yifeng smiles at that question, fully certain now that this really is the Liang Dahu he remembers. But instead of admitting it, he lowers his voice and tells Liang Dahu to fight, because he wants to see how strong Dahu has become. Liang Dahu frowns at that response, wondering if he made a mistake, but he is not the kind of man to drag out a decision once battle is on the table. A chilling martial intent spreads from Liang Dahu as both men finally commit, and every chosen watching outside locks onto the duel. To the crowd, this is the real test, the old number one chosen above the immortal realm against the dark horse who has been flattening everyone in his path. Inside the secret realm, Jiang Yifeng and Liang Dahu move at almost the same instant, and unleash the exact same opening move, Silent Destruction Fist. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised at all, because once he confirmed Liang Dahu's identity, seeing that fist art again only made the connection feel even more real. Liang Dahu, though, is stunned on the spot because he never taught that technique to anyone and barely even uses it himself. Watching the simulation, the real Jiang Yifeng quietly pieces things together, and realizes his earlier simulations in Divine Martial Continent may have been real incursions into this world's history. He links Liang Dahu's memories, the war god art, and even the white tiger outside this world, and starts suspecting those past simulations did not reset cleanly at all. That suspicion turns ugly when he wonders if the invasions of Divine Martial Continent and the linking of other continents may have happened because of his own earlier actions and the Calamity Tribulation body. He can only confirm one thing for now: Divine Martial Continent survived somehow, even if he still has no idea how. The thought that his simulations might permanently affect the future hits him hard, making the whole so-called simulation feel more like actual transmigration across time. He spins through possibilities about different worlds and hidden butterfly effects, but the questions only leave him with a pounding headache and no clean answer. In the end, he shelves the mystery for later and decides that if he gets a chance, he will leave clues in future simulations and check whether they appear in reality. Back in the duel, Jiang Yifeng notices Liang Dahu drifting again and actually calls out for him to focus instead of taking a cheap win. He does that because this opponent is different from everyone else. Liang Dahu was once his disciple in a simulation, and Jiang Yifeng still feels genuine affection for him. He has already decided this fight is not about protecting his streak anymore, but about going all out and measuring how far Liang Dahu has really come. Even losing would not bother him much now, because the only real price is missing one trigger of his invincible will talent. Liang Dahu snaps back to himself and curses his own lapse, ashamed that he let his mind wander in a real fight. The reason he lost focus at all is simple. The person Jiang Yifeng reminds him of changed his whole life, gave him his path in martial Dao, and made it possible for him to be with Xiaoqing. That is why seeing Jiang Yifeng use both the War God art and Silent Destruction Fist hit Liang Dahu hard enough to shake even his battle instincts. Jiang Yifeng understands all of that perfectly, which is exactly why he refused to reveal himself before the fight. He knows that if Liang Dahu truly recognized him first, this stubborn fool would never dare to fight him seriously. So Jiang Yifeng keeps the truth buried and chooses the one thing he really wants right now, an all-out clash with the disciple he once guided by accident. As the brutal duel drags on, Jiang Yifeng realizes the real reason he refuses to back down. He wants to beat Liang Dahu head-on, because pride as a chosen has already taken root in him. The stalemate makes sense. Jiang Yifeng is only at the 3-star ancient god realm, while Liang Dahu stands at a martial level comparable to a true immortal, and both are using the same war god art. Jiang Yifeng lands a heavy hit first, but the moment Liang Dahu coughs up blood, his war god body flares and his strength surges even higher. That turnaround quickly bites back, and Jiang Yifeng gets blasted away by a punch that makes his own war god body answer in kind. Outside the secret realm, the crowd is thrilled, because this is the first time Jiang Yifeng has met someone who can trade blows with him for real. 3 days pass, and the two of them are still fighting as if either one knows what exhaustion is. But the longer the deadlock lasts, the more the casual spectators lose interest and start filing out. 5 more days go by, and only the Central Region's chosen still care enough to watch who will finally emerge as the strongest of their generation. Half a month later, even those chosen start giving up and head back to their sects to cultivate instead of waiting for an ending that never comes. After a full month, only a few dozen stubborn people are still watching the endless war of attrition. 3 months in, the audience has shrunk to just 2 people, Su Mushuang and her senior brother, both staring upward with clenched fists, as the gap between them and the chosen feels painfully clear. Even they eventually leave, and from then on the year-long fight continues with almost no one paying to watch it anymore. Half a year into the battle, Jiang Yifeng and Liang Dahu are both drenched in blood, but their bodies are so tough the secret realm still refuses to throw either one out. At the 1-year mark, Liang Dahu finally slips from exhaustion, and Jiang Yifeng lands a critical blow that gets him forcibly transported out of the arena. Jiang Yifeng wins, but there is no roar from the crowd, because the Central Region has long since gone numb to this impossible fight. That victory triggers invincible will, and Jiang Yifeng finally grasps a trace of the law of strength, the core reason martial Dao fighters hit so monstrously hard. The moment the law settles in, Jiang Yifeng breaks through to the 4-star ancient god realm. Then the bigger revelation hits him. The divine Dao had always been incomplete, and the missing piece was this very law of strength. With the completed divine Dao, Jiang Yifeng can feel his combat power leap again, to the point that crossing 2 immortal realms now sounds realistic to him. He even judges that if he fought Liang Dahu again in this state, a few moves would be enough, and if their old cultivation levels were kept, only a few days would be needed instead of a year. After that, Jiang Yifeng is done with the arena entirely, because no chosen in the Central Region has a reason to challenge him anymore. His next targets should be true experts instead, but there are no true immortals under 3,000 years old here, and older ones would gain nothing by picking a fight with him. When Jiang Yifeng steps out, Liang Dahu is already waiting for him, injured but nowhere near mortally so thanks to the arena ejecting him in time. Liang Dahu stares at him with a head full of questions, and Jiang Yifeng casually breaks the tension by asking, "How's Xiaoqing?" That one question hits Liang Dahu like lightning, because almost nobody outside Sengyun Holy Land even knows Yi Xiaoqing's real name. Now the similarities pile up fast in his mind. Jiang Yifeng knows the war god art, knows Xiaoqing, and feels disturbingly close to the one person Liang Dahu never forgot. But that only makes Liang Dahu more wary, because he saw his master die, and by normal logic that man should never have been able to reincarnate. The more he thinks, the worse it sounds, until Liang Dahu even wonders if this whole challenge arena was bait to draw him out. After a long silence, Liang Dahu finally asks the question directly, "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Yifeng immediately senses the misunderstanding, and instead of arguing, he decides to prove himself with memories only the two of them should share. He starts recounting their old life together in detail, from hunting in a remote village to the small days they lived side by side. He keeps going with tiny details no outsider should know, even down to Liang Dahu's first taste of demonic beast meat. As those buried memories are spoken aloud, the fearless Liang Dahu's eyes slowly fill with tears. For Liang Dahu, that pain runs deep, because his master was the one who changed him from a village hunter into who he is now, and the memory of failing to save him never left. When Jiang Yifeng finishes, Liang Dahu drops to his knees and calls him master at last. What convinces Liang Dahu is simple. An enemy might dig up famous events, but no one could possibly know those forgotten scraps from before he even started cultivating. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng follows Liang Dahu back to Sengyun Holy Land and is welcomed there as an honored guest. There, Jiang Yifeng gives Liang Dahu a clean explanation for his return, claiming he had once been a powerhouse above the immortal realm who survived through reincarnation after self-destruction. The story fits too well with what Liang Dahu already knew, so instead of doubting more, he starts filling in the missing pieces himself. He even starts suspecting Jiang Yifeng's old peak was far beyond what he had ever imagined, especially after thinking harder about how outrageous the war god art really is. During those same days, Jiang Yifeng also meets Yi Xiaoqing again and finds that she has already reached the mystic immortal realm. His eye of insight does not fully rate Xiaoqing's battle power, but Jiang Yifeng can tell she should be at least on Liang Dahu's level. That discovery gives Jiang Yifeng a new idea. Maybe the major holy lands are hiding more chosen, and maybe his arena can keep going after all. But when he asks Liang Dahu and Yi Xiaoqing directly, both of them shut that idea down at once. They explain that Xiaoqing was hidden on purpose, because Sangyun Holy Land already had enough pressure from producing one monster like Liang Dahu. If they had publicly revealed another peer-crushing chosen too soon, the Holy Land would have become an even bigger target behind the scenes. Jiang Yifeng gets the point immediately. Even righteous sects are full of ugly competition, and hiding Yi Xiaoqing was really a way to protect her. At Sengyun Holy Land, Jiang Yifeng spends the next few days pressing Liang Dahu for answers about the sect, the Holy Land behind it, and the old invasion of the divine martial continent. Liang Dahu explains that Sengyun sect is only a branch of Sengyun Holy Land, one of many branches spread across the continent to gather promising chosen. That answer makes Jiang Yifeng realize the bigger pattern. Not just Holy Lands, but probably other top forces too have been planting branch sects far away to scout talent. When Jiang Yifeng asks about the invasion, Liang Dahou admits it ended abruptly, and all he knows is what the higher-ups said: 3 supreme powerhouses stepped in and crushed it. Liang Dahou clenches his teeth, still burning for revenge, but says the invaders were driven out, and even their passage into the continent was sealed. Then Liang Dahou suddenly looks at Jiang Yifeng and asks, half hopeful and half stubborn, whether they can still go seek revenge someday if Master is still around. In reality, Jiang Yifeng smiles at the simulator, touched that the disciple he raised in the simulation turned out to be such a decent man. That warmth quickly turns quiet and distant when Jiang Yifeng wonders if he and Liang Dahou could ever meet for real, then decides the timelines are probably far too separated. He also quickly guesses who stopped the invasion. If 3 supreme beings intervened, they were most likely Dao-level powerhouses. Back inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng spends the following years trying to trigger invincible will again by challenging more opponents. He wants the talent not for raw cultivation, but because every trigger helps him comprehend more laws and sharpen his real combat strength. The problem is that he has already fought most of the central regions chosen, so finding fresh opponents at the right level becomes harder and harder. He even tries Liang Dahou again, only to discover the talent has a harsh limit. Beating the same person twice gives him nothing. He also looks toward older generation experts, but those immortal cultivators stay buried in long seclusion and never bother to answer his challenges. With that plan dead, Jiang Yifeng switches to a looser rhythm of cultivation, travel, and even alchemy while he keeps waiting for a useful chance. More than 100 years pass, and in the 180th year his late bloomer talent finally hits its strongest tenfold boost. Jiang Yifeng immediately swallows the enlightenment pill and finally spends the 60 stored uses of inevitable enlightenment he has been saving for this exact moment. He pours all of that stacked enlightenment into one target, forcing silent destruction fist past mastery by finally understanding the law of time behind it. Inside that enlightenment, he keeps circling the same impossible question. If time should not even exist as a thing, then what exactly is he trying to grasp? Then a sharp insight hits him, and Jiang Yifeng murmurs that time is speed just before his fist accelerates far beyond its old limit. The next silent destruction fist explodes forward dozens of times faster than before, proving that one piece of the law has clicked. A second insight follows right behind it when he says time is slowness, and the fist intent already in motion crawls down to a visible near stop. Then he combines both ideas and declares speed within slowness, sending out a slow-looking punch that makes every flower and tree along its path wither in an instant. With that breakthrough, silent destruction fist finally reaches perfection, and Jiang Yifeng at last grasps a real trace of the law of time. Once he understands the principle, he realizes the old withering effect was never random at all. He was slowing the surroundings while accelerating the target's own time. That immediately tempts him into a bolder test. If speed within slowness ages things to death, maybe slowness within speed can push a dead tree back toward life. He punches the withered tree with that reversed idea, but the result is wrong from the start. The surrounding plants wither even faster, while the tree barely changes. Frowning at the tree, Jiang Yifeng looks closer and realizes it is not reviving at all, just aging more slowly than everything around it. He keeps turning the problem over until one phrase finally reshapes his understanding. People always call time a river. If time is a river, he realizes, slowing it still means it moves forward, so true restoration would require forcing that river to flow backward. That insight pushes his law of time to minor achievement, and the sudden boost tells him his direction is finally correct even if the method is still missing. But knowing the theory is not enough, and Jiang Yifeng remains stuck on the hardest part, how to actually reverse time instead of just speed it up or slow it down. Years pass inside that enlightenment, and although he never solves reversal, his experiments with speeding and slowing time start bending in a different, practical direction. By merging those time insights with his formation knowledge, Jiang Yifeng successfully develops a time acceleration formation of his own. He knows it is not some world-shaking invention, because great forces like Sangyun Holy Land already have secret realms that accelerate time for cultivation. Those places can help cultivators rush toward the immortal realm, but above that point law comprehension matters more, so even Jiang Yifeng sees his new formation as more of an interesting toy than a real shortcut. Not long after his enlightenment ends, a Sangyun Holy Land elder speaks with Jiang Yifeng for a long time about the pressure and trouble his long stay has caused. In the end, Jiang Yifeng agrees to leave, because after more than 200 years here, outside forces have started treating him as if he truly joined Sangyun Holy Land. The pressure is obvious. Sangyun Holy Land already has Liang Dahou, and if the man who defeated him also seems to belong to them, every rival force starts to fear their future dominance. That pressure has already caused small conflicts, and it also explains why Sangyun Holy Land has kept another chosen like Yi Shaoqing hidden from the outside world. Jiang Yifeng wants to say goodbye to Liang Dahou and Yi Shaoqing properly, but learns they have both gone into a secret realm with no clear return date. So instead of meeting them one last time, he leaves behind a farewell letter and departs Sangyun Holy Land alone. After that, his life settles into long solitary travel, and the years roll by with one clean victory after another against demon cultivators and demonic beasts. Then in the 500th year, a pillar of golden light suddenly tears into the sky during his journey, pulling his attention toward it. Curiosity wins, so he heads over and finds a newly opened secret realm already surrounded by a large crowd. After asking around, Jiang Yifeng learns it is a heaven immortal secret realm that only earth immortals or weaker can enter, which kills his interest on the spot. He is about to leave when one familiar face stops him cold. Su Mushuang is here, and beside her stands the senior brother she came with, a familiar-looking man Jiang Yifeng remembers from that earlier interrupted inspection. This time no one blocks him, so Jiang Yifeng activates Eye of Insight on the man at once. The result hits him like a shock. The man is Jiang Fushan, a newly advanced earth immortal and a peerless chosen. Jiang Yifeng's emotions turn messy all at once, because the name makes him blurt inwardly the question he can barely face. Is this really his father? With Su Mushuang beside Jiang Fushan, Jiang Yifeng is now almost convinced these two are his parents from another time, whether by survival, rebirth, or repeated reincarnation. Then one detail snaps him back into doubt. His real father has no memories, so why would he still be using the exact same name after reincarnation? That contradiction leaves only two possibilities in his mind. Either this is an unbelievable coincidence, or someone has been arranging the entire pattern on purpose. Looking at Su Mushuang from afar, he quietly wonders whether she has never reincarnated at all, or whether she is the one controlling everything from the shadows. Back in reality, that same clue makes Jiang Yifeng's thoughts race, and he starts taking the possibility of a hidden hand behind his parents far more seriously. He rejects the idea that all of this is just luck, and the person he suspects most is the mother he has never met, Su Mushuang. By the end of the excerpt, Jiang Yifeng makes up his mind that he really needs to find this mother, because if she has lived across billions of years, the secrets she carries could be enormous. After finding the young Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang, Jiang Yifeng stops thinking about leaving right away and stays to watch the two he already treats as his future parents. 3 days later, the secret realm opens, and Jiang Yifeng watches his future parents rush in with only early earth immortal strength, weak enough to make him uneasy. For the first time, Jiang Yifeng is not the one in danger, and simply watching his father take risks leaves him with a strange, heavy worry. A month later, the realm opens again, and two blood-soaked figures burst out and flee without stopping. Nearby onlookers immediately guess the pair found something valuable, and one of them even suggests killing them for it right in front of Jiang Yifeng. The moment Jiang Yifeng realizes the targets are his future parents, his anger snaps into killing intent. He throws one furious punch and erases both true immortals on the spot. Seeing so many powerful people waiting outside for realm returnees, Jiang Yifeng realizes those two were only bandits, and decides there may be more hunters ahead. Even though he had planned to leave after satisfying his curiosity, Jiang Yifeng cannot ignore the danger now and chases after the pair instead. Half a day later, Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang finally land and relax, thrilled by just how rich their secret realm harvest turned out to be. That relief lasts only a moment before several robbers appear, including heaven immortals and true immortals far beyond what the two can fight. With no way to win, Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang are just about to surrender their treasures to survive. Before the robbers can touch them, Jiang Yifeng drops in front of the pair and blocks the whole ambush himself. He does not waste a word and cuts down every would-be looter with a burst of crushing palm strikes. After clearing the threat, Jiang Yifeng even heals Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang's injuries. After making sure no more treasure hunters are nearby, Jiang Yifeng leaves at once without a single explanation. Left behind in silence, the two recognize Jiang Yifeng and cannot understand why he saved them, especially after Su Mushuang's earlier bad attitude toward him. In the end, they can only keep that unexpected kindness in their hearts as Jiang Yifeng goes back to his own path. 2,000 years flash by, and Jiang Yifeng's cultivation crawls from early 4-star ancient god to mid 5-star ancient god, slow progress for that much time but still terrifying strength. His laws deepen enough that his real combat power can now match a supreme unity golden immortal, even if actually killing one would still be hard. During those years, Liang Dahu finally finds him and nearly leaves Tsengyun Holy Land to stay by his side. Jiang Yifeng talks Dahu out of that choice, and Dahu reluctantly stays tied to Tsengyun Holy Land. In the 3rd millennium, a sudden violent tremor rips through the void while Jiang Yifeng is cultivating. Then blood rain starts falling across the world, smashing craters into the land and making Jiang Yifeng think a saint has died. But that idea makes no sense to him, because Dao-level experts still exist in this era and should never allow saint-level war to get this far. The blood rain goes on for 300 years, turning the whole disaster into a long shadow over the continent. Through Dahu, Jiang Yifeng learns the blood rain did not come from saint combat at all, but from beings even stronger than saints. Because that judgment came from a saint ancestor of Tsengyun Holy Land, Jiang Yifeng has to take it seriously, and his sense of danger only deepens. He starts wondering if the fighters were Dao-level powers, but he cannot figure out why such beings would suddenly clash. 3 months later, Liang Dahu rushes to Jiang Yifeng's residence with Yi Shaoqing and blurts out a terrifying warning. Every sect on the Divine Martial Continent is joining forces to exterminate Divine Dao cultivators. The warning hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because in this world he is almost the only real divine Dao cultivator, so this alliance is basically a continent-wide order to kill him by name. What makes it stranger is that his divine Dao was exposed thousands of years ago during his challenge fights, and the sects did nothing back then. He questions Dahu carefully, but Dahu only knows that the sect leaders suddenly began discussing the purge, with no clear reason at all. The sheer scale of the alliance feels wrong to Jiang Yifeng, because he has no grudge with all these sects, and they should have no reason to unite like this on their own. He starts to suspect the sects are being forced by someone above them, because only that could explain such perfect unity. That leads him straight back to the blood rain and a grim possibility. A Dao-level powerhouse may want him dead but be unable to move personally after that higher battle. Even so, one question still nags at him. In earlier simulations the Dao-level powers were curious about divine Dao karma, not eager to kill him for cultivating it. Unable to see the hidden truth, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing answers and focuses on survival instead. After thanking Dahu, he decides to leave the divine martial continent at once, because staying means certain death if even one saint is sent after him. Liang Dahu insists on going with him to share life and death, but Jiang Yifeng and Yi Shaoqing both stop him, warning that his close ties would only expose Jiang Yifeng's trail. Jiang Yifeng explains that Dahu is too closely linked to him, so taking him along would only make it easier for the hunters to trace his route. That reasoning finally forces Dahu to give up the idea, and Jiang Yifeng leaves alone. Almost immediately after his departure, people from Tsangyun Holy Land and many outside experts descend on Dahu to demand Jiang Yifeng's whereabouts. Dahu denies knowing anything, and everyone knows he is lying, but his status as Tsangyun's holy son keeps them from forcing the issue. Soon after, Tsangyun Holy Land pulls both Liang Dahu and Yi Shaoqing back into forced seclusion to keep them out of Jiang Yifeng's disaster. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifeng heads straight for the border of the divine martial continent, aiming to cross the chaos and find a way out. He is betting on one thin hope. If he can leave this continent, other worlds like the true spirit continent or demonic god continent might still offer him a path to live. More than 2 years pass on the run, and Jiang Yifeng is hit by one ambush after another the whole way. The worst of those fights forces him into a bloody all-out battle against the Supreme Unity Golden Immortal. He wins by crossing 2 major realms, but the victory leaves him badly injured. The next few months stay strangely quiet, giving him just enough time to recover all the way back to peak condition. Then another enemy appears, and this time there is only one of them, but their cultivation has reached the great principal Golden Immortal realm. Jiang Yifeng instantly knows this gap is too much, because crossing 3 major realms to win is beyond even what he dares believe. For a brief moment, he feels the road ahead collapse and wonders if this simulation ends here. What makes it sting worse is that he estimates he only needs a few more months to reach the chaos, and possibly escape the continent. He refuses to accept that end and quietly tells himself he cannot give up now. The great principal Golden Immortal hears him and pauses with interest, choosing to watch what kind of struggle Jiang Yifeng will attempt instead of striking right away. That tiny delay is all Jiang Yifeng needs, and he spins around and bolts without hesitation. He pours the law of wind and the speed aspect of the law of time into his movement technique, betting everything on outrunning an enemy he cannot fight. In the past, Jiang Yifeng would rather fight to the death than run, but his new grasp of time law has finally transformed his weakest point into terrifying speed. Jiang Yifeng suddenly breaks off and runs, leaving the great principal Golden Immortal staring after him in brief surprise. The expert quickly understands Jiang Yifeng's idea of not giving up, and he almost sounds amused that it just means running faster. He does not bother chasing right away, because a great principal Golden Immortal who controls space can catch a fleeing target no matter how far he runs. Completely sure Jiang Yifeng cannot escape, the expert even takes out a great Luo demonic beast corpse and casually starts preparing a barbecue. Meanwhile Jiang Yifeng knows none of that, so he keeps fleeing at full speed without daring to slow down for even a moment. 5 days later, a ripple suddenly opens in the void behind him, and the same expert steps out at last. Jiang Yifeng is shaken when he realizes the enemy truly controls the laws of space, but panic only makes him push his speed even harder. Even the great principal Golden Immortal frowns a little, because in the instant he exits the void, Jiang Yifeng has already vanished far ahead again. Instead of ending it, the expert laughs and decides to toy with Jiang Yifeng for a while. What follows turns into a cruel chase game, with Jiang Yifeng accelerating again and again, while the expert keeps appearing through space just a little too close. In truth, the expert is holding back, because if he really wanted to end it, one spatial jump ahead of Jiang Yifeng would have cut off the escape completely. Half a year passes in this desperate pursuit, and Jiang Yifeng finally catches sight of the chaotic border at the edge of the divine martial continent. He secretly feels a chance to live at last, believing that once he reaches the chaos, survival might still be possible. That hope is cut off when the great principal Golden Immortal suddenly appears ahead of him instead of behind. The distance is too short to dodge, and the expert unleashes several strikes in an instant. Jiang Yifeng throws everything into defense, but he is quickly slashed and blasted until his whole body is covered in wounds. Looking down at him, the expert almost sounds regretful as he says that if Jiang Yifeng had not run to this chaotic place, they could have kept chasing him for years. Then the expert prepares the finishing spell and bluntly says they were forced into this. Too weak to resist, Jiang Yifeng quietly waits for death and catches one last clue from those words. Many people hunting him may have only been acting under orders. He suddenly understands why no true top experts appeared for the past year or two, and why everyone drew the line at letting him enter the chaos. He still cannot figure out why the chaos matters so much, and the final attack drops before he gets an answer. At the last second, a phoenix cry tears across heaven and earth, and a massive black shadow bursts out of the chaos. The black phoenix throws its own body in front of Jiang Yifeng and blocks the great principal golden immortal's killing blow head-on. Then Little Black answers with one burst of black flame and burns the great principal golden immortal to ash instantly. After that terrifying save, the giant phoenix lowers its head and starts rubbing against Jiang Yifeng like an affectionate pet. Still dazed, Jiang Yifeng stares at the creature and softly asks if it is Little Black. The black phoenix instantly perks up in obvious joy, thrilled that Jiang Yifeng still remembers it. Before they can even catch their breath, the gluttonous beast demon god bursts out of the chaos and urgently tells them to go to the demonic god continent. Little Black understands the danger at once, wraps Jiang Yifeng in its huge black wings, and carries him into the chaos toward the demonic god continent. Soon after Little Black escapes with Jiang Yifeng, two Dao-level experts confront the gluttonous beast demon god and coldly ask if he really means to block them. The gluttonous beast demon god laughs in their faces and spits back that if reaching Dao level means becoming a dog, he would rather die. That insult leaves the two Dao level experts red with anger, and they bitterly regret ever helping the beast dispel calamity energy before. Even so, they try one more time to persuade him, because with him in the way and the demonic god continent behind him, taking Jiang Yifeng becomes much harder. They warn him that the great Dao itself has spoken, and that the divine Dao is the root of the coming destruction of the world. The gluttonous beast is completely unmoved, sneering that the Dao is just backup food to him and mocking them again as the Dao's dogs. The two Dao-level experts are furious, but in their minds they are not serving the Dao for selfish reasons. They truly believe a world-ending disaster is coming. They had even forced down their own desire to study the divine Dao's karmic links, convinced that erasing it was necessary for everyone else's sake. But the gluttonous beast's mockery finally burns through their patience, and the three Dao-level powers clash again. Still, the gluttonous beast is not helping Jiang Yifeng out of noble ideals, even if his own past with the Calamity Tribulation body taught him that calamity can also become rebirth. The real reason is much simpler and much more like him. Little Black promised him half a pound of immortal blood. As a true foodie who had craved black phoenix blood for ages, the gluttonous beast agreed on the spot. The offer was irresistible because the black phoenix is almost impossible to exploit. Dao-level experts can kill it, but it simply resurrects elsewhere in a bizarre and perfect way. They once tried to study the black phoenix's body after killing it, only to find that even its blood could not be taken from the corpse. With that impossible prize on the table, the gluttonous beast gladly keeps the two Dao-level pursuers busy and drags the fight deeper into chaos and the void. Meanwhile, Little Black carries the badly wounded Jiang Yifeng into the demonic beast continent, and shelters him there while nursing him back from the brink. 3 years pass, and under Little Black's care Jiang Yifeng's injuries are finally mostly healed. Once he recovers enough, Jiang Yifeng tries to question Little Black directly, but the phoenix only answers with clang-clang cries. That only confuses him more, because other demonic beasts can speak human language before reaching immortality, while Little Black is clearly far stronger than that. So Jiang Yifeng gives up on speech and reaches out with divine sense instead. The connection works, and he immediately starts firing off all the questions he has been holding in. He first asks how Little Black recognized him at all, since his current identity is completely different from the one in the earlier simulation. He also asks how Little Black knew he was in danger and arrived at exactly the right moment. Little Black's answer to the first question is almost absurdly simple. It was just a feeling. By instinct alone, Little Black felt Jiang Yifeng was familiar and felt he was still its master, so it accepted him without hesitation. The answer to the second question is more alarming. Little Black, as a half-step Dao-level being, also heard the Dao's warning. When the warning mentioned the divine Dao, Little Black immediately suspected it was aimed at Jiang Yifeng, because he was the only confirmed divine Dao cultivator it knew. That is why Little Black went to find the gluttonous beast, the glutton who only cares about eating, and pulled him in to help save Jiang Yifeng. After hearing all this, Jiang Yifeng realizes the whole mess traces back to the Dao's warning, and the situation suddenly feels far more complicated. What troubles him most is that the Dao should not have human emotions or personal grudges, so it should not be deliberately targeting someone like him. He can only end on an uneasy guess. If the Dao really is singling him out, then something may have gone terribly wrong with the Dao itself. Jiang Yifeng stares down the warning around his divine Dao and decides the real problem is not his path itself, but an old enemy hiding behind the Dao. He pieces together a grim theory. That shadowy being is searching across timelines, so the moment a divine Dao cultivator appears, the Dao alerts people from the original world to kill him. Even after figuring that out, Jiang Yifeng can only sigh, because insight changes nothing if he is still too weak to survive it. So he throws himself back into training while, unnoticed by him, the chaotic barrier between the three continents disappears completely. 5 years later, Little Black suddenly comes to say goodbye and leaves to support the struggling gluttonous beast demon god. Jiang Yifeng watches Little Black fly away with a bad feeling, knowing a half-Dao ally can barely matter in a Dao-level fight. What he does not know is that after the barriers fell, experts from the Divine Martial Continent and True Spirit Continent began invading the Demonic God Continent for one reason only: to kill him. The order is absolute on paper, but the Sane Realm fighters on all sides drag their feet, each side afraid of being the one left to face revenge later. That silent understanding leaves the lower realms to do the dying, and even with that caution, the Demonic God Continent is still pushed to the brink by 2 continents attacking one. 2 more years pass, and while the invaders search the entire continent for him, Jiang Yifeng keeps cultivating in ignorance. That calm finally breaks when Jiang Yifeng senses a huge wave of cultivators closing in and instantly realizes something is very wrong. He tries to flee at once, but the trap is already sealed and enemies have him boxed in from every direction. One look tells him how bad it is. Every side has Supreme Unity Golden Immortals, and several great Principal Golden Immortals are watching the net. Jiang Yifeng knows he can beat an ordinary Supreme Unity Golden Immortal, but not fast enough to punch open a path before the stronger experts crush him. Then tiger roars shake the battlefield, and a whole pack of white tigers charges in from the distance as sudden reinforcements. The White Tiger clan slams straight into the encirclement, instantly turning Jiang Yifeng's death trap into a chaotic melee. In the middle of the chaos, Little White walks up to him and says that even though he looks different now, it still knows he is its family. Little White has spent years searching for the one who raised and taught it, and the news of a hunted divine Dao cultivator made it gamble that Jiang Yifeng had finally resurfaced. Satisfied it has found the right person, Little White does not waste another word and turns back into the fight. Jiang Yifeng is shaken by how a small kindness from an old simulation came back as real rescue, but he still decides they need to finish fast before a second wave arrives. He stops hesitating, unleashes his full strength, and joins the White Tiger clan in the counterattack. The moment Jiang Yifeng uses the silent destruction fist from the war god art, Little White recognizes the technique and becomes even more certain it never misidentified him. The fight ends quickly, because the White Tiger clan force Little White Broad is simply stronger than the cultivators who came to kill him. When the battlefield settles, Little White invites Jiang Yifeng to the White Tiger clan and promises they can keep him safe there. Jiang Yifeng refuses, because he knows this was only the vanguard and the real threat is still the 2 Dao-level powerhouses behind the hunt. He has already accepted that this simulation may end in his death, and because he now treats this world as real, he refuses to drag people who care about him into that fate. Little White does not argue on the spot, so the 2 part ways, at least on the surface. But after Jiang Yifeng leaves, Little White quietly brings a large group of clan members along behind him anyway, determined to protect its family. Several days later, the hunters strike again, and once more the White Tiger clan drops in like heavenly soldiers to save him. That rescue leaves Jiang Yifeng both touched and frustrated, because Little White's loyalty is real, but so is the danger he keeps bringing down on the clan. Unable to explain the simulation itself, Jiang Yifeng tries a different truth and tells Little White that he can revive, so it should stop risking the clan for him. Little White obediently nods at Jiang Yifeng's warning, but when the next attack comes, it still charges in with the clan to save him all over again. At that point Jiang Yifeng finally gives in, because Little White is too stubborn to leave him alone and staying outside only keeps putting it in worse danger. He agrees to return to the White Tiger clan's territory, figuring their ancestors' presence will at least keep ordinary killers from barging in. He also steels himself for the worst. If someone really invades the White Tiger clan just for him, he will step forward and die before Little White gets dragged down with him. A few days later they reach the White Tiger clan, and to Jiang Yifeng's surprise, life there becomes peaceful. No experts from the other 2 continents come knocking, and since Jiang Yifeng cannot tell whether they fear the clan or simply have other reasons, he stops guessing and focuses on cultivation. During that peaceful stretch, Little White asks for permission to pass the war god art on to some of its clansmen, and Jiang Yifeng agrees without hesitation. Then the years begin to blur, and 300 calm years pass inside the White Tiger clan. By the end of that long cultivation, Jiang Yifeng's divine Dao finally breaks through to the 6-star ancient god realm. He knows that speed was only possible because he poured every stored enlightenment chance into cultivation and because the White Tiger clan kept feeding him top-tier resources. He felt awkward taking so much at first, but Little White casually explained that many resources precious to humans were just stored curiosities to the beast clans. While Jiang Yifeng lives in peace inside the White Tiger clan, the rest of the demonic god continent sinks deeper and deeper into chaos. The reason is ugly and simple. Human cultivators searching for Jiang Yifeng discovered that beast clans had stockpiled huge amounts of human-usable treasures. Once that happened, the hunt for one man stopped being just a mission and turned into open plunder, with even demonic beast corpses treated as valuable spoils. And as the riches pile up, more and more human cultivators flood into the war until even Saint Realm experts start joining the robbery. On the demonic god continent, the real disaster has already spread far beyond Jiang Yifeng, because saints and other powerhouses are all raiding its human cultivation resources for profit. Half a year passes in seclusion until a violent blast shakes the White Tiger clan and cracks spread across its protective formation. Jiang Yifeng quickly judges the situation, sees his gains from this simulation are already solid, and realizes the enemy would not dare strike the White Tiger clan unless they were fully prepared. So instead of hiding behind Little White's clan, he decides to walk out and die in the open, planning to spend his one-use peerless strike on as many enemies as he can. Before he can leave, an ancient White Tiger elder blocks his path, with Little White standing unusually quiet at the elder's side. The elder sees straight through him and warmly says that a man ready to die rather than drag down the White Tiger clan was worth Little White's friendship. Then the elder pats Little White's head, and Little White suddenly drops into a deep sleep right in front of Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng braces himself, but the elder calmly explains that this calamity was never caused by him, and that even the White Tiger clan cannot escape a war driven by naked greed. The elder entrusts the sleeping Little White to Jiang Yifeng, together with several unconscious White Tiger chosen, and chooses to stay behind himself. With one punch, the elder tears open the void and throws Jiang Yifeng, Little White, and the surviving White Tiger chosen away to safety. As the passage closes, the elder's last order reaches them: tell the children not to do anything foolish, and live. Through the broken gap in space, Jiang Yifeng catches a glimpse of the White Tiger clan's last stand, with tiger after tiger charging stronger enemies in a storm of killing intent. That killing intent stirs the sleeping survivors, and Little White wakes inside the void passage with grief boiling over. A blood-red glow erupts from Little White as it breaks through on the spot and tears straight out of the elder's escape tunnel. Jiang Yifeng cannot stop it, and Little White only leaves him one line before rushing back towards certain death: if there is a next life, they will still be family. The other awakened White Tiger chosen follow Little White one after another, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone in the tunnel with that farewell still ringing in his ears. At last he snaps, curses the idea of surviving a few more days, and turns back too, determined to gamble his own life to save Little White and the clan. It still takes Jiang Yifeng 3 days to return, and when he finally reaches the White Tiger clan, the sacred territory is already a sea of blood and corpses. The fighting is not over yet, and Jiang Yifeng can only pray Little White is still alive as he sprints into the battlefield. When he reaches the center, only a few White Tigers remain, and Little White is still there, drenched in blood and fighting without retreat. Jiang Yifeng charges straight into the attacks without dodging, because he knows his own final card only activates when he is pushed to the edge of death. Little White notices what he is trying to do, but as a White Tiger facing its clan's extinction, it refuses to survive by hiding. It gives him the same farewell again, and this time Little White turns itself into a giant blood-red sword and slashes toward the sky. The last surviving White Tiger chosen follow its lead, their own crimson sword forms merging with Little White into one final clan strike. Their peerless strike lands so hard that a half-Dao invader drops from the void, killed by Little White and the White Tiger chosen in their last moments. But once the strike is over, the blood sword that was Little White breaks apart into drifting light and vanishes from the world. Jiang Yifeng cries out and tries to grab those fading fragments, but there is nothing left to hold. The invaders are shaken by the half-Dao death, yet the moment Little White disappears and they recognize Jiang Yifeng as a divine Dao cultivator, all that killing intent swings toward him instead. Lost in grief, Jiang Yifeng barely notices, while elsewhere in the enemy crowd Jiang Fushan quietly asks Su Mushuang if she is afraid. Su Mushuang only shakes her head, and Jiang Fushan answers with a quiet goodbye for the next life before stepping out alone. Then Jiang Fushan rises into the air and openly shouts that anyone who wants to kill his benefactor can come through him first. That voice snaps Jiang Yifeng out of his grief, and he is stunned to realize the man trying to save him is his own father from before his birth. What makes it worse is that Jiang Fushan is only in the Golden Immortal Realm, facing a battlefield full of Great Luo, Saint, and even half-Dao monsters with reckless courage. While everyone is distracted by Jiang Fushan, Su Mushuang quietly appears beside Jiang Yifeng and presses an innate treasure into his hand, urging him to run while it can still fool a half-Dao expert for a moment. Jiang Yifeng looks from the treasure to Jiang Fushan in the sky and finally smiles, because he already knows he cannot let this rescue happen again in any timeline. He shoves the treasure back and tells Su Mushuang not to save him, and no matter when or where they meet again, she must stop Jiang Fushan from doing it too. Before either of them can stop him, Jiang Yifeng shoots into the air, grabs Jiang Fushan, and throws him back towards Su Mushuang. Then Jiang Yifeng destroys his own Qi and primordial spirit with his own hands, triggering Peerless Strike at the cost of a life already counting down. With only seconds to live, he shouts one last warning to Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang. If they ever meet him again, they must never save him. In that moment he finally understands his mother's old choice too, because without a direct warning, his father would keep throwing himself into danger for him every single time. The battlefield freezes for an instant at his self-destruction, but to everyone else this only looks like a doomed man dying a little faster. But after activating Peerless Strike, Jiang Yifeng's sight punches through the void itself, and he sees Little Black, the gluttonous beast, and 2 Dao-level experts fighting in the endless sky. Seeing that higher battlefield, he changes targets on the spot and decides that if his life buys one strike, he will spend it on a Dao-level enemy instead. He roars for the enemy to die and turns his whole body into a blood-red long sword, mirroring the same killing intent sword path Little White used moments earlier. This time the sword of killing intent fully reveals its edge, and the slash is so terrifying that the whole world trembles and cracks under it. The Dao-level expert he locks on to senses danger too late, and Jiang Yifeng's final strike cuts that enemy down. The countdown hits 0 right after the kill, and Jiang Yifeng dies with his last attack spent exactly as he chose. Back in reality, the simulation ends and Jiang Yifeng is left reeling from everything he just lived through. When he reviews the rewards, 2 obvious choices jump out at him first: the orange talent Invincible Will and a huge cultivation boost that also perfects major battle techniques. But a new reward, the full simulation memory, tempts him hard too, because it means thousands of years of unseen information and combat experience instead of just raw power. After weighing everything he could keep or lose, Jiang Yifeng realizes the simulated memory should still carry his law comprehension, so giving up raw cultivation is finally worth it. He decisively chooses the Invincible Will talent and the full simulated memory, locking in the trade without hesitating anymore. The talent settles in silently, but the memory hit is overwhelming as thousands of years of battle and loss crash straight into Jiang Yifeng's mind. When the memory reaches Little White's death, Jiang Yifeng breaks down and tears spill out before he can stop them. Hours later, he finally steadies himself enough to sort through what that brutal simulation really taught him. The biggest shock is that the White Tiger clan was not wiped out by the Immortal clan at all, and Jiang Yifeng now suspects his own divine Dao actions helped cause that ancient disaster. He also revisits the mystery of his mother, thinking his warning in that timeline may explain why Su Mushuang kept refusing to save him in earlier simulations. Even then, he cannot fully settle the matter, because Su Mushuang seemed proud but not heartless, so he feels there must be more behind her choice. Other loose ends keep nagging at him too, especially what became of Big Tiger, Yi Shaoqing, and Little Black after the chaos in that timeline. The thought that scares him most is the black-robed enemy tied to divine Dao causality, because if that person appears in reality, Jiang Yifeng knows he cannot resist at all. He tries asking the simulator what divine Dao causality really is, but the system gives him nothing back, leaving that danger completely undefined. Since he cannot solve that mystery yet, Jiang Yifeng turns straight to practical preparation and starts building a time acceleration formation inside the Jiang family estate. His goal is simple and urgent: if Little Peach and Jiang Fushan can train inside accelerated time, they may recover all the way back to terrifying old heights and become allies he can truly trust. He throws himself into the work for more than half a month, refining the formation until it finally takes shape. When it is done, the array can only speed time up tenfold and only across a room-sized space. But for Jiang Yifeng that is already enough. He tests the formation personally first, making sure the time shift works before letting anyone else rely on it. The test confirms one ugly drawback though: the formation burns through spirit stones fast enough that Jiang Yifeng has to go shake down Immortal Arrival Sect branches for funds. Once the array is stable again, he calls Little Peach and Jiang Fushan over, explains what it does, and gives both of them access to enter and leave freely. After settling that, Jiang Yifeng notices he has built up 3 simulation attempts again, enough for another cross-time jump. He immediately tries to return to the exact same timeline from 3 billion years ago, determined to revisit that tragic past. The simulator rejects him at once, warning that a timeline already simulated cannot be chosen again. He is disappointed but not shocked, because he had only tested the rule in case he really could go back and save Little White from that doomed history. In his mind, the fix had seemed simple enough: avoid exposing the divine Dao, or just die early so the barriers never break and the massacre never begins. He quickly accepts that endlessly rewriting one past would be too absurd anyway, since it would let him keep stacking changes and even create paradoxes with multiple versions of himself. Even so, he presses the simulator over the hidden rule, annoyed that it never mentioned this limitation when it upgraded. After a long pause, the simulator gives a much harsher answer: he can force the repeat, but at his current strength any consequences will be his problem alone. That warning is enough to stop him cold, because Jiang Yifeng immediately suspects the backlash would spill into reality, not just the simulation. Still, he takes one hopeful clue from it: repeated timeline simulations are possible in principle, which means he may one day return strong enough to try saving Little White for real. For now he chooses safety, reasoning that any era after his last simulation might still be purging divine Dao cultivators, so he skips ahead to a cleaner point 1 billion years ago. He confirms the new target, caring less about where he lands than about surviving long enough there to grow stronger. The simulator locks onto the new era, spends all 3 attempts, and assigns him a fresh identity in ancient times: a hunter named Jiang Ermin from the Azure Flood Dragon tribe. The mention of ancient times instantly lifts his mood, because if the divine Dao was thriving back then, practicing it should be far less dangerous. Before the simulation fully begins, he spends origin points on a talent draw and wins an orange-grade ability called Chaotic Heavy Pupils. The new pupils can read information, strengths, and weaknesses all the way up to Dao level, making them an upgraded version of his old insight talent. He also gets a one-time passive reward called Inclined to Teach, which would pay him back for raising others, and the odd talent leaves him slightly baffled. He shrugs it off and accepts the setup as the 30-second simulation finally starts. He opens his eyes at the bottom of a cliff in a new body, arriving 1 billion years in the past in rough ancient wilderness. As the confusion clears, the host's memories rush in and tell him the original Jiang Ermin fell from this cliff during a tribal hunt and should have died here already. Those memories paint a primitive world centered on the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, where a weak condensing core hunter grew up believing fierce beasts ruled everything beyond endless mountains. Jiang Yifeng doubts that simple view at once, guessing the original host knew almost nothing beyond his tiny corner of ancient history. Then he checks the body itself and finds the real crisis. He is drenched in blood, his organs are badly damaged, and multiple bones are shattered. Worse, just like last time, his true cultivation is still buried under layers of seals, so in this ancient body he cannot instantly heal or fight his way out. Jiang Yifeng wakes in Airman's body with only condensing core martial strength, badly injured on a dangerous mountain and far too weak to protect himself. Then the Imu divine body quietly kicks in, and his broken bones and torn flesh start healing on their own. 2 hours later, Jiang Yifeng hears someone calling Airman and sees a hunting party in animal skins rushing over. Jiang Dainiu, the hunting captain everyone calls Uncle Neo, kneels beside him in alarm and asks if he is all right. Jiang Yifeng answers naturally, and because the divine body has already restored most of him, Uncle Neo quickly relaxes. He returns with the hunting team to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, a tiny mountain settlement of fewer than 100 people. Jiang Yifeng learns everyone here shares the Jiang surname to honor the Azure Flood Dragon that once saved their people. At the village entrance, worried women and children brighten the moment they see the hunters come home safely. But when the team returns empty-handed, that joy turns uneasy because food is painfully scarce here. A few hungry children innocently ask where the food is, and Uncle Neo looks so guilty he nearly turns back out to hunt again. The tribe leader Jiang Changsho stops him, telling him it is too late and the tribe can survive a while longer by tightening its belt. Jiang Yifeng stays quiet and watches, knowing he still needs to understand this world before speaking too boldly. That night, nearly 100 people share one thin pot of soup with barely any meat in it. Because he is an injured hunter, the tribe insists Jiang Yifeng take half a pound of meat for himself. He is not greedy for the bland food, but he accepts it because he does not want to trample the tribe's hard-earned custom. The little meat left after his portion is saved for the children, and the tribe's bitter life becomes impossible for him to ignore. 3 days later, the hunting team heads out again, but they leave Jiang Yifeng behind because they think he still has not healed. Jiang Yifeng can only smile wryly, because another seal has already broken and his strength has climbed back to core formation and chi motion realm. After eating their food for days, he decides it is time to repay the tribe and quietly follows the hunting party's trail. He knows the tribe's strongest fighter is only Jiang Dainio at peak chi motion, so with his techniques and battle experience, protecting them will be easy. 5 days into the hunt, a bloodhorn bull appears, and Jiang Yifeng judges from the shadows that Uncle Neo can handle it himself. By the 10th day, the hunt has gone so smoothly that the team already has 3 foundation establishment beasts, and everyone is in high spirits. That good luck ends when a massive scarlet blood python blocks the path with a pressure far beyond the whole team. The hunting captain knows they cannot beat the python and grimly steps up to die, buying time for the others to run. Before he can make that desperate move, Jiang Yifeng suddenly appears right in front of the python. He drives a perfected silent destruction fist into the snake's 7-inch weak point and blows the spirit transformation beast apart in one strike. The kill is over in less than 2 seconds, and the stunned hunters only move again when Jiang Yifeng tells them to help carry the corpse. The hunting captain does not question him at all and just proudly says Air Man has grown up and surpassed Uncle Neo. Their reaction makes it clear how straightforward this tribe is. If one of their own becomes stronger, that only means better odds of survival. Jiang Yifeng also realizes the tribe barely understands cultivation at all and only grows stronger through brutal life and death struggle. Because nobody has storage tools, the team can only haul the dozens of meters long python back by brute force. When the hunting team finally drags the giant python back to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, the whole village lights up with relieved smiles. That night, bonfires fill the village, and after so much hunger, everyone finally gets a real meal. As the hero who brought down the python, Jiang Yifeng feels the tribe's warmth even more directly than before. That same night, a few young women quietly try to slip into his room, but seeing how frail they are, he cannot bring himself to touch them. By the next day, the leftover meat is already hanging up to dry as precious reserve food. On ordinary days, hunters mostly stay in the village to train themselves and teach the children how to survive. Watching the children's drills, Jiang Yifeng notices that the tribe's rough body training strangely overlaps with parts of the war god art. He respects the value in those crude methods, because even without a system, they still push people to their limits and temper real strength. A few days later, when it is his turn to teach, Jiang Yifeng decides to pass on real cultivation methods to the tribe's children. He makes that choice partly because he may not stay here long, and teaching them properly could change the tribe's future after he is gone. To do it right, he opens the chaos-heavy pupil and checks which paths each child can actually walk. The results shock him, because among just 8 children he finds one monster talent, Air Bao, with a true spirit body and void spirit root. What surprises him even more is that every single child is suitable for the divine Tao, making this ancient era feel tailor-made for that path. Once he sees that, Jiang Yifeng stops hesitating and decides to teach them all the divine Tao first. He knows talent alone does not guarantee success, so his plan is practical. Teach them the theory now, and let them choose later whether to stay on divine Tao or switch paths. He also quietly hopes they grow strong, because his good teacher talent rewards him when his students rise higher. 2 years pass in a rush, and more seals break inside Jiang Yifeng until his strength recovers all the way to divine transformation realm. During those 2 years, he repeatedly joins hunts and brings back one fierce beast after another for the tribe. By the end of it, Jiang Yifeng has become the Azure Flood Dragon tribe's chief instructor, the one now responsible for teaching cultivation itself. After a year of teaching, Jiang Yifeng's results are so obvious that not just children but even adults in the Azure Flood Dragon tribe start coming to him for guidance. By now the tribe treats Jiang Yifeng like a savior, because he brings back food himself and also trains their children into real future fighters. While teaching one day, Jiang Yifeng spots a little girl hiding at a distance and peeking at the lesson. He checks the girl with his chaos-heavy pupil and nearly freezes when her talent comes back as a divine spiritual root, even higher than a heavenly spiritual root. The more Jiang Yifeng reads, the more he realizes Peach is a heaven-defying combat genius trapped in a weak congenital mortal body. Jiang Yifeng immediately decides he has to take Peach in, because a disciple with this talent could grow terrifyingly strong and also perfectly fits his teaching talent. Instead of rushing the offer, he first asks where she came from, and Peach timidly explains that she is from the tribe but rarely leaves home because she is always sick. Just a few sentences leave Peach coughing and out of breath, which makes her weak body impossible to ignore. Then Peach's father, Jiang Dainyu, runs over in a panic calling her home, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the fragile prodigy is the hunting team captain's daughter. Jiang Dainyu explains that Peach is not the only weak girl in the tribe, because in the old days the little food they had was always saved for boys expected to become hunters. He also makes it clear that things only started improving because Jiang Yifeng brought back enough food for the tribe to finally feed its children properly. The truth hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because he finally understands why he hardly ever saw girls in the tribe at all. So Jiang Yifeng tells Jiang Dainyu plainly that Peach's talent is excellent, and he wants to teach her cultivation. Jiang Dainyu cannot even process the idea, because in the tribe's old mindset girls are not supposed to cultivate or hunt at all. For a moment, Jiang Dainyu even suspects Jiang Yifeng has some other intention with Peach, but because Jiang Yifeng is the tribe's hero, he does not reject the proposal. When Jiang Yifeng stresses again that Peach can become as strong as the boys, Jiang Dainyu snaps out of it and eagerly agrees to hand her over. That night, things turn awkward when Jiang Yifeng comes home and finds Jiang Dainyu moving Peach's belongings into his hut. Jiang Dainyu proudly insists they already agreed in public, and even told the chieftain, so Peach belongs with Jiang Yifeng now, and there is no taking it back. Jiang Yifeng instantly realizes the daytime conversation was misunderstood, but one look at Peach's frail state kills the argument before it starts. In the end he gives in, deciding that even if Peach stays with him as a maid for now, keeping her close is the only way to stop her talent from being wasted. Once Peach moves in, Jiang Yifeng suddenly wonders if this girl might somehow be little Peach's past life. He quickly talks himself out of certainty, because Peach's divine Tao potential and absurd root talent do not line up cleanly with the little Peach he remembers. He leaves the question open for later, but the suspicion stays planted in his mind. Luckily his upgraded home now has more than one room, so Peach can stay there without creating an even bigger misunderstanding. From then on, Jiang Yifeng not only keeps teaching the children but also starts carefully rebuilding Peach's body before daring to let her cultivate. As a 6th grade immortal pill master, he leaves the tribe often to gather mild herbs and beast meat, then refines gentle pills suited to her weak condition. He gives Peach her medicine every day, and he also hands extra pills to the tribe so other underfed girls can recover too. 3 months later, Peach's change is obvious. Her face has color again, her body is no longer skin and bones, and the sickly child finally looks alive. The same recovery spreads through the tribe, and for the first time the laughter of young girls starts to become a normal sound there. As more girls join in, Jiang Yifeng's class grows into a steady group of 15 students, almost evenly split between boys and girls. 5 years pass, and one day the whole Azure Flood Dragon tribe waits nervously at the entrance because Jiang Yifeng has taken the youths out on a real hunt. The women keep asking if the youths will be alright, and the men calm them down by reminding everyone that Jiang Yifeng personally went with them. Then someone spots movement in the distance, and the mood flips as the hunting party finally comes back carrying prey on their backs. From Jiang Yifeng's side, the whole thing feels almost too easy, because with his current strength and the youth's training, the nearby beasts were never a real threat. By now every one of these former children has solid dual cultivation foundations, and some are already stronger than Jiang Dainyu used to be. That night the tribe celebrates again, because the younger generation has finally proven it can hunt for itself. The next morning, Jiang Yifeng goes back to the training ground and finds the youths already waiting for him like they always have. Looking at them, Jiang Yifeng cannot help feeling the years all at once, because the little children he started with are now full-grown youths. Then he gives them the words that change everything. Yesterday's hunt was their final test, and they have officially graduated. He follows it with a final sober truth. He has taught them everything he can, and from here on, the path they choose is their own. Jiang Yifeng finally admits his students have reached the point where their next path is up to them, whether they chase a perfect golden core and the divine Tao or give up and choose another road. Without explaining further, Jiang Yifeng dismisses the class for good and walks away, knowing he cannot carry everyone to the divine Tao himself. He spends the rest of the day visiting every household in the tribe, chatting unusually leisurely as if he is quietly saying goodbye to everyone one by one. That evening, Peach catches on before he says a word and waits at his door in tears, asking if he is leaving and abandoning her. Her crying hits him hard, but Jiang Yifeng still decides not to take Peach with him because the ancient world outside is too dangerous, and he cannot promise her safety. He also knows he cannot stay in the tribe forever, because his seals are almost gone and he needs resources and experience from the outside world to keep growing stronger. After a long silence, he pats Peach's head and softly tells her that no one could abandon someone as lovely as her, he just has important things to do. Peach blushes a little at his words, steadies herself, and asks the question he cannot honestly answer. Will they ever meet again? The question fills him with guilt, because he knows this parting may truly be the last once the simulation ends and this ancient era disappears from his reach. Even so, Jiang Yifeng gives her a hopeful lie, saying they will meet again as long as her cultivation becomes strong enough. By dawn, he has finally coaxed Peach to sleep, ending a long painful night of trying to calm her down. Before leaving, Jiang Yifeng strokes her sleeping face and whispers that if she really is little Peach, they will definitely meet again, and if not, he still wishes her well. He disappears alone from the tribe, never noticing that Peach sheds tears in her sleep as if she heard his farewell in a dream. Half a month later, Jiang Yifeng reaches the great river the tribe reveres, the home of the so-called Azure Flood Dragon they never dared approach closely. He comes peacefully, hoping the tribe's guardian beast can tell him something about this ancient world beyond the mountains. Still, he refuses to gamble on legends alone and starts covering the riverside with carefully inscribed formation talismans in case the guardian turns out to be hostile. His plan is ruthless and practical. If the flood dragon attacks, he would drag both of them into the mortal domain and lure it into a formation modified to trigger without spiritual or primordial energy. Several days later, he finishes the trap and finally calls toward the river with the respectful title the tribe uses for its protector. When the river stays silent, he tries a cruder method and shouts insults like long worm and big snake, hoping a real flood dragon will be too proud to ignore that. Even the insults get no response, so Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect the guardian is absent, or that something may have happened below the river. After hesitating, he takes a breath and dives straight into the great river to investigate for himself. The deeper he goes, the more unbelievable the river becomes, because he descends hundreds of thousands of meters before finally nearing the bottom. He stays on guard for water beasts the whole way down, but the flood dragon's territory is so dominant that nothing else dares linger there. At the riverbed, he finds a giant dragon palace and realizes the tribe's guardian really may have an ancient lair hidden below. He calls respectfully again as he approaches, but when no answer comes, he pushes open the gate and enters on his own. Inside, the palace is not majestic but desolate, a silent, empty shell with no attendants and no sign of life. After going deeper into the ruined halls, he finally hears a faint sound and carefully follows it through the darkness. A sudden dragon roar leads him to a shocking sight, an azure giant dragon curled up in pain. Jiang Yifeng blurts out Azure Dragon in surprise, never expecting the tribe's flood dragon to be something far greater. The dragon latches onto that word at once and asks almost desperately whether she really counts as a dragon. Her reaction leaves him baffled, so Jiang Yifeng asks what else she could possibly be if not a dragon. The dragon breaks down and says everyone insists she is not a true dragon, only some nameless anomaly that does not belong. When she uncurls, Jiang Yifeng sees the real horror. More than half the scales on her body have been torn away. She explains the source of her despair herself, saying true dragons are supposed to have golden scales, while her azure body proves she is not accepted. Jiang Yifeng quickly pieces it together. This so-called flood dragon is probably an actual azure dragon rejected by the dragon clan simply for being the wrong color. So he firmly tells her she has every feature of a dragon and asks why scales being azure should erase that obvious truth. The dragon objects that the ancestral dragon declared only golden-scaled dragons to be real, and all others were branded anomalies. Looking at her stripped body, Jiang Yifeng realizes she likely tore off those scales herself, desperately trying to win recognition that would never come. Instead of comforting her gently, he gives her a harder answer. Stop begging for approval. Become stronger than the ancestral dragon, and no one will dare deny what you are. That blunt logic hits her hard, and for the first time she seriously imagines surpassing the one who rejected her. After a long silence, the dragon solemnly thanks him, and Jiang Yifeng wins her trust with a few honest words. With that barrier broken, Jiang Yifeng asks directly about the tribe's guardian and gets the clear answer that the Azure Flood Dragon and this Azure Dragon are the same being. She explains that the tribe was not mistaken at all. She calls herself a flood dragon to outsiders because the dragon clan never acknowledged her real identity. Jiang Yifeng then asks about the world outside the endless mountains, but the dragon admits she knows almost nothing because exile kept her hiding in this river for ages. Even so, she still gives him something useful by pointing out many dangerous places scattered through the endless mountains. Once he has what he needs, Jiang Yifeng does not overstay and parts with her by calling her what no one else would, a one-of-a-kind azure dragon. After Jiang Yifeng leaves, the lonely dragon reveals a hidden dragon egg and tells her unborn child that at last someone recognized them as dragons. She places spells on the egg and vows to let it hatch only after she has forced the world to recognize their true name as azure dragons. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulation and wonders if this dragon egg could be the same ancient azure dragon egg buried in the desert of death. He quickly talks himself out of it, because if the azure dragon had succeeded, the egg should have hatched long ago, and if it had failed, the dragon clan should never have taken that egg into the dragon tomb. The idea lingers in his mind anyway, much like his old suspicion about whether Peach and Little Peach are somehow the same person. He drops the speculation for now and returns his attention to the simulation. In the simulation, he keeps roaming the endless mountains and realizes the farther he stays from tribes, the more often he can dig up rare elixirs. That rich wilderness makes him wonder why ancient cultivators ever left so many treasures untouched, but in the end he decides not to overthink free profit. Another year passes, his cultivation fully recovers to the 3-star ancient god realm, and right then he finds something even bigger. Spread before him is a massive herb field, hundreds of acres wide, packed with 10,000-year elixirs like a sect's private medicine garden with no owner in sight. He immediately settles in, builds a rough dwelling beside the herb field, and decides to cultivate here before moving on. 3 years later, while he is refining elixirs in meditation, a beam of golden light suddenly drops from the sky and wraps around him. After the initial shock, he realizes this is the first Loves to Teach reward, triggered because one of the Azure Flood Dragon tribe children has finally chosen a cultivation path. That phase reward excites him, because now he does not need to wait for every child to reach their limit before getting paid back for teaching them. He tries to guess which child chose Martial Dao, Immortal Dao, or even Divine Dao first, but the talent gives him no names and no clear answer. Once the light starts boosting his insight and cultivation speed by several times, he stops guessing and throws himself fully into training. 5 years later, the first golden reward finally ends, and he has already climbed from early to late 3-star ancient god while sharpening several laws along the way. Compared with the centuries or even millennia his old breakthroughs used to take, this reward feels absurdly powerful and makes the Loves to Teach talent soar in value in his eyes. Even while wanting the next reward badly, he cannot shake one strange detail. Every blessing falls from the sky instead of appearing like an ordinary talent effect. He lets the mystery sit for now, deciding that whatever the truth is, he still needs more strength before he can uncover it. Half a year later, golden light descends again, marking a second Loves to Teach reward, but this time it lasts only 3 years. Over the next 50 years, the sky keeps rewarding him again and again, a total of 15 times, confirming that every child from the Azure Flood Dragon tribe has now chosen a path. The reward lengths come in a messy spread of 5 years, 4 years, many 3-year bursts, and several 2-year bursts, so he suspects 1 or 2 of those kids may have stepped into Divine Dao. He admits the guess could be wrong, but the result in front of him is real. Those rewards have blasted his strength all the way from early 3-star to 6-star ancient god in only 50 years. That insane payoff gives him a new plan on the spot. If teaching produces rewards like this, then he should keep teaching and keep farming the talent. He sweeps up the elixirs from the whole area, leaves the herb valley behind, and sets out to find more tribes to teach. A year later he finds the Toad tribe, but its people are so hostile to outsiders that no one dares to study under him even though they know he is strong. Since he cannot force people to learn, he simply gives up on that tribe and moves on. 3 more years of searching finally bring him to the Eagle tribe, where things go very differently. After he casually shows his power, the Eagle tribe people eagerly ask him to teach them, and Jiang Yifeng seizes the opening to offer lessons for everyone. For the next 3 years, he teaches the Eagle tribe seriously, just like he did for the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, pushing the children through perfect foundation establishment and into golden core polishing. Once their foundations are set, he leaves them the same freedom as before and lets each student choose their own road after he is gone. 300 years race by after that, and Jiang Yifeng ends up teaching more than 30 tribes across the wilderness, skipping only the stubborn ones that refuse him. During those centuries, the golden skylight comes down over 100 times, but the bursts grow shorter and shorter, usually only a year or even half a year now. That change makes him suspect the first batch of disciples earned the richest rewards, while later students brought less and less back. Then a bolder idea hits him. Maybe this so-called talent reward is actually merit from heaven, given because he is spreading cultivation itself through a world that still lacks proper paths. In his mind, the shorter rewards suddenly make sense too, because merit always pays the most for the first great contribution and less once the path already exists. He is not guessing blindly either, because by now he has finally walked out of the mountains and entered the huge Red Flame tribe with hundreds of thousands of people. What shocks him there is not power but absence. Among this massive population, he cannot find a single true Divine Dao or Immortal Dao cultivator. Even their so-called Martial Dao is only a crude beginning, not a complete cultivation system at all, and that makes the whole era feel deeply wrong. He briefly considers whether this could be some different world entirely instead of the ancient era he expected, but he rejects that as unlikely. That leaves one answer he can no longer ignore. This is still the ancient age he knows, but he arrived before divine Tao, immortal Tao, and even true martial Tao had fully emerged, meaning his teaching may be the beginning of all three. In other words, by teaching these tribes, Jiang Yifeng may have become the ancestor who started divine Tao, immortal Tao, and martial Tao in the first place. Back in reality, that conclusion hits him hard, because it confirms the old fear he once barely dared to voice. He may have personally carried divine Tao into the past. He remembers earlier simulations already proving that his actions can change ancient history, so this new loop no longer feels impossible. And once he accepts that divine Tao itself started because of him, the whole cause and effect problem suddenly becomes much worse. If he is the beginning of that chain, then the final weight of its karmic consequences can only come back to him as well. The thought gives him a pounding headache and leaves him desperate to know what kind of buried past he is tied to. He can do nothing with that anxiety yet, so he forces himself to believe the simulator knows the truth and is only withholding it until the right time. With no better answer available, Jiang Yifeng steadies himself and keeps reading the simulation. Jiang Yifeng pieces together the rough truth of this ancient divine Tao age, but knowing it changes nothing if he stays weak. So he gives up on overthinking and goes back to what works, spreading teachings in the Red Flame tribe to keep farming rewards and merit. Time races forward, and in the blink of an eye 3,000 years pass under Jiang Yifeng's long campaign of teaching. By then, the world mainly walks two paths, martial Tao and divine Tao, while pure immortal Tao stays rare. Part of that imbalance is Jiang Yifeng's own bias, because when he taught, he mostly passed on cultivation methods and barely any immortal Tao techniques. People gradually decide spiritual energy techniques feel less useful in this brutal world, so martial Tao spreads the widest and divine Tao is left to a smaller group of chosen talents. As humanity grows stronger, the world turns chaotic, not from human infighting, but from constant war with fierce beasts. Humans used to hunt only weak prey, but now thousands of years of cultivation have produced martial saints and ancient gods who can finally fight back. Jiang Yifeng watches that upheaval without pretending to be a savior, because this world's beast population is too vast and too strong to fix quickly. Even so, he has spent these years killing many fierce beasts, including monsters on the great principal golden immortal level. Thanks to repeated golden light rewards from his loves to teach talent, Jiang Yifeng has climbed all the way to the 8-star ancient god realm. At this point, killing golden immortals is easy for him, and he is even confident he could cut down a quasi-saint. A true saint is different though, because Jiang Yifeng can fight one head-on, but he still cannot finish one off. That limit is not a guess, because he already tested it in a real spar against the Azure Dragon beside him. The dragon he meets again is the same Azure Dragon once tied to the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, and now it has already reached saint-level strength. Their reunion was pure chance, with the Azure Dragon training in the sea while Jiang Yifeng wandered the ancient world after already exploring most of the land. The two old acquaintances trade a friendly spar, and it ends in a draw. After the match, Jiang Yifeng turns to what really matters to him and asks the Azure Dragon about the Azure Flood Dragon tribe and the children he taught long ago. He had thought about going back himself over the years, but every time he stopped, because this ancient world is only a temporary simulation and another farewell would help no one. The Azure Dragon tells him the Azure Flood Dragon tribe is now the strongest tribe in the Endless Mountains, and its chief Jiang Erbao has grown into a major figure. Its chief is now Jiang Erbao, and that news hits Jiang Yifeng with a quiet wave of emotion because the child from back then has become a leader. From the dragon's description, Jiang Yifeng figures out that Jiang Erbao has reached the ancient god realm and built a reputation strong enough to spread beyond the mountains. Jiang Yifeng is not shocked, because among all the children he taught, Erbao was already second only to Peach. But when the Azure Dragon keeps talking and never mentions Peach, Jiang Yifeng finally asks about her directly. He describes Peach as a girl even more talented than Erbao, and the Azure Dragon visibly frowns because it does not remember anyone like that. The dragon explains that when it left the Endless Mountains a few hundred years ago, it looked in on the tribe and only noticed Jiang Erbao among the strong people there. Its conclusion is blunt: if someone as gifted as Peach had stayed and grown that strong, it should have noticed, but it did not. Jiang Yifeng comes away without news of Peach, yet he is not too shaken, because with her talent and everything she learned from him, he believes she must have gone somewhere else and done even better. Before long, Jiang Yifeng and the Azure Dragon part ways, with the dragon returning to deep-sea training and Jiang Yifeng heading back to the mainland. He gives up on exploring the sea any farther, because it is simply too vast and he has more useful things to do on land. The sea trip was only a side diversion anyway, since his real purpose here was teaching a major coastal tribe and harvesting more talent rewards. Even the Azure Dragon could not answer how big the sea or the world really is, so Jiang Yifeng stops caring and simply turns inland. 7 days later, Jiang Yifeng lands back on the coastal territory he had left behind. The moment he arrives, a pack of excited children rushes over and blurts out that they thought teacher Jiang was not coming back this time. Jiang Yifeng pats their heads and jokes that they sound ready to drive him away after learning his techniques. By now his teaching style is very efficient, because he gives out methods first, and only comes back later to see whether the students truly grasp them. These kids are his final batch here, and with his strength, he can tell at a glance that they already learned what he taught. Even so, he still puts on a ceremonial little assessment, partly for the tribe and partly because he enjoys the ritual more than he admits. The children beg to be tested first, because once Jiang Yifeng confirms they passed, the tribe rewards them with better food and treatment. That special treatment is not just kindness, because in this age a child who masters Jiang Yifeng's teachings quickly becomes real hunting strength for the tribe. Although the cultivation paths are no longer secret, most tribes still keep what they learn to themselves because they compete with one another. That is why this coastal tribe treats Jiang Yifeng as its most important guest after he teaches them. Jiang Yifeng finishes the symbolic test and declares that the children have all graduated. Right then, the tribe's chief walks over just as the children burst off to demand their rewards. The chief smiles, promises the children their rewards that evening, and sends them away before turning to Jiang Yifeng with a much more serious look. With some embarrassment, the chief tells him that the tribe's totem ancestor wants to meet him. That catches Jiang Yifeng off guard, because he knows tribal totems usually stay distant from everyday human affairs unless something important is happening. He remembers the Azure Dragon was treated the same way by the Azure Flood Dragon tribe, so even though he does not know the reason, he is not worried about danger. So Jiang Yifeng simply nods and lets the chief lead the way. The chief brings him all the way to the seaside and begins respectfully whispering toward the water. As the chief whispers, the sea starts to stir, and Jiang Yifeng naturally assumes the tribe's totem must be some kind of giant sea turtle living below the waves. Then the truth hits him hard, because the totem is not out in the sea at all. He realizes the entire tribe is already floating on the sea, because the land under everyone is moving. Only then does Jiang Yifeng grasp the full truth. This entire divine tortoise tribe has been living on the back of a colossal ancient tortoise the whole time. The ground under the divine tortoise tribe suddenly shifts, and the old chieftain panics because he has no idea what is happening beneath his people. Jiang Yifeng steadies him and explains that the tribe's own totem is about to appear, so the chieftain needs to calm everyone down first. Once the chieftain rushes off to settle the tribe, Jiang Yifeng heads out over the sea to see what is finally rising. What emerges is not just a beast but a moving landmass, a colossal divine tortoise with a shell broad enough to hold an entire tribe. Jiang Yifeng instantly connects this creature to the southern region's mystic turtle, but the size is so wrong that he suspects a deeper family link instead of the same individual. Before Jiang Yifeng can question it, the divine tortoise speaks first and bluntly warns him that he has gotten himself into serious trouble. Instead of answering directly, the divine tortoise boasts that it has lived for nearly 2 billion years, long enough to know secrets ordinary beings never hear. Then the old monster drops the real shock: this world has a master. The divine tortoise explains that Tao paths once flourished here, but over 1 billion years ago the world's master wiped out almost everyone who cultivated them. It claims it survived only because it never practiced those deeper Tao systems and hid away with its turtle breath technique and lazy nature. Jiang Yifeng pieces together the rule behind that massacre: the world's master forbids Tao, but seems to tolerate fierce beasts cultivating their natural divine abilities. That realization hits hard, because Jiang Yifeng is not just spreading Tao in this world, he has been tearing through different timelines and causing trouble again and again. Outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng turns sharply cautious, because if a world master really exists, even his real body may no longer be safe. He even starts wondering whether the earlier ruined world and the black-robed hunter were both tied to that same hidden master. Still, he decides he cannot stop here and turns back to the divine tortoise to ask the real question: why warn him at all? The divine tortoise says the world's master can only reach this timeline through the world gate, and destroying that gate would buy Jiang Yifeng time. When Jiang Yifeng stays silent, the divine tortoise explains further that the world gate is a timeline coordinate, and smashing it would force the master to search countless world lines one by one. That finally clicks for Jiang Yifeng, and the idea fits almost perfectly with the black-robed man chasing him across time and space. Even so, he keeps a smile on his face and pretends not to believe a word, because he knows the divine tortoise is still hiding its true motive. Behind that fake smile, Jiang Yifeng quietly decides the world gate has to be destroyed, because it is his best chance to stay alive in the simulation and in reality. After a long stalemate, the divine tortoise finally admits its own reason. It is nearing the end of its immense lifespan and wants the gate destroyed so it can secretly cultivate immortal Tao to live longer. The explanation is believable, but Jiang Yifeng immediately sees the ugly part of it too. The tortoise wants him to take the risk instead of doing the dangerous job itself. So Jiang Yifeng throws the problem right back and says the divine tortoise is stronger than him, which means it should be the one to destroy the world gate. The divine tortoise scrambles for an excuse and claims it cannot leave because it still has to take care of the divine tortoise tribe. Jiang Yifeng calmly shuts that down too and says he can handle the tribe for it. When the divine tortoise tries to add that moving everyone off its back would be troublesome, Jiang Yifeng decides to prove just how little of an excuse that really is. In a flash, Jiang Yifeng appears on the tortoise's shell and sweeps up the entire tribe at once with overwhelming power. A moment later, Jiang Yifeng sets the startled tribe safely down on solid ground and tells their chief that their divine tortoise totem must leave for a while, so they need to settle somewhere else. When Jiang Yifeng returns, the divine tortoise is left speechless, because that excuse has just been erased in front of its eyes. After another long pause, the divine tortoise awkwardly invents a new reason and says it still has a sickly son to care for. Then the divine tortoise produces a tiny bull-sized turtle on its claw, and the absurd size mismatch makes Jiang Yifeng's mouth twitch on the spot. Jiang Yifeng does not bother exposing the lie and instead mocks the tortoise by saying its son is now his nephew, so it can leave the child with him and go. Jiang Yifeng suddenly appeared beside the divine tortoise's child and seized the tiny turtle while the great beast was distracted. He and the divine tortoise had a brief tug-of-war over the child, but the standoff was never really about winning by force. In the end, the divine tortoise chose to go destroy the world gate itself and handed Jiang Yifeng the coordinates in case it failed. Watching it leave, Jiang Yifeng felt the odd truth of the exchange. He had gotten what he wanted, but this was also the mother's plan from the start. He looked down at the weak little turtle and sighed that at least this child had a mother who loved it enough to gamble everything. After checking the turtle's condition, Jiang Yifeng realized the real problem. This child had been born defective, with no innate divine ability at all. The more he understood, the harsher it sounded. This was basically a malnourished, ordinary turtle that might not even live 10 years on its own. Worse, the little turtle had no awakened intelligence, and could not cultivate, so even its half-down mother had no way to save it directly. That was the cruel limit of beasts who relied on natural divine abilities. They could become terrifying themselves, but they could not teach another creature how to awaken one. Jiang Yifeng finally saw the whole trick. The tug-of-war had only been a way to make sure he accepted the child and promised to keep it alive for 1,000 years. The divine tortoise had bet everything on him because it remembered ancient founders using impossible skills with formations and medicine, and believed the current founder could do the same. Moved by that trust, Jiang Yifeng promised the departing mother that keeping this child alive for 1,000 years would not be hard. He immediately thought of the answer. An enlightenment pill could wake the little turtle's intelligence early and give it a path to cultivation. After seeing the mother off, Jiang Yifeng returned to the temporary divine tortoise tribe and helped rebuild their home before gathering herbs for the pill. Half a month later, he successfully refined the enlightenment pill and fed it to the little turtle. The pill worked and awakened the little turtle's intelligence, but teaching it to cultivate turned into a ridiculous disaster. Every time Jiang Yifeng tried to teach it, the little turtle just fell asleep, as if it had inherited all of its mother's laziness. 5 years passed, and despite all that effort, the little turtle still had not truly started cultivating while half its original lifespan was already gone. Left with no choice, Jiang Yifeng refined life-extending pills and gave them to the stubborn little sleeper just to keep it alive long enough. By the 10th year, the little turtle finally stumbled into chi refining, and its lifespan exploded straight to 1,000 years. That shocking jump told Jiang Yifeng one thing clearly: tortoises really were a race built for impossible longevity. With that breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng knew he had finally fulfilled his promise, as long as nothing unexpected happened. Far away in the void, the divine tortoise secretly watched its child survive, shed tears, and finally let itself leave. It was not just leaving for Jiang Yifeng's request anymore, but to fulfill its own promise as a parent. Back below, Jiang Yifeng looked up and dryly smiled because he had already noticed the mother was still secretly checking on him. He realized why he had missed it before. The divine tortoise had once hidden underground in deep sleep, but this time its concealment in the void was on a completely different level. Another 100 years passed, and the little turtle finally reached foundation establishment. That single breakthrough pushed its lifespan all the way to 10,000 years, leaving even Jiang Yifeng impressed by the race's absurd endurance. Now that the child could truly survive, Jiang Yifeng decided it was finally time for him to leave. He still wanted to honor the mother's request properly, so instead of abandoning the little turtle, he searched for the safest long-term solution. His answer was a formation. If he sealed the little turtle inside a hidden defensive nest, most dangers in this age would never reach it. Even if his formation Dao was modest compared to his cultivation, Jiang Yifeng still had the confidence of a 6th-grade immortal formation master. He judged that a carefully layered formation could even hold off enemies up to the Supreme Unity Golden Immortal level, which was more than enough for the world's current pace. With that settled, he went into the sea outside the Divine Tortoise tribe and started building the formation immediately. 3 days later, the combination formation was complete, and even Jiang Yifeng looked pleased by how strong it had turned out. It was not just defensive either. The formation was concealed so well that even a great principal golden immortal might miss it without a careful search. Once everything was ready, Jiang Yifeng returned to fetch the little turtle and told it he had found a new home. The turtle did not really get a vote, because Jiang Yifeng simply picked it up and carried it straight to the hidden formation. He placed the little turtle inside the protected core and started stuffing it with pills and cultivation resources for the years ahead. He kept the farewell simple and only told the child to stay here, cultivate well, and keep living. What he did not say out loud was that this was really the mother's final wish being passed on. Then Jiang Yifeng turned and left, while the little turtle stayed behind in dazed silence. The child was still too young to understand parting, so before long it just found a comfortable spot and prepared to sleep. Even while drifting off, it still remembered Jiang Yifeng's words and murmured to itself that it should not wander and should live on. After settling the child, Jiang Yifeng did not return to the tribe at all, because he still needed to learn whether the World Gate had truly been destroyed. The Divine Tortoise had said the World Gate lay at the end of the sea, so Jiang Yifeng set out at full speed to check the coordinates for himself. He was no longer flying normally but ripping through space in repeated jumps, because his current strength made even void storms far less frightening. With the law of time boosting his movement, every leap carried him millions of miles, yet the world still barely seemed to shrink under his feet. 1 year passed, and he was still crossing open water with no sign of the world's end. 10 years passed, and the sea still stretched on as if nothing in this world had limits. After a full 100 years of travel, Jiang Yifeng could only stare at the horizon and admit that this world was far vaster than he had ever imagined. The journey was not peaceful either, because all kinds of strange sea and sky beasts kept attacking him along the way. Most of those beasts seemed to have no sense at all, so while they broadened his horizons, they also ended up becoming his meals. A few days later, while traversing the void again, Jiang Yifeng suddenly saw a giant creature roaring up from the sea below. Then the giant beast transformed before his eyes into a rock and shot into the sky, leaving Jiang Yifeng staring in shock at a real Leviathan rock. Jiang Yifeng spots a giant Leviathan rock in the sky and for one reckless second, sizes it up like an absurdly huge meal. Then he realizes the rock already has prey in its mouth, and the prey is the Azure Dragon. Jiang Yifeng is shocked, but the sight also explains itself fast. A Leviathan rock hunting dragons is exactly the kind of legend he has heard before. He weighs whether to help, but remembers he once fought the Azure Dragon evenly, which makes this matchup look even worse. After a brief guilty pause, Jiang Yifeng makes the practical choice and turns to flee instead of dying with the dragon. The Leviathan rock notices him anyway and suddenly abandons quiet hunting for a direct chase. Jiang Yifeng tries to outrun it, only to discover that his famous speed means nothing in front of the true king of the skies. When escape clearly fails, Jiang Yifeng braces himself to fight for his life. The Azure Dragon is still alive, and seeing Jiang Yifeng makes it resist so fiercely that it briefly tears free. The dragon shouts for Jiang Yifeng to run while it holds the monster back, acting far more heroic than their thin acquaintance should allow. Jiang Yifeng still runs, telling himself they are nowhere near close enough to die together today. He checks the Leviathan rock with his eye technique and immediately understands why he has no chance in a fair fight. It is a half-Dao monster, 3 major realms above him. That reading kills any thought of a head-on rescue, so he puts the dragon's fate down to luck and keeps running. But the faster Jiang Yifeng runs, the more the Leviathan rock fixates on him instead of the dragon. To the ancient beast, a human this fast is a threat to its title as the king of speed, so it even abandons the Azure Dragon and chases Jiang Yifeng in earnest. A few minutes later the rock catches him again, and Jiang Yifeng is nearly in tears because he still has no idea why this thing is so obsessed with him. With no peaceful way out left, Jiang Yifeng takes a breath and finally releases his full aura. The Leviathan rock looks down on him as a short-lived human using tricks, while Jiang Yifeng stays wary because he knows the creature's legend is no joke. Jiang Yifeng strikes first with a silent destruction fist that lands cleanly because the rock underestimates him. The hit makes the Leviathan rock spit blood and even shrink, because Jiang Yifeng has mixed time reversal into the punch to force the beast backward. Jiang Yifeng pays for that impossible move too, coughing blood from the backlash of forcing time reversal across such a vast realm gap. He expected that price, so he immediately turns the damage into fuel by activating the War God body. Now taking him seriously, the Leviathan rock crashes into a real battle with Jiang Yifeng over the open sea. The rock still smashes him down into the sea, proving that even weakened, it is stronger than him at the start. But because he survives, the War God body does exactly what he needs and makes him stronger with every injury. On the first day he can barely survive a dozen exchanges before being battered down again and again. By the 10th day he can already last more than 100 moves, even though the beatings are still savage. 3 months later, Jiang Yifeng can finally fight the Leviathan rock to a standstill, though his body is almost wrecked beyond recognition. The Azure Dragon also helps at key moments, and early on that support is a big part of why Jiang Yifeng is not killed outright. Those rescues leave the Azure Dragon half dead, and unlike Jiang Yifeng, it has no War God body to claw its way back up. More months pass, and the whole fight quietly flips until Jiang Yifeng is the one suppressing the Leviathan rock. The Leviathan rock finally understands its mistake and regrets ever underestimating the strange human who hit it with that first-time reversing punch. Once the rock starts thinking about escape, Jiang Yifeng senses it immediately and refuses to let his hard-won advantage slip away. He attacks even harder, partly because the Azure Dragon is still watching from the sea and partly because he refuses to let all those months of suffering end in nothing. Another half-year grinds by before Jiang Yifeng finally kills the half-Dao Leviathan rock for good. After the fight, Jiang Yifeng drags his wrecked body, the dying Azure Dragon, and the rock's corpse onto a strange island to recover. A few days later, the island has turned into a bizarre victory feast, with 2 giant grills holding the roasted Leviathan rock. Jiang Yifeng gets so excited by the absurd reality of grilled Leviathan rock that he almost forgets how badly hurt he is. The Azure Dragon watches beside him with bright eyes and obvious nerves, suddenly worried that it might be next on the menu. Trying to be friendly, Jiang Yifeng tears off a big piece of roasted rock meat and offers it to the Azure Dragon as recovery food. Jiang Yifeng tears off a chunk of grilled Leviathan rock and offers it to the Azure Dragon, but the dragon is too frightened to clearly appear in the frame. When Jiang Yifeng asks if something is wrong while tending the roast, an off-panel panic makes it obvious the Azure Dragon thinks he plans to grill it next. Jiang Yifeng face bombs and decides the dragon's brain was probably rattled loose by the battle, because he definitely was not planning to roast a living ally. He lets the dragon rest and finally digs into the Leviathan rock himself, eager to taste the monster that nearly killed him. The verdict is disappointing. The meat is ridiculously tough, and Jiang Yifeng silently concludes that anyone without the Taotai divine body should stay away from Leviathan rock barbecue. Jiang Yifeng keeps devouring the Leviathan rock's half-Dao flesh, using the Taotai divine body, an enlightenment pill, an inevitable enlightenment to squeeze every bit of power out of it. As he refines that flesh, he comprehends the law of speed and starts chasing a harder question. If speed keeps breaking limits, can it eventually outrun time itself? That insight opens a bigger truth for Jiang Yifeng. Laws are not inherently superior or inferior, they simply begin at different levels, and in the end they all converge on the same Dao. The moment he grasps the essence of laws, Jiang Yifeng breaks into the 9-star ancient god realm and surges all the way to its peak, already brushing the threshold of saint level. He cannot elevate laws yet, but he has finally seen their core, which means he is no longer groping forward blindly on the path of the great Dao. Without noticing, Jiang Yifeng stays in enlightenment for a full 100 years. During that century, the Azure Dragon fully heals and stays near the island to guard Jiang Yifeng, even though the dragon itself should remain unnamed in this panel bookkeeping. When Jiang Yifeng wakes on the island, he sincerely thanks the Azure Dragon for guarding him through several dangers, though the dragon should remain visually unnamed in this bookkeeping. Jiang Yifeng knows that without that protection, he would have been forced to cut his enlightenment short and lost most of the breakthrough he gained. Still proud after helping him, the Azure Dragon asks Jiang Yifeng for a friendly spar to see how wide the gap between them has become. The dragon knows a real life-and-death fight would go badly after watching Jiang Yifeng turn fiercer as he bled against the Leviathan rock, but it still wants to test a normal spar. The spar ends brutally fast, with Jiang Yifeng dropping the Azure Dragon in a single punch. The badly beaten dragon leaves in a dejected mood, but the loss only hardens its resolve to seek stronger fights and grow faster. Jiang Yifeng has no idea Azure Dragon took the wrong lesson from that battle, because he never wanted to fight the Leviathan rock in the first place and was forced into it. After orienting himself, Jiang Yifeng heads deeper into the sea again, still chasing his real target at the edge of the World Gate. Another 100 years pass before Jiang Yifeng finally reaches the world's edge. But when he gets there, the scene feels wrong at once, because the World Gate is nowhere in sight and the Divine Tortoise is missing too. He reaches out to test the barrier and is startled when his hand passes through it as if it were nothing. Since this is completely different from every previous world barrier he has seen, Jiang Yifeng hesitates only a moment before stepping straight through. Outside the barrier, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the World Gate standing in the void beyond the world. The next shock hits even harder, because several colossal fierce beasts are already slamming themselves against that gate again and again. Each impact only opens tiny new cracks, and the gate's battered surface makes it obvious those beasts have been attacking it for years without breaking through. Looking closer, Jiang Yifeng spots the Divine Tortoise among the attackers and immediately understands who organized this whole assault. With the chaos-heavy pupil, Jiang Yifeng confirms that every attacker here is a half-Dao fierce beast, and the scale of the Divine Tortoise's preparations honestly impresses him. He is also suddenly glad he accepted the Divine Tortoise's deal long ago, because if dozens of half-Dao beasts still cannot break the gate after years of ramming it, he never could have done it alone. The moment Jiang Yifeng appears, dozens of fierce beasts turn on him with openly hostile eyes. The Divine Tortoise quickly steps in and tells the other beasts that Jiang Yifeng is another helper he personally called. The beasts hold back after that, but their killing intent does not fade, which leaves Jiang Yifeng deeply puzzled. He quickly rules out the obvious guess, because these beasts are not cultivating immortal Dao, martial Dao, or divine Dao, so the world's future cleansing should have nothing to do with them. That makes the hostility even stranger, because these beasts should not know much about the world's master in the first place, which means the Divine Tortoise must be hiding something. The Divine Tortoise comes directly to Jiang Yifeng and asks through telepathy why he is here, clearly choosing a private channel so the others will not hear. After a brief telepathic exchange, Jiang Yifeng learns the ugly truth. Those beasts do not just hate him, they all want to kill each other too. The Divine Tortoise admits that after leaving his tribe, he deliberately searched for half-Dao fierce beasts whose lifespans were nearly exhausted but whose strength was still terrifying. To lure them in, he told them he had discovered a new world where their lives could be extended if they first broke open the World Gate. He even backed up the lie by claiming that he himself lived so long because he entered that new world once, billions of years ago. That story explains everything, because every beast here thinks the gate hides its last chance at survival, so every newcomer instantly looks like one more rival for that prize. If they were not forced to cooperate to break the gate, they might have already started slaughtering each other to thin out the competition early. Jiang Yifeng cannot help admiring how shamelessly effective the Divine Tortoise's deception is, and for a moment he even wonders whether the tortoise told him a lie too. But Jiang Yifeng talks himself back into trusting the earlier explanation, because the divine tortoise never actually asked him to attack the gate, and only wanted the little tortoise protected. Then a bigger possibility hits him. The world gate can still be a time coordinate, and also lead to a real higher world at the same time. The idea makes sense fast, because if a world's master exists outside this world, then there must also be somewhere beyond this gate for such a being to dwell. Now the divine tortoise's whole plan snaps into focus for him. Breaking the gate could both hide this world's timeline from the master, and open a road out to a higher realm. Seen that way, the divine tortoise was gambling for his own survival too, first securing his child's future with Jiang Yifeng, and then betting his own life on this desperate escape route. The divine tortoise notices that look immediately and grows uneasy, as if he realizes Jiang Yifeng has pieced together his real motive. So the divine tortoise quickly defends himself through telepathy, insisting that he did have his own aims but did not lie about the cleansing, the cultivation paths, or the world gate being a time coordinate. He adds that world's master is only his own name for that terrifying power above all beings, but calling it the ruler of life and death in this world is still not an exaggeration. After saying that much, the divine tortoise refuses to explain any further and simply returns to the assault, throwing himself back into the attack on the world gate. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stops worrying about the divine tortoise's motives and fixates on one thing: the world gate has to be destroyed, or the black-robed enemy may trace him to his real body. He lets out a bitter sigh at how everything keeps looping back into the same path, as if fate is pushing him to complete a trap he cannot step away from. Jiang Yifeng tests the simulator with a direct question about fate, but the silence gives him nothing back. He steadies himself with a simpler goal instead: keep getting stronger, and maybe one day all of this will finally make sense. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng joins the beasts attacking the world gate, but after only a few hits, the stronger half-Dao creatures drive him away as dead weight. The insult stings, but the reason is obvious. Without his berserk war god body fully stacked, his normal attacks are nowhere near enough to matter against the gate. While waiting helplessly, he thinks through just how terrifying the war god art really is, from the injury-fueled war god body to the limit-breaking silent destruction fist and the lethal sword of killing intent. That only deepens his unease about where this technique came from, because every cross-time simulation keeps making his own past feel less certain. 500 years pass with the same stalemate. The beast keeps smashing at the world gate, and Jiang Yifeng stays nearby cultivating because he does not dare leave it intact behind him. He briefly considers hurting himself to trigger the war god body, then dismisses it immediately, knowing even that desperate move would barely change anything against a gate the beast still cannot break. Then one day the world gate suddenly creaks, and after centuries of failure, Jiang Yifeng and the beasts all think the breakthrough has finally come. But instead of shattering, the gate swings open normally, revealing only an empty void beyond it. The desperate beasts do not care how it opened and instantly surge through, while Jiang Yifeng and the divine tortoise turn grim because they both realize this gate was probably opened from the other side. A black-robed young man suddenly appears beyond the gate, and the beasts that rushed out are wiped out before they can even touch him. Seeing that monster step in, the divine tortoise finally commits and charges straight at the world gate in a last gamble. The black-robed enemy ignores the charging tortoise and fixes his attention on Jiang Yifeng instead, sensing a strong thread of causality between them. Jiang Yifeng is shaken that this is really the black-robed man from before, and his confusion only gets worse when the enemy does not attack him immediately. He instantly uses the chaos-heavy pupil to inspect the stranger, gambling everything on one look. The inspection result hits like a hammer. The black-robed man is an unnamed young innate demon god in the supreme god realm, so far above Jiang Yifeng that fighting him would just be choosing how to die. That one look leaves Jiang Yifeng cold. There is no path to victory, and the enemy is clearly walking the same divine Tao at a far higher level. At the gate itself, the divine tortoise stops, turns back with a strange grin toward Jiang Yifeng, and silently reveals what it was planning all along. Then the divine tortoise self-destructs at point-blank range, blasting the world gate apart until only half of it remains. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands the sacrifice, but the sight is brutal. The divine tortoise is dead, and the broken gate still has not fully fallen. The damaged world gate leaves the black-robed intruder visibly furious, because it was meant to be a portal for controlling this world and now has to be repaired after everyone is killed. Before the black-robed intruder can react, Jiang Yifeng makes the same ruthless choice and starts his own self-destruction to finish what the divine tortoise began. His suicide attack finally destroys the remaining half of the world gate, and the simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead and the gate gone. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng sits in heavy silence, replaying the shock that the black-robed enemy appeared again yet seemed younger, and did not recognize him. The chaos-heavy pupil's result only deepens the mystery, because if that black-robed man was an innate demon god in his youth, then Jiang Yifeng's whole theory about a past-life enemy may be wrong. Rather than get lost in that fog again, he cuts the thought off and turns to the rewards, deciding his next move has to be practical. He chooses the chaos-heavy pupil and the cultivation gain without hesitation, because this time both knowledge and raw power are too important to pass up. He knows exactly why the eye technique matters, seeing the enemy's true level is what let simulated him abandon any hope of winning and destroy the gate before he could be stopped. The talent settles in quietly, but the cultivation transfer is massive enough that Jiang Yifeng has to sit through a long, grinding half-hour while the new power fuses into him. When the absorption ends, he can feel the difference immediately, and for the first time in a long while, real confidence starts replacing pressure. Based on what he achieved in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng now believes his full strength can kill half-Dao opponents, or at least fight them head-on even outside the simulator. That realization changes everything, because after all the threats and dead ends, he finally feels like the real world itself can no longer corner him. With a small relieved smile, Jiang Yifeng quietly tells himself he has finally made it through. After weighing the dangers around him, Jiang Yifeng relaxes a little because the black-robed hunter should have a much harder time finding him now, and the world-ending crisis is still 1,000 years away. He reminds himself that less than a year in reality already pushed him to the 9-star ancient god realm, so 1,000 more years feels like a problem he can outgrow. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng heads to the time acceleration formation and finds Jiang Fushan and Little Peach still cultivating inside it. Instead of interrupting them, he activates the chaos-heavy pupil because the old Eye of Insight never explained why the two of them cultivate so absurdly fast. The new readout confirms Jiang Fushan is a powerful being's reincarnation, and his innate Dao body explains why his progress is terrifyingly fast. Then he checks Little Peach and sees the clue he was waiting for. She has a fragmented divine spiritual root and a secret even the chaos-heavy pupil cannot fully uncover. That result makes Jiang Yifeng almost certain Little Peach really is Peach reborn, with a spiritual root likely damaged in a past life battle. Since he has learned enough for now, he quietly leaves them to cultivate without saying a word. Over the next few days, he keeps a low profile, visits the Immortal Arrival sect for resources, and trades them into tens of millions of origin value instead of rushing into revenge. When 7 real days pass and 1 simulation charge returns, Jiang Yifeng sits in his room and starts debating whether a normal simulation is worth using now. He knows a normal simulation should let him crush the current immortal realm, but it still caps out around the world's destruction 1,000 years later. He decides the run is worth it after all, because he still wants answers about his missing mother Su Mushuang, the warning voice tied to Jiang Fushan, and the secret of Shen Wutian's ancient land. He chooses caution over real-world investigation and starts the simulation instead. The talent draw comes back badly this time, and Jiang Yifeng can only stare as he gets 1,000 faces and the one-use spirit endowment. He grumbles that a disguise skill is nearly pointless at his level, and the Object Awakening talent sounds even stranger. Since the new talents are a disappointment, he decides this run will focus on raw cultivation and maybe side gains like alchemy or formations. The simulator offers his carrion talents, but Jiang Yifeng refuses them all and starts the 33rd simulation clean. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng immediately floods the entire southern regions with his divine sense to hunt for Su Mushuang, the hidden warning voice, and Shen Wutian's secret base. The sweep covers everything he can reach, but it still fails to expose either Su Mushuang or the ancient land, and that miss makes him realize brute range is not enough. He quickly pieces together the reason. His combat power is monstrous, but in pure probing ability he may still fall short of a true saint's perception. So he changes plans and decides that if divine sense cannot uncover hidden things, he will personally patrol the southern regions later and use the chaos-heavy pupil up close. Even so, the massive skin does turn up one alarming detail. Wu Yu Dao is still out killing bandits, and the murderous aura around him is getting dangerously thick. He also discovers that the old immortal Dao inheritance is actually buried deep beneath the Jiang family mansion, making it look even more like a backup his father left behind. With no other hidden powers showing up in the southern regions, Jiang Yifeng finally leans toward one conclusion. The person who warned him before was most likely Su Mushuang. That answer also unnerves him, because if Su Mushuang can hide from him this completely, other saint-level enemies might be able to do the same. Relieved that he stayed cautious in reality, he decides not to linger at the Jiang family mansion inside the simulation either. On the second day, he destroys the Immortal Arrival sect in one overwhelming strike, deliberately sparing only Qiu Jishuan and her grandfather to settle what happened in the previous run. On the third day, he goes to Spine Mountain, repairs Senior Lu Wuya's formation with a casual wave, and absorbs all the heavenly thunder beneath the mountain. He knows the repair barely matters now, but he still does it to settle an old knot in his heart before moving on. On the fourth day, Jiang Yifeng enters the Desert of Death and heads straight for Shen Wutian's ancient land, because this hidden place now matters more to him than the search for Su Mushuang. He passes through the ancient teleportation formation without trouble and arrives at the concealed headquarters inside the relic land. The moment he appears, several Immortal Arrival sect tribulation experts stop him for proof of identity, and Jiang Yifeng answers by smashing them flat. With the guards gone, he finally studies the ancient land itself and notices the first real clue. The laws here feel subtly different from the outside world. That strange law texture gives him a theory that this place blocks saint-level probing because its rules do not quite match the present world. He searches the ancient land thoroughly, but beyond those peculiar laws he finds no hidden treasure or buried answer waiting for him. That dead end forces Jiang Yifeng to admit the quickest path forward is the one he wanted to avoid, If anyone truly knows this place, it has to be Xin Wutian. As Jiang Yifeng weighs how to approach Xin Wutian, he narrows it down to two choices: disguise himself with 1,000 faces, or hit first and force the truth out of him. He quickly rejects the disguise plan, because Xin Wutian treats his own subordinates like expendable blood sacrifices and would never trust them with real secrets. He also knows simple soul-searching will not work on a quasi-saint like Xin Wutian, and without time reversal or causality power, torture is the only practical option left. Once he settles on that answer, Jiang Yifeng's mood turns dark, and he starts coldly imagining exactly how he wants to make Xin Wutian talk. At the Immortal Arrival Sect headquarters, Xin Wutian suddenly feels a chill and wrongly assumes the saints from the Immortal Realm have remembered him again. The warning comes from Xin Wutian's innate talent, omen sense, the instinct that helped an otherwise ordinary cultivator survive danger after danger and climb this far. Even now the omen leaves him deeply uneasy, but after centuries without interference, he cannot understand why danger would return at this moment. Jiang Yifeng stops waiting, unleashes his aura, and crosses the ancient remnant in a single step straight toward the Immortal Arrival Sect. The moment he arrives, the thick smell of blood hits him, and he immediately realizes something is wrong inside the sect. When his divine sense sweeps the whole headquarters, he finds Xin Wutian hidden in a secret chamber, actively devouring tribulation crossing cultivators. That sight confuses Jiang Yifeng for a second, because those captives were supposed to be saved for Xin Wutian's saint breakthrough, and Xin Wutian should not even have the right divine Tao catalyst. In truth, Xin Wutian sensed danger and panicked into a reckless gamble, trying to force a breakthrough by devouring his nurtured cultivators without the proper conditions. Jiang Yifeng refuses to let that gamble continue and decides there is no reason to risk waiting when he can end it immediately. With one punch, he blows apart the entire secret chamber, and nearly kills Xin Wutian on the spot. Half dead and covered in blood, Xin Wutian can only stare up in shock, unable to understand who this terrifying attacker even is. Instead of answering, Jiang Yifeng walks closer with a creepy smile, making it clear this is only the beginning. Jiang Yifeng crushes Xin Wutian's GC next, slashing his strength but not fully crippling him, because quasi-saints still retain their primordial spirit power and law comprehension. He does it for a practical reason too. Killing Xin Wutian would be easy, but weakening a high-level cultivator enough to torture without instantly killing him is much harder. Before the torture starts, Jiang Yifeng sets an isolation formation around him to cut Xin Wutian off from borrowing the laws of heaven and earth. Then Jiang Yifeng starts with a vicious test, roasting Xin Wutian's lower half with fire law and freezing his upper half with ice law for an ice and fire double torment. Xin Wutian is baffled as much as he is hurt, because this stranger beat him, crippled him, and started torturing him without ever explaining what he wants. Jiang Yifeng soon realizes even stripped of outside law power, and heavily weakened, Xin Wutian is still enduring far more than expected. So he turns the pressure up even further and keeps the torture going for half a month with chaos law, killing intent erosion, and destruction law, carefully stopping only short of death. Even after being pushed to the limit, Xin Wutian still refuses to scream, his body shaking but his mouth staying shut. Seeing brute force fail, Jiang Yifeng suddenly changes tactics and offers a deal: the secrets of this place in exchange for a method to reach Saint Realm. Xin Wutian's eyes flicker at the offer, but he hides it fast and blandly claims there are no secrets here at all. That tiny reaction is enough for Jiang Yifeng to read the truth. Xin Wutian is lying because he does not believe the offer is real. To prove he is not bluffing, Jiang Yifeng reveals his unusual divine Tao nascent soul right in front of Xin Wutian. Jiang Yifeng presses the advantage and says that since he cultivated through divine Tao himself, he naturally understands that path better than Xin Wutian ever could. For the first time, Xin Wutian looks openly excited, because now he realizes the man in front of him is truly a divine Tao cultivator. Jiang Yifeng pushes again, promising that if Xin Wutian trades the hidden secrets here, his divine Tao method will be enough to help him break through. But Xin Wutian does not fall for it so easily, and he coldly exposes what he thinks is the real truth of orthodox divine Tao: form a 12th grade golden core before core formation, or miss the path forever. He goes further and says the only remaining shortcut is dark arts: seize the nascent soul of a true divine Tao cultivator and make it your own. That answer genuinely shocks Jiang Yifeng, because Xin Wutian somehow knows real details about orthodox divine Tao that should have been long lost. Jiang Yifeng hides that shock and calmly fires back that if divine Tao were really so simple, it would never have vanished from the world in the first place. That argument hits home, and Xin Wutian freezes, suddenly unsure whether the ancient records he trusted were incomplete or wrong. Jiang Yifeng is bluffing with an information gap Xin Wutian cannot see, and the trap works because Xin Wutian's world is small and his access to real knowledge is limited. After a long pause, Xin Wutian finally raises his head and demands the divine Tao method first, still trying to keep leverage even after being shaken. Jiang Yifeng inwardly complains that Xin Wutian is still this troublesome, then realizes the man has no way to verify the truth anyway. So Jiang Yifeng starts silently piecing together a believable fake divine Tao method, careful not to overplay the lie while Xin Wutian mistakes that pause for sincerity. After a long stalemate in the ancient ruin, Jiang Yifeng finally changes tactics and offers Xin Wutian a teaser instead of the full divine Tao method. He claims he can reveal the key to the divine Tao first, but the real cultivation method will only come after Shin Wutian proves his sincerity. Shin Wutian accepts that much, thinking this sounds like a proper bargain, while Jiang Yifeng quietly hides that he does not even have a real divine Tao manual to give. Jiang Yifeng starts the bluff by mocking the idea that a 12th grade core or an unusual nascent soul is the true foundation of the divine Tao. To sell the lie, he summons a ball of golden chaotic energy from his qi and presents it as the real core of the divine Tao. Shin Wutian immediately feels that this power is neither ordinary spiritual energy nor martial primordial energy, and that makes him start believing Jiang Yifeng's story. That belief cuts both ways, because Shin Wutian also starts worrying that the ancient text he found was incomplete or fake, and that his hope for saint breakthrough might have been a dead end. His frustration is simple and raw. He never chased the divine Tao for glory, only because he was stuck below the saint realm and desperate to break free of the immortal realm's control. Jiang Yifeng reads that slump perfectly and knows this shaken, doubtful Shin Wutian will be much easier to manipulate. Instead of waiting and risking Shin Wutian thinking too clearly, Jiang Yifeng presses the advantage and claims chaotic energy can directly devour laws and push cultivators through realms. To make the lie feel undeniable, he pulls a thin wisp of law power from the void and swallows it right in front of Shin Wutian. The trick works because the law fragment is harmlessly weak, but Shin Wutian has no real divine Tao experience and can only take Jiang Yifeng's performance at face value. Shin Wutian's mood flips on the spot, and he decides the ancient text was not entirely false after all, just missing the real key. Now convinced that Jiang Yifeng is his best chance, Shin Wutian smiles and admits only he knows this place's true secret, but he still refuses to reveal it before cultivating the divine Tao himself. After all that effort, Jiang Yifeng nearly loses his temper on the spot and has to physically stop himself from punching Shin Wutian. Seeing that reaction, Shin Wutian hurriedly softens the refusal and offers something else first, a wooden box he found in the ruin. Jiang Yifeng forces himself to calm down, deciding he can endure Shin Wutian for now and settle the score after getting the real secret. But Shin Wutian still does not hand the box over, and that hesitation pushes Jiang Yifeng's patience right back to the edge. Shin Wutian finally names his price. If Jiang Yifeng wants the box, he has to trade part of the divine Tao cultivation method for it. He raises the pressure further by demanding at least half the method, and warns that if Jiang Yifeng tries to take it by force, he will die with this place's true secret. Jiang Yifeng briefly considers killing him anyway, but in the end he swallows that impulse and decides to keep playing along. So Jiang Yifeng gives Shin Wutian a deliberately incomplete lesson, saying the divine Tao is simple once you know the principle. Fuse spiritual energy and primordial energy into chaotic energy. He even demonstrates the fusion in front of him, making the process look straightforward and impossible to fake. That simple display makes Shin Wutian doubt his own doubts, and he convinces himself this was just a matter of missing the right information. With Jiang Yifeng's fist still very much in mind, Shin Wutian gives in and finally hands over the wooden box. The trade looks even on the surface, but Jiang Yifeng knows he still held back the crucial truth that makes real internal chaotic energy cultivation impossible for ordinary cultivators. Shin Wutian immediately shifts focus to repairing his damaged qi so he can test the method for himself. Jiang Yifeng understands the risk perfectly. Once Shin Wutian repairs himself, he may realize he was tricked, but for now the box matters more. He opens the wooden box and finds not treasure, but 2 old yellowed bamboo slips preserved inside. The sight immediately catches his attention, because in a world that already uses paper, bamboo slips suggest something genuinely ancient. He opens the first bamboo slip, and the handwriting feels strangely familiar from the very first lines. Then the shock lands hard. The text is the devouring spirit art, and Jiang Yifeng realizes this slip was most likely written by his own past self in the last simulation 10 billion years ago. Once he steadies himself, he reads through it and finds far more than one art: the devouring spirit art, the body-refining foundation of the war god art, and notes on forming a golden core and cultivating the divine Tao. But the combat techniques are missing, which makes him think this slip was not left by Peach and may be the very source of Shin Wutian's half-baked understanding of the divine Tao. That leads to one dryly embarrassing thought. The mediocre teacher he had been cursing this whole time may have been himself. He sets that aside and opens the second bamboo slip, expecting this one to reveal the deeper truth behind Shin Wutian's twisted divine Tao. As he reads, his expression darkens because the second slip is not a proper method at all but a brutal dark art built from repeated experiments on divine Tao cultivators. The records show a path of escalating atrocities, from stealing blood essence and seizing primordial spirits to finally taking a divine Tao cultivator's nascent soul and corroding it with countless vengeful spirits. By the time he reaches the end, Jiang Yifeng is furious at the sheer number of lives that must have been butchered to create such a technique. Then he sees the signature at the end, Jiang Erbao, and his anger erupts into a full roar of disgust. "You beast!" Jiang Yifeng's furious shout tears through the immortal arrival sect headquarters, and the force of law in his voice wrecks the place around him. That same outburst wrecks Shin Wutian's barely repaired qi again, leaving him stunned and too scared to complain. Shin Wutian can only stare at Jiang Yifeng in baffled fear, unable to understand why a dark arts manual made him this angry. As he calms down, Jiang Yifeng starts questioning the real mystery. Why would Air Bao, someone gifted in the Divine Dao, create a Divine Dao dark art at all? He reasons that Air Bao should have mastered the Divine Dao long ago, so something must have gone wrong later and pushed him toward this twisted method. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng gives a small laugh because this mystery is simple now. He can just run another cross-time simulation and see what happened. But the next question is harder, because if he sees Air Bao make that dark art again, he may have to decide whether to interfere with history itself. He weighs the karmic risk of changing the past, then admits he can probably hold himself back unless Peach is the one being used. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng decides he will only interfere when he is strong enough to bear the karma, and until then he will keep chasing the truth. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng shifts back to the present problem and realizes that Air Bao's relics being here strongly suggests this ancient place was once the Azure Flood Dragon tribe. That thought leads him to the Desert of Death, and he starts connecting it to the dried-up river where the Azure Dragon may once have lived. If that guess is right, then the dragon egg in the Desert of Death may be the Azure Dragon's egg, which makes the whole region feel far more connected than he thought. Then another mismatch hits him. If the desert is part of the same ancient past, why is only this place called the Ancient Relic? He suddenly realizes the name probably has nothing to do with age at all, and everything to do with this place having laws different from the outside world. That new idea makes him even more curious, and the ancient land starts feeling less like a ruin and more like an old haunt calling him back. Done thinking, Jiang Yifeng grabs Shen Wutian while he is trying to repair his GC again and coldly demands the secret of this place. Shen Wutian still refuses, so Jiang Yifeng drags him straight toward the edge of the ancient relic. That finally breaks Shen Wutian's composure, because leaving this place means falling back under the control of Immortal Realm saints. Jiang Yifeng knows exactly what Shen Wutian fears, and he means to force the issue by proving he can kill the Immortal Realm saints controlling him. He admits he could have solved this with brute force earlier, but this low-pressure simulation makes him relaxed enough to show off instead. Jiang Yifeng originally plans to drag Shen Wutian out and confront those saints head-on, using that display of strength to force the secret out of him. But Shen Wutian caves before they even leave, blurting out that he will talk as long as Jiang Yifeng does not take him outside. Jiang Yifeng stops and stares at him suspiciously, because this surrender is way too easy for someone who had faced death without talking. That makes Jiang Yifeng wonder if the saint's control was more horrifying than torture, and whether Shen Wutian had become numb only because he had already suffered worse. The more he thinks about it, the clearer it seems that Shen Wutian is not brave at all here, just broken enough to fear being dragged back into that control. Jiang Yifeng even feels a flicker of sympathy, imagining that without the Immortal Realm Saints, Shen Wutian might never have become this kind of person. That sympathy lasts about 2 seconds before Jiang Yifeng hardens again and threatens to throw him out unless he talks now. Under that pressure, Shen Wutian finally leads Jiang Yifeng to a hidden building inside the Immortal Arrival Sect headquarters. Jiang Yifeng frowns at the building, because his divine sense had already scanned it before and found nothing special. Even so, he follows Shen Wutian inside, confident that any trick is meaningless in front of absolute strength. Inside, Shen Wutian opens a concealed mechanism and reveals a secret passage leading deep underground. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised by the tunnel itself, but he still follows it, because whatever matters here must be buried much deeper. When they finally reach the end, Jiang Yifeng is baffled, because the chamber looks completely empty. Then Shen Wutian points at one wall and admits the real secret should be inside the hidden space behind it, even though he has never been able to open it. Jiang Yifeng is taken aback when he realizes Shen Wutian never knew the real secret either, only that something was hidden behind this wall. Shen Wutian proves it the simplest way possible by punching the wall, and the hollow sound instantly tells Jiang Yifeng there really is space behind it. Now the mystery gets stranger, because primitive tapping works, but divine sense does not, and even a quasi-saint could not break what looks like an ordinary wall. Instead of smashing it, Jiang Yifeng inspects the wall carefully, sensing that this thing may not be a wall at all. He blasts away the dirt covering it, and a giant buried gate finally emerges from the stone. Seeing the giant buried gate, Jiang Yifeng is jolted by a terrifying possibility. This could be the world gate from the last simulation. That idea starts making ugly sense fast, because standing close to the gate, he can finally feel a thin strange law power leaking from it into the relic. If this really is a world gate, then the relic's abnormal laws suddenly have an answer, but it also throws all his old assumptions into chaos. He immediately wonders why this gate did not appear when the southern regions were destroyed, then realizes the answer may be simple. The land shattered, but this buried gate was never actually destroyed. Even then, the location still does not fit, because the world gate he knew should have been outside the world barrier, not hidden under the Azure Flood Dragon tribe ruins. His mind races through darker possibilities, including whether every timeline has its own world gate and whether that would upend what he learned from the Divine Tortoise. By the end of the discovery, Jiang Yifeng is left staring at the buried gate with his thoughts in complete disorder, because this one hidden object may change everything he thought he understood. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng refuses to trust luck alone and decides the world gate in the present must be destroyed, even if the Divine Tortoise's warning was only partly right. He quickly realizes brute confidence is not enough, so he plans to test the gate's toughness inside the simulator before trying anything in reality. Inside the simulation, his future self stops hesitating and throws a full power punch at the buried world gate. The strike is so violent it drops the surrounding land by 100,000 meters and leaves the giant gate hanging abruptly in open void. But for all that force, the gate only takes a tiny crack, which tells Jiang Yifeng this really is the same terrifying world gate. That result hits hard, because even the divine tortoise once used several half-Dao beasts for hundreds of years and still could not break it. Nearby, Shen Wutian is left stunned, because Jiang Yifeng's punch looked even fiercer than attacks from ordinary Immortal Realm saints. The blast also draws attention, and Jiang Yifeng's chaos-heavy pupil catches 3 intruders entering the relic, 2 out in the open and 1 hidden in the dark. After recognizing the 2 open arrivals as Immortal Realm saints who control Shen Wutian, Jiang Yifeng attacks without wasting a word. The fight is not even close, and in less than a minute both saints are smashed down like broken dogs at his feet. The hidden saint tries to slip away, but Jiang Yifeng turns toward her hiding place and quietly calls her either Saint Su or Mother. The hidden woman is Su Mushuang, and once she knows he has seen through her, she stops running even though her expression turns painfully complicated. Jiang Yifeng has countless questions for her, but in the end all he says is that she should help him control the 2 half-dead saints. Su Mushuang does not argue. She seals the 2 captured saints and even hands Jiang Yifeng the control method openly. When the ruins finally go quiet, mother and son can only stand there facing each other in awkward silence. Watching this from reality, Jiang Yifeng latches onto one detail. Su Mushuang said it was not time yet, and that makes him suspect she knows something far bigger. Unable to let that mystery go, he immediately starts a 1-month deep simulation to force the truth out. Inside the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng finds himself in front of Su Mushuang again, but all his prepared questions suddenly feel impossible to say. After struggling with everything she has done and everything she seems to have endured, he finally calls her mom. That one word shatters Su Mushuang's composure, and as tears pour down her face, Jiang Yifeng reaches out to gently wipe them away. Jiang Yifeng reaches up to wipe her tears, and the small gesture only makes her cry harder. They sit together in silence for a long time, letting that overdue reunion settle between them. Their quiet moment is shattered by a loud bang, and both of them turn toward the noise at once. The culprit is Shen Wutian, who sheepishly explains he was only trying to repair his shattered Qi and accidentally blew it up again. The mood is gone, so Jiang Yifeng turns back to business and quietly asks Su Mushuang why she left him and his father, and what secret forced her away. Su Mushuang nods and admits there really was a secret, which is exactly why she had no choice but to leave. But the instant she tries to say what it was, her mind goes blank and the secret vanishes right in front of him. She keeps insisting there is a secret, while desperately failing to remember it, and the contradiction quickly starts breaking her apart. Her aura turns chaotic and she teeters on the edge of madness, forcing Jiang Yifeng to restrain her and stop asking questions. 3 days later, Su Mushuang finally calms down, but the secret is gone completely. Now when Jiang Yifeng asks again, Su Mushuang only says she knows no secret at all and insists she never left the Jiang family. That is when Jiang Yifeng realizes some outside force must have interfered with Su Mushuang's mind and cut off every clue she carried. He briefly wonders if the forbidden secret was tied to the simulator itself, but the logic still does not quite fit. Then he remembers one more lead, the younger sister who stayed with Su Mushuang, Jiang Rushuan. But when he asks about that sister, Su Mushuang only stares at him and says he does not have one. That answer confirms the tampering is even worse than he thought, because the memory of her own daughter has been erased to keep the story consistent. Since he can get nothing more from her, Jiang Yifeng sends Su Mushuang back to the Jiang family to reunite with Jiang Fushan. After Jiang Yifeng explains the situation, Jiang Fushan simply says he does not mind and will go along with Su Mushuang's broken memories. With that settled, Jiang Yifeng spreads his divine sense across the entire southern region and starts hunting for Jiang Rushuan himself. Because he does not know what his sister looks like, Jiang Yifeng narrows the hunt to lone young female cultivators and plans to check each suspect with the chaos-heavy pupil. The search turns up almost nobody, and the only obvious match is at Spring Blossom Pavilion, his old acquaintance Qiu Jishuan. That dead end makes sense, because most immortal slaves are already wiped out and Spine Mountain's people stay gathered together, leaving almost no other candidates in the region. So Jiang Yifeng realizes Jiang Rushuan is hidden on purpose and can somehow slip past even his divine sense. He tests one last angle and asks Su Mushuang what methods can block the divine sense of a saint-level expert. Su Mushuang lists terrain tricks, formations, and treasures, and her answer lets Jiang Yifeng narrow the problem down at last. Since he would have sensed special terrain or a formation, Jiang Yifeng finally concludes Jiang Rushuan must be using a treasure to hide, which only makes the search harder. Unable to find Jiang Rushuan quickly, Jiang Yifeng gives up on blind chasing and decides to leave the search to his simulated self. Instead of wasting the rest of the deep simulation, he returns to the world gate and starts studying it like a map he might need later. He memorizes every line on the gate because he wants to know whether all timelines share one world gate, or each timeline has its own coordinate anchor. His theory branches in 2 directions. If every gate matches, one surviving gate may have been repaired, But if they differ, each timeline may truly have its own gate. Meanwhile, Shen Wutian and the two captured saint experts remain trapped in the relic under Jiang Yifeng's control. He is controlling them with Su Mushuang's spirit explosion technique, planting a sliver of divine sense in their primordial spirits as a lethal warning. The technique is dangerous for the user too, but Jiang Yifeng treats it as a deterrent, not something he plans to trigger unless he must. Days slip by, and on the 29th day he finally stops studying the gate to record everything for the self who will wake up after the simulation ends. On the 30th day, the deep simulation ends and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness snaps back to reality. He rubs his forehead, annoyed that this confident run gave him fewer answers than new questions. Still watching the simulator, he sees his simulated self wake in front of the world gate, dazed and wondering where Su Mushuang went. A rush of returning thoughts hits, and he realizes he has just inherited a deep simulation again. He searches for clues and finds a memory crystal in his storage ring, instantly guessing that this is the new message method. After a quick check, he works out that the crystal likely came from the captured Immortal Realm saints, and maybe from Shen Wutian or Su Mushuang too. He reads the crystal with divine sense and quickly absorbs everything his earlier self prepared. The message reveals his first move. He ordered Shen Wutian and the two captured saints to search the southern regions for Jiang Rushuan. He also went to Spine Mountain and enlisted Old Li and the local cultivators, figuring even weak searchers might help find a weak target. Even after that, Jiang Yifeng feels the manpower is still thin because Su Mushuang's concealment methods are probably hiding Jiang Rushuan again. That pushes him toward a new target, and he grimly decides Bai Moyu can repay old debts by helping with this search too. He briefly considers raiding the Immortal Realm for more manpower, but since he still does not know that world well, he decides not to provoke it yet. With that settled, he heads straight to the endless sea and instantly spots the mystic turtle hiding below the water. This time he uses the Chaos Heavy Pupil because the old Eye of Insight only showed the turtle's realm, not where it really came from. The new reading shocks him. The mystic turtle is a severely injured mystic immortal with a mutated longevity talent that preserves it through sleep but makes it lose its memories. What hits him hardest is the turtle's last remembered line. Someone once told it to live well. That phrase makes Jiang Yifeng wonder if this sleepy old turtle is actually the little tortoise he once saved 1 billion years ago. He weighs the half-remembered words against the turtle's memory-warping talent, trying to explain how that ordinary little tortoise could have changed so much. He remembers the turtle once gave him a formation jade slip, then talks himself through the answer. After 1 billion years, even a little tortoise could have learned formation somewhere. By the end of that chain of thought, he is almost certain the mystic turtle really is that same little tortoise, and he can only call it fate. Once he accepts that, his curiosity surges, and he starts wondering whether a turtle that survived so long might know hidden secrets from the ages. Then he reins himself in, reminding himself that unlike the ancient divine tortoise, this turtle's strength is limited and its knowledge may be just as limited. Even so, he decides the chance is worth testing and reaches into the sea with giant hands of chaotic energy to haul the turtle up. The mystic turtle wakes up groggy and annoyed, assuming Bai Moyu is bothering it again. Its first thought is not fear but appetite, because Bai Moyu may be troublesome, yet he always brings enough benefits to endure. That mistake lasts only until Jiang Yifeng appears in front of it, and the turtle instantly realizes this is a far more dangerous visitor. The turtle does not recognize him at all and nervously asks who he is and why someone this strong has come here. That fearful look reminds Jiang Yifeng of an earlier simulation, and he suddenly decides to pay the turtle back with the same trick. He slaps the mystic turtle straight back to the seafloor, and coldly mocks it for not showing respect to the strong. At the bottom of the sea, the turtle trembles in panic, convinced it just offended a terrifying expert. In truth, the blow barely hurt it at all, because Jiang Yifeng only wanted a little payback and a good scare. After the scare, he stops teasing and goes to the seafloor to question the turtle about its past and whatever secrets it might still remember. Because the Chaos Heavy Pupil already warned him about severe memory loss, he skips tricky questions and tells the turtle to recount everything it can remember. Under that pressure, the mystic turtle does not just answer, it willingly opens its memories for Jiang Yifeng to inspect. Jiang Yifeng is genuinely surprised, because cultivators above the Immortal Realm almost never let others inspect their memories when those memories can leak secrets, and even their understanding of laws. But the mystic turtle values one thing above all else, staying alive, so it offers everything without hesitation and perfectly lives up to the order to survive. Jiang Yifeng hesitates in front of the mystic turtle, because searching its memories might hurt it. He finally decides to look anyway, carefully avoiding the parts tied to law so the damage stays minimal. A full month passes before Jiang Yifeng pulls his divine sense back out of the mystic turtle's vast memory sea. What he sees confirms it at last. The mystic turtle really is the little tortoise from an age beyond imagination. The oldest memory goes back 1 billion years, but all it holds is one broken voice saying, "Live well." There is no face, no image, not even a clear gender to that voice, and Jiang Yifeng realizes he only recognized it because of a past simulation clue. After that, the turtle's memories go empty for ages until a scattered node reappears hundreds of millions of years later. At that node, the whole world splits apart, but the mystic turtle barely cares because it sleeps straight through the disaster. Another immense blank follows until nearly 300 million years ago, when the world collapses and reorganizes again. The original 3 continents are destroyed and remade into countless realms, and once again the noise is more important to the turtle than the catastrophe itself. Later memories become more frequent, but they are still mostly useless because the mystic turtle spends almost all of history asleep. 80 million years ago the world falls into chaos again, and the awakened turtle still chooses to ignore it and go back to sleep. The first memory that truly matters comes 20 million years ago, when someone discovers the turtle's hidden dwelling and nearly kills it. Because its huge body can carry people, the mystic turtle survives only to be turned into a living transport tool in several wars. Once it gets injured in battle and loses its value, a white-robed man appears and takes it away. The white-robed man brings it to the endless sea and leaves it imprisoned there for ages. Even trapped, the mystic turtle mostly just keeps sleeping, with only a vague wish to return to the place that once felt familiar. Jiang Yifeng also learns that Bai Moyu paid the turtle to watch the southern regions, and the turtle shamelessly took the benefits while sleeping through the job. The memories do not reveal many secrets, but they do give Jiang Yifeng the major world-breaking events he wanted to map out. He pieces together a rough history, an ancient shattering around 700 million years ago, another reorganization around 300 million years ago, and a later upheaval around 80 million years ago. But once he asks whether those ancient breaks might be tied to his own future simulations, the whole thing starts to feel dangerously paradoxical. That thought makes him think of Su Mushuang, and he wonders if her earlier amnesia was also caused by touching a forbidden secret connected to him, or the simulator. After wrestling with that idea for a while, he forcefully drops the Su Mushuang thread and goes back to the turtle's timeline. He decides the best candidate is the node from 300 million years ago, because in an earlier simulation he once shattered the world there with a peerless strike. Even then, he cannot tell whether that old strike truly caused the realm-wide reorganization, and he admits the simulator itself may already be built on impossible time logic. Since the clue does not help the current simulation any further, Jiang Yifeng stops digging and looks back at the terrified mystic turtle. With one punch, he smashes apart the law chains under the turtle and cuts its prison open. Then Jiang Yifeng leaves behind the same words from that ancient memory, telling the turtle, "Thank you, live well." After Jiang Yifeng vanishes, the mystic turtle is left dazed as that sentence overlaps eerily with the ancient voice in its memory. It cannot accept that the speaker from such a distant past could be Jiang Yifeng, so it shakes off the thought and focuses on survival instead. Now that it is finally free, the turtle wants to leave but gets cold feet, afraid the saint who imprisoned it might come back. In the end, caution wins, and the mystic turtle dives back into the endless sea instead of risking the outside world. Jiang Yifeng, unaware of the turtle's decision, crosses the endless sea and heads straight for the eastern regions. His goal has not changed. He wants Bai Moyu's manpower to comb the southern regions for his missing sister Jiang Rushuan. This time he does not bother asking around, and simply spreads his divine sense across the entire eastern regions to find the celestial verdant sect instantly. He knows that move could attract immortal realm attention, but in this simulation he wants to be bold on purpose and test the world's true ceiling. After locking onto the sect's position, he punches through space and steps through the void. He appears above the celestial verdant sect so abruptly that the whole sect goes on high alert. Even Bai Moyu comes out looking frightened, but Jiang Yifeng immediately sees through the act and knows the old fox is still hiding his saint realm truth. Since he only came to borrow people, Jiang Yifeng lets Bai Moyu keep acting and states his request plainly. The moment he hears that the celestial verdant sect must help search the southern regions, Bai Moyu's face changes because even without full memories he knows that place is dangerous. When Bai Moyu hesitates, Jiang Yifeng stops wasting words, grabs him, and exposes the real issue with a cold little smile. He gives Bai Moyu two choices: agree now, or restore his strength and memories first and agree after that. Bai Moyu feels the pressure and can only agree, but he still keeps pretending he is just an ordinary senior under a misunderstanding. He sweetens the offer by proposing to contact other sects too, but Jiang Yifeng instantly catches the hidden plan to recover at the Bronze Gate once he leaves. Jiang Yifeng does not care, because once the search starts he can deal with Bai Moyu later if the old fox really becomes a problem. He briefly notices Bai Ruoxue is not here, guesses she is away, and moves on because he does not need her help for this. With the deal settled, Jiang Yifeng leads tens of thousands from the celestial verdant sect toward the southern regions, almost emptying the sect behind him. Not long after, the southern regions changed completely, and cultivators started sweeping the skies in search of young women between 18 and 20. As word of cultivation spread, ordinary people finally understood this hidden world, and countless young people began chasing immortality themselves. Jiang Yifeng did not join the search for Jiang Rushuan yet, because he had already gone back to the Jiang family mansion for something more urgent. His real destination was far below the mansion, in the hidden inheritance hall buried tens of thousands of meters underground. After everything involving the ancient relic, Su Mushuang, and the mystic turtle, Jiang Yifeng no longer wanted to rely on guesses and came to verify the truth himself. He activated the chaos-heavy pupil and forced the inheritance's hidden details into view. What he saw finally confirmed it. This immortal Dao inheritance really had been left behind by his father's past life. But the spiritual consciousness inside was incomplete, holding only cultivation memories instead of Jiang Fushan's full past life self. That gap explained why Jiang Yifeng had managed to intercept the inheritance before, because a complete past life will might never have let him take it. He also learned the inheritance carried a final life-saving trigger that could temporarily restore his father's past life memories in a true crisis. Once that emergency restoration ended, the spiritual consciousness would burn out completely, which suddenly made an old mystery click into place for him. He realized that the arrogant consciousness from an earlier simulation had sounded so familiar because it was basically his hot-blooded father with restored memories. The inheritance revealed one more crucial fact: Jiang Fushan's past life had hidden many backups, not just this single one. Jiang Yifeng immediately understood this was a careful contingency plan, meant to guarantee that his father could still recover his own legacy even if something went wrong. That also solved another puzzle for him. Even after he stole one inheritance first, Jiang Fushan could still obtain the same path through other hidden backups. Then a sharper question hit him. If there were more inheritances, why had he never found any trace of them before now? He landed on the most likely answer at once. The other inheritances had probably been hidden wherever Jiang Rushuan was now. To him, the logic was simple. If Su Mushuang had been trusted to hide those treasures and no longer carried them, then they must have been left in the place where she once concealed herself and Jiang Rushuan. That possibility excited him, because asking Su Mushuang about the hidden inheritances might lead him to his missing sister indirectly. He moved immediately and went straight to question Su Mushuang, but her completely lost memories gave him nothing useful. But the lead died there, because Su Mushuang had lost her memory so thoroughly that she insisted she had never even left the mansion. Jiang Yifeng could only sigh to himself that there was not even a loophole to exploit here. Even so, the dead end only made him more certain that Jiang Rushuan herself might know something Su Mushuang no longer remembered. He reasoned that a child who had spent so long beside Su Mushuang might have noticed clues in daily life, as long as her own memory had not also been erased. So his goal narrowed down again: first find Jiang Rushuan, and then everything else could follow. He soon came up with a practical method. If Jiang Rushuan and those inheritances were together, then Jiang Fushan might be able to sense them once his past life memory returned. Because those inheritances contained his father's own past life spiritual consciousness, Jiang Yifeng believed Jiang Fushan should be able to control or detect them after becoming immortal. That made the next move obvious to him: speed up Jiang Fushan's cultivation and force the breakthrough as soon as possible. He sent a huge amount of resources to his father, and also had Jiang Fushan personally receive the immortal Dao inheritance once more. Jiang Yifeng hoped that even if he had already taught the techniques before, the inheritances built in spiritual consciousness might still push his father forward more effectively. At the same time, he kept every other search line running and did not let Qinwutian, the captured Immortal Realm Saints, or Celestial Verdant Sect forces stop looking for Jiang Rushuan. 3 months passed under that pressure, and then trouble stirred above the ceiling formation. A patrolling golden immortal from the Immortal Realm arrived above the ceiling formation and froze when he saw how crowded the southern regions had become with cultivators. At a glance, the golden immortal blamed the Immortal Arrival Sect and its immortal slaves for letting the southern regions slip this far out of control. He still did not realize the Immortal Arrival Sect was nearly empty already, with Qinwutian captured and the other immortal slaves long gone. Afraid the Immortal Realm would blame him for this mess, the golden immortal decided to erase the southern region's cultivators before anyone noticed. Even though it was ahead of schedule, he started drawing Heavenly Thunder down early to kill them himself. He had no idea the same realm powers he feared were already Jiang Yifeng's captives and were down below helping with the search instead. But before the thunder could fall, Jiang Yifeng appeared silently behind him. Jiang Yifeng had sensed the moment this immortal clan enforcer entered, and now he grabbed the golden immortal as easily as catching a chick. The golden immortal lord was so overwhelmed that his first reaction was pure confusion. The instant he understood the gap in strength, his arrogance vanished, and he started addressing Jiang Yifeng as senior. Jiang Yifeng only smiled, because he had not forgotten how many times this man had killed him with heavenly thunder in past simulations. With ugly satisfaction, he decided to repay that debt in the same language the man liked best: thunder. He summoned a purple bolt with the law of thunder and blasted the golden immortal lord until the man's flesh split open in screams. Jiang Yifeng kept that punishment going for 7 full days before he finally stopped. When the golden immortal lord was almost dead already, Jiang Yifeng ended it with one palm strike. He even mocked himself for being soft-hearted, since the man had thundered him to death many times before and only got 7 days in return. After that, he returned to the southern regions and stayed in the Jiang family mansion to cultivate instead of roaming elsewhere. There were still huge mysteries left, like the Dragon Tomb and the Immortal Realm itself, but Jiang Yifeng forced himself to handle them one step at a time. For now, he chose to wait until Jiang Fushan broke into the Immortal Realm and hopefully use that awakening to help find Jiang Rushuan. He also stayed close because he did not trust this breakthrough to go smoothly without him guarding his father. Su Mushuang's shattered memory made him even less certain that she could protect Jiang Fushan if danger arrived at the worst moment. He could have tried to strike the Immortal Realm first, but he judged that move too reckless with so many unknown saints and half-Dao monsters still up there. His confidence had grown since killing the Leviathan Rock, but he knew that victory had cost him dearly and had only worked with crucial help from the Azure Dragon. He believed he could now kill a half-Dao enemy alone in a one-on-one fight, but not if several of them came together. So he chose patience again and quietly hoped the immortal realm's strongest figures would come to him one by one instead. Time rushed onward until the 12th year, when a strange phenomenon suddenly rose from Jiang Fushan's room. Jiang Yifeng recognized it at once. His father was finally breaking through to the core formation stage. This breakthrough came a full year earlier than before, proving just how much his heavy resource investment had accelerated Jiang Fushan's rise. Jiang Fushan's breakthrough still triggered a celestial sign, but with no immortal slaves left to interfere, it passed without obstruction. The event shocked the southern region's cultivators and pushed the Jiang family's prestige in Green Hills City even higher. After reaching core formation, Jiang Fushan's cultivation sped up again, and another 10 years slipped by. At last, father and son went together to a desolate place where Jiang Fushan would face his tribulation to become an immortal. Jiang Yifeng told him to focus only on the breakthrough and leave everything else to him. With endless resources behind him, Jiang Fushan had climbed from core formation to peak tribulation crossing in just 10 years, reaching immortal ascension in barely more than 11 years from being immortal. Jiang Fushan laughed it off in front of his son and called the thunder tribulation easy work. Inside, though, he was absolutely not calm and kept desperately psyching himself up so he would not look cowardly in front of Jiang Yifeng. He was afraid because he lacked restored memories and battle experience, but his pride as a father would not let him show that fear. For Jiang Yifeng, that moment finally reframed so much of the past, because maybe his father's constant bravado had always been a clumsy way of trying to become his son's model. He could not tell anymore whether it had been indulgence or guidance, but either way, Jiang Fushan had always wanted the best for him. Jiang Yifeng kept that realization to himself, set the emotions aside, and returned his focus to what was about to happen next. After a brief adjustment, Jiang Fushan released his aura and formally drew down the tribulation for becoming an immortal. Jiang Yifeng did not watch the clouds alone. Smiling faintly, he turned his attention beyond the ceiling formation and waited to see which saint from the immortal realm would come here to die. In the void above the southern regions, Jiang Fushan's immortal tribulation finally descended, and the roaring lightning instantly drew the attention of saints across every realm. This commotion was even clearer than the earlier disturbance at the World Gate, because this time nothing hid the southern regions from saint-level senses. The saints who sensed it rushed south immediately, realizing someone in the southern regions was about to become immortal. An hour later, while Jiang Fushan was still inside the heavenly lightning, the first immortal realm saint reached the ceiling formation outside the southern regions. The saint recognized Jiang Fushan at a glance and realized he had truly reincarnated and started over. Sneering at the cautious saints who had hesitated before, he decided to kill Jiang Fushan on the spot and crush the southern regions with him. He was so focused on Jiang Fushan that he never noticed the hidden gap above the ceiling formation. Jiang Yifeng stepped out of that gap without wasting a word and drove a silent destruction fist straight into the giant hand. Before the saint could even process what happened, Jiang Yifeng's second punch was already in his face. The saint was blasted down into the southern regions, and Jiang Yifeng quickly used Su Mushuang's control method to subdue him alive. Jiang Yifeng wanted this repeat offender dead, but the saints were still useful to him, so he kept the prisoner alive. He thought the trouble might be over, but just 10 minutes later another immortal realm saint arrived. This newcomer also recognized Jiang Fushan, then condensed a giant foot to stomp him to death during the tribulation. He never got the chance, because Jiang Yifeng rushed in and beat him down with a few brutal punches. Looking at the two captives, Jiang Yifeng almost believed the hand and foot from the simulation were the whole warning. He was wrong again, because more and more saints kept arriving one after another. But since they came one at a time instead of together, each new saint only became another captive. By the time half a day had passed, Jiang Fushan had survived the tribulation and Jiang Yifeng had captured 28 saints from the immortal realm. Jiang Yifeng could only sigh at how neatly these arrogant saints had delivered themselves to his door. With the fighting paused, Jiang Yifeng turned his attention to the real reason he had been waiting. Jiang Fushan should now have his old memories back. He urgently wanted answers about Jiang Rushuan, old secrets, and whether Jiang Fushan knew the same hidden truths Su Mushuang once hinted at. At the same time, Jiang Yifeng worried that if his father truly knew too much, those memories might already be damaged. Jiang Fushan had indeed recovered most of his memories, but some pieces felt broken and out of sequence, and he dismissed it as a side effect of reincarnation. After a long pause, Jiang Fushan walked over with a conflicted look and told Jiang Yifeng that no matter who he had been, he would always be his son. Now that his memories were back, Jiang Fushan could tell Jiang Yifeng's power was impossible for an ordinary young cultivator, so he concluded his son must be a reincarnated expert too. In the real world outside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng paused to consider whether he should reveal his true identity to his father. After thinking it through, he gave up on the idea, because telling Jiang Fushan he was the benefactor from 300 million years ago would only make things awkward and solve nothing. He also stopped expecting clean answers, because the simulator had already shown that Jiang Fushan's restored memories were incomplete. Jiang Yifeng suspected the missing parts were not normal reincarnation damage at all, but traces of some restriction or even paradoxes tied to cross-time simulation. He remembered other impossible inconsistencies too, like the war god art appearing in Wu Yudeo's hands before he had ever simulated it himself. In the end, Jiang Yifeng dropped the whole line of thought, because the simulator itself was already the biggest paradox of all. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng answered just as firmly that no matter who he had once been, he would always be Jiang Fushan's son. That answer melted the last bit of distance between them, and Jiang Fushan broke into open, hearty laughter. Once they were truly on the same side again, Jiang Yifeng began questioning his father about the past one point at a time. Jiang Fushan confirmed that he and Su Mushuang were the man and woman who had once suppressed the Saint Realm powers of the Immortal Realm. He also explained that the saints Jiang Yifeng knew were former enemies Jiang Fushan had once suppressed and later controlled for his own use. Then came a bizarre but useful detail. Bai Moyu had once been such a devoted follower of Jiang Fushan that people mocked him for it. That instantly explained why cowardly Bai Moyu had never dared switch sides to the Immortal Realm. He was already too closely tied to Jiang Fushan for them to trust him. Jiang Fushan then revealed that he and Su Mushuang had already been carrying severe old injuries before the Saint Realm War ever began. He could not remember where that injury came from, only that when he went all out later, it spiraled out of control and forced him into reincarnation. To Jiang Yifeng, that missing origin of the injury felt like a major clue that still hadn't been uncovered. But when Jiang Yifeng asked why the Immortal Realm had started invading worlds and devouring heavenly Tao, Jiang Fushan had no answer. He and Su Mushuang had spent those years focused on recovering from their injuries, so the outside changes slipped past them. So even though Jiang Fushan knew a great deal, most of it only confirmed what Jiang Yifeng had already guessed. When Jiang Yifeng carefully tested the one secret Su Mushuang seemed to know, Jiang Fushan was only puzzled, not forgetful. That told Jiang Yifeng the secret probably came from Su Mushuang after Jiang Fushan's reincarnation, not from some memory both of them once shared. That also made Jiang Yifeng doubt the secret had much to do with the simulator itself, even if it might still be connected to him in some other way. With his father turning into a dead end on that question, Jiang Yifeng shifted to the one lead he still had left, his never-met sister, Jiang Rushuan. Jiang Fushan wasn't surprised that Jiang Yifeng knew about the baby sister, because he already assumed his son was a reincarnated powerhouse with unusual knowledge. But when the topic turned to Jiang Rushuan herself, Jiang Fushan's mood darkened at once, because the only time he had ever seen his daughter was when she was still wrapped in swaddling clothes. Seeing that pain, Jiang Yifeng gently admitted that he had been trying to find Jiang Rushuan too, but something kept blocking every divine sense search. He guessed the blockage might be tied to their mother, and suggested that Jiang Fushan's old legacies were probably hidden with Jiang Rushuan. That possibility hit Jiang Fushan like a wake-up call, because before reincarnating he really had left behind many legacies, and Su Mushuang no longer carried them. He concluded that the missing legacies were very likely with Jiang Rushuan, but at his current mortal-immortal level he could only search region by region instead of sweeping the whole southern regions at once. Even so, Jiang Yifeng finally felt reassured, because a slow targeted search was still far better than blind guesswork. So Jiang Yifeng decided to take his father along and search for Jiang Rushuan bit by bit. But before leaving, Jiang Yifeng used a remote transmission talisman to send Shin Wutian a separate order about the 28 captured saints. He told Shin Wutian to drag every one of those saints to the ancient relic and make them all attack the world gate together. That was the real reason Jiang Yifeng had spared them in the first place. He still couldn't break the world gate alone, so every saint above that level had to become free labor. And on Shin Wutian's side, serving under Jiang Yifeng felt strangely satisfying, because now he could finally order around, curse, and even beat the Immortal Realm saints who had oppressed him for ages. Jiang Yifeng had deliberately allowed that, because even if Shin Wutian was no saint himself, the Immortal Realm saints were worse and deserved to suffer a little on the way. After Shin Wutian took the captured saints away, Jiang Yifeng pressed them again about why the Immortal Realm invades other worlds and devours their heavenly Tao. Their answer matched the old pattern. They were all doing it for power, but none of them knew where the heaven-devouring method originally came from. That made the whole thing feel wrong, because saints should never trust a terrifying method with no clear source. Since the captives were under his control and could not lie, Jiang Yifeng narrowed it down to something even worse. Either their memories had been tampered with, or some hidden force was steering their minds. He first suspected the black-robed man, but quickly rejected it, because if that enemy could directly control these saints in this timeline, he should have found Jiang Yifeng long ago. Then one detail hit him hard. The black-robed man had been searching across time, but time and space are not the same thing. If the enemy only needed time, he could have waited in some distant era for Jiang Yifeng to appear, so the fact that he kept chasing meant the answer had to be bigger. Jiang Yifeng finally blurted out the idea that made everything click for him: parallel worlds really exist. But that answer opened a new mess, because his earlier cross-time simulations had still changed the future too cleanly for a random parallel world coincidence. He kept pushing the logic until only one explanation felt possible to him: both the past and the future must contain parallel worlds. That conclusion shook him instead of calming him, because it made him wonder whether this simulation was a parallel world at all and whether the self inside it was truly him. His thoughts spiraled so badly that his mind turned chaotic and his aura began to lash out, a clear sign he was slipping toward a demonic state. Jiang Fushan noticed the danger at once, but with his strength not yet restored to half-Dao, all he could do was call out and try to pull his son back with his voice. His father's voice kept echoing through the chaos, promising that no matter what happened, he would stay by Jiang Yifeng's side. Jiang Yifeng finally found the one thought that cut through the trap. Whatever this world is, the current him is still himself, because only the real him could carry those memories and that strength into the simulation. Once he accepted that, the mental trap broke on its own and the demonic signs faded. Jiang Fushan hurried over to check on him, and Jiang Yifeng answered with a relieved smile that he was fine. He forced himself to stop chasing the bigger mystery for now, deciding that the hidden hand behind the immortal realm was simply too deep to solve in one go. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng came out of that simulation drenched in cold sweat, badly shaken by how close his simulated self had come to losing control. That scare led him to a new fear. If a simulated self got trapped for real, it might even turn hostile toward his real self. For a moment he even wondered if the black-robed man could be some future simulation version of himself that had broken free. He quickly calmed down and rejected that idea, because such a version of himself would already know about the simulator and would not need to blindly hunt him across timelines. Even so, he took the warning seriously and kept drilling one rule into himself: if he cannot figure something out, he must not force it until he falls into another mental trap. After settling his mind, he turned back to the simulation and resumed the search with Jiang Fushan across the southern regions for the old legacy tied to Jiang Rushuan. 3 days later, their search was interrupted when Bai Moyu arrived with a whole group of cultivators and, this time, openly carried saint-level cultivation. The moment he saw Jiang Yifeng, Bai Moyu hurried into a long stream of excuses about his sealed state, his recovered cultivation, and all the effort he supposedly spent helping from the eastern regions. In truth, Bai Moyu had recovered himself long ago, guessed Jiang Yifeng was probably not from the immortal realm, and simply stayed away because he did not believe Jiang Yifeng could actually resist that side. He only changed his mind after sensing Jiang Fushan's immortal tribulation and later realizing the southern regions had somehow survived, which convinced him the immortal realm had finally hit a wall. That left Bai Moyu with two motives for rushing over now. He wanted protection, and he was scared Jiang Yifeng would settle old scores once the truth came out. Then Bai Moyu spotted Jiang Fushan, dropped the act with Jiang Yifeng, and instantly threw himself to the ground in front of the older man. Crying like a loyal survivor, Bai Moyu called Jiang Fushan back and painted himself as the one who had barely held the 9 mystic realm together under immortal realm oppression. Jiang Yifeng could only stare in disbelief, because a man who sealed his cultivation and hid to survive was now polishing that into a heroic tragedy. When Jiang Fushan almost started believing the performance, Jiang Yifeng stepped in and quietly exposed what Bai Moyu had really done. That instantly cooled Jiang Fushan's interest, leaving Bai Moyu awkward and exposed. Still, Jiang Yifeng did not punish him, because selfish self-preservation was ugly but not the same as real betrayal. So Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan resumed their search, but Bai Moyu glued himself to them and started offering help for every little thing. Half a month of that was enough to wear Jiang Yifeng down, so he finally sent Bai Moyu away to the ancient relic on the excuse that the captured immortal realm saints needed guarding. The assignment was really just a clean way to get rid of him, since Shinwutian already had those prisoners more than covered. With Bai Moyu gone, Jiang Yifeng finally got some peace, while the captured saints probably got the exact opposite once one more vindictive face joined Shinwutian. A week later, while passing the heavenly profound temple in the Evergreen Mountain Range, Jiang Yifeng spotted Bai Ruashua there from a distance. The timing felt off compared with earlier simulations, but Jiang Yifeng guessed the turmoil he caused in the southern regions had shifted Bai Ruashua's schedule. He chose not to approach her at all, because in this simulation they were just strangers crossing paths. He also left the heavenly profound sword and the sword's spirit Guiqing undisturbed inside the temple, deciding that old connection could stay in the past. After that small detour, father and son kept searching, and another half-year slipped by as they nearly combed through the entire southern regions. Then, in a forest not far from the Desert of Death, Jiang Fushan finally caught a trace of the spiritual consciousness he had left behind in his past life. He could not lock down the exact spot, but that faint signal was enough to tell them they were finally close. Jiang Yifeng immediately spread his divine sense across the forest to search every corner for whatever his father could not directly see. His divine sense found only one hidden forest village, and at first glance it looked completely normal, with no visible cultivators and no obvious anomaly. That normal village instantly became the prime target, because if Jiang Rushuan was really linked to Jiang Fushan's old legacy, she had to be hidden somewhere people could actually live. Staring at the village, Jiang Yifeng finally smiled and said they had found it, hoping this long-lost sister would at last know something useful. Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan arrive outside a tiny village, certain their search has finally narrowed to this spot. At first glance, there is no sign of Jiang Rushuan anywhere in the village, so Jiang Yifeng activates the chaos-heavy pupil and begins examining the village piece by piece instead of trusting his first impression. That careful search exposes the real secret. A hidden Sumi subrealm is concealed inside the village. He realizes the subrealm is hidden in the most ridiculous place possible, an ordinary weed by the village entrance. The absurd discovery makes Jiang Yifeng admit he was careless, because he had assumed a treasure this advanced could not escape his notice. He brings Jiang Fushan to the weed and says the people they want may be hidden inside it. Jiang Fushan recognizes the possibility at once, but he is shaken that Su Mushuang could possess a Sumi subrealm far stronger than the ore-hiding gem he remembered. Since forcing entry might hurt whoever is inside, father and son decide to try the only safe option left: knock on the hidden realm from outside. The result is bizarre, with two powerful cultivators squatting in the dirt and calling out to a weed while the villagers stare at them like lunatics. Even after a long time, the hidden realm gives them nothing back, and the silence starts to feel suspicious. Jiang Fushan confirms he can still feel the spiritual resonance of his past life inheritance inside, so Jiang Yifeng concludes Jiang Rushuan must be there and simply does not trust them. Once they realize calling is useless, Jiang Yifeng makes a blunt new plan and yanks the weed out of the ground to carry it home. His thinking is simple: if Jiang Rushuan will not trust them, she should at least recognize Su Mushuang and come out on her own. Inside the hidden Sumi subrealm, Jiang Rushuan panics as she feels the grass outside being pulled up and thinks villains are stealing her home. She wants to rush out and fight, but she knows anyone who found this realm so easily is far stronger than her spirit transformation cultivation. All the red-clad girl can do is endure and pray Su Mushuang returns before the strangers do anything worse. A few minutes later, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan are already back at the Jiang family mansion in Green Hills City with the uprooted weed. Jiang Fushan immediately summons Su Mushuang, even though her amnesia means she no longer remembers the subrealm at all. The moment Su Mushuang appears, the red-clad girl bursts out of the hidden realm and throws herself into her mother's arms, while Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan watch closely. Jiang Rushuan bursts out of the hidden realm and throws herself at Su Mushuang, sobbing that her mother never came to get her and left her terrified. But Su Mushuang, still missing her memories, only feels awkward and alarmed because she does not remember having any daughter. Worried everyone will misunderstand, Su Mushuang pushes Jiang Rushuan away and firmly tells her to behave herself. Su Mushuang hurries to Jiang Fushan to explain that this girl has absolutely mistaken her for someone else. Left standing alone, Jiang Rushuan breaks down and asks through tears if her mother has decided she does not want her anymore. Seeing the situation spiral, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan switch to the plan they prepared in advance and split up to calm the two women separately. Jiang Fushan leads Su Mushuang away, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone with Jiang Rushuan to explain everything as carefully as possible. Jiang Yifeng feeds Jiang Rushuan a cleaned-up version of the past, saying her parents were forced apart by enemies and Su Mushuan later lost her memory in another attack. Jiang Rushuan does not believe him at first, and her face shows she thinks this may all still be a lie. The first real crack in her distrust comes when Jiang Yifeng mentions the inheritance tied to Jiang Fushan's past life, because that part matches what she already knows. After half a day of slow explanation, Jiang Rushuan finally half accepts Jiang Yifeng as her elder brother and reluctantly accepts that Su Mushuang truly forgot her. Jiang Fushan uses the same general story on Su Mushuang, and by the next day the four of them manage to look like a family on the surface. Under that calm surface, Su Mushuang still suspects Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Rushuan may be tricking her, and she starts looking at Jiang Fushan like he has done something shady. Jiang Rushuan is only a little better, because she also wonders whether Jiang Fushan harmed Su Mushuang and whether Jiang Yifeng is helping him cover it up. So in the end, the one suffering most is Jiang Fushan, trapped between a wife and daughter who both think the worst of him. Jiang Yifeng sees the mess but decides not to press Jiang Rushuan for secrets yet, because her guard is still far too high. 2 years pass, and in the 15th year Jiang Yifeng watches Little Peach prepare to cross her tribulation and ascend to immortality. Thanks to abundant resources, Little Peach reaches this breakthrough far earlier than expected. No saint from the immortal realm dares interfere, because the disappearance of other saints in the southern regions has already scared them into hiding. Another 10 years slip by, and in the 25th year Jiang Rushuan steps into her own immortal ascension tribulation with Jiang Yifeng guarding her again. She survives the tribulation successfully, and comes to Jiang Yifeng with a softer expression than ever before. For the first time, Jiang Rushuan calls him elder brother, and Jiang Yifeng knows she has truly accepted him as family. Only now does Jiang Yifeng decide the timing is right to carefully ask about Jiang Rushuan's past without wrecking the trust he spent years building. He starts with harmless questions about how she and Su Mushuan lived before, and Jiang Rushuan answers openly because the topic feels safe. Jiang Rushuan says she spent most of her life inside the Sumi subrealm and only went outside occasionally with her mother. The key detail is that whenever they went out, Su Mushuang made her carry a stone-like treasure. That answer instantly bothers Jiang Yifeng, because the treasure sounds exactly like the powerful gem Su Mushuang once used to hide her aura from terrifying pursuers. He cannot explain why a little girl like Jiang Rushuan would ever need such a high-level concealment treasure, and the mismatch feels deeply wrong. He rules out simpler explanations one by one, because even hiding from the immortal arrival sex slaves would not require a treasure on that level. That leaves Jiang Yifeng with a troubling conclusion: Jiang Rushuan may have a hidden secret even she does not understand. He immediately turns the chaos-heavy pupil on Jiang Rushuan again, hoping her current information will reveal what he missed before. But the result still looks simple on the surface. showing only that Jiang Rushuan is a favored heaven-blessed immortal with an immortal body. That clean answer only makes Jiang Yifeng more suspicious, because it feels too shallow compared to the oddities surrounding her. He starts questioning whether the pupil's summary is really a full truth at all, or just a conclusion built from incomplete information and his own prior guesses. That possibility suddenly makes him reconsider earlier readings too, including what he thought he understood about much stronger figures like Little Peach and Jiang Fushan. While Jiang Yifeng is still chasing that thought, Jiang Rushuan keeps rambling fondly about life with Su Mushuang, and almost slips a crucial clue. Jiang Rushuan casually says that Su Mushuang sometimes acted strangely and always warned her not to go near the door. Jiang Rushuan's mention of a gate snaps Jiang Yifeng out of his thoughts, and he immediately suspects she means the ancient relics world gate. The more he thinks about it, the stranger it gets, because Jiang Rushuan somehow cannot approach that gate, and he has no idea why. Jiang Rushuan explains off-panel that she grew up in the submerged space without living in a house, so she avoided doors simply because Su Mushuang told her to. She adds off-panel that coming back to the Jiang family was her first real time seeing doors up close, and now the old warning feels almost ridiculous to her. Jiang Yifeng can only force an awkward smile, because even after hearing her out, he still cannot explain what Su Mushuang was afraid of. What he does realize is that Su Mushuang herself probably never saw that gate either, but she clearly knew Jiang Rushuan carried some dangerous secret tied to it. He briefly considers taking Jiang Rushuan to the ancient relic to test her reaction, but the idea feels too dangerous to try blindly. He decides to wait, because testing the gate now could hurt Jiang Rushuan, devastate her doting father, and even wreck the whole simulation early. His worst guess is grim, whether that relic gate is the world gate, or something on the same level. Bringing Jiang Rushuan near it could pull an unknown disaster. With the mystery still unresolved, Jiang Yifeng escorts Jiang Rushuan back to the Jiang family mansion and leaves the question sealed for now. After that, Jiang Yifeng gives up on more secluded cultivation because his realm is now too high for ordinary resources to help much. He changes plans and decides to investigate old mysteries first, then head to the immortal realm later to borrow better resources and extra manpower. In the 26th year, he returns to the Desert of Death to finally uncover what is hidden inside the Dragon Tomb. Since he is already near the ancient relic, he detours there first to see whether the saints have made any real progress on the World Gate. What he finds is almost absurd. The immortal realm saints around the World Gate all look gaunt and worn out, more like refugees than saint experts. Then Shinwutian starts barking orders at them, furious that one of them paused for even a second. When one saint glares back, Shinwutian immediately uses the control technique and makes him convulse in pain. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands why the saints look like refugees, because Shinwutian has plainly been using the technique to settle scores. He almost steps in, not out of pity, but because he still needs these saints alive to keep attacking the gate. But the next moment makes Jiang Yifeng stop, because the terrified saints throw themselves at the world gate even harder after seeing Shinwutian's punishment. Jiang Yifeng ends up approving the ugly method since Shinwutian's cruel management is at least keeping the work going. When he studies the gate closely, his mood darkens again, because after 20 years of pounding it, they have only opened a single hairline crack. That tiny flaw tells him brute force will take far too long, so his later trip to the immortal realm will need to bring back more than just resources. Once he leaves, Bai Moyu watches him go with a knowing smile and realizes the young master does not care whether those saints live or die. The moment Jiang Yifeng is gone, Bai Moyu starts tormenting the saints too and uses the control technique on one of them with casual cruelty. Jiang Yifeng never notices, but Bai Moyu and some of the strongest saints had already sensed his hidden inspection and were desperately trying to look useful. Unaware of any of that, Jiang Yifeng heads deeper into the desert and decides to retrieve the dragon egg before entering the dragon tomb. He slips into the dragon's lair and finds the colossal demonic dragon still asleep, so oblivious it never notices him. For a brief second he considers settling old grudges with the beast that swallowed him so many times before, but he decides it may still be useful. So he spares the dragon, quietly steals the dragon egg, and slips away without waking it. Carrying the egg, he descends to the bottom of the desert and steps into the dragon tomb at last. The moment he enters, he confirms the dragon tomb is not just a ruin but a separate small world with its own enclosed presence. Then he senses something even stranger, because the laws here mostly match the outside world but carry one extra force that feels uniquely draconic. He cannot name that extra law, but he instinctively feels it is something only the dragon clan could ever inherit. That realization jolts him into a new theory. The dragon tomb may have been built to feed the powers of countless dead true dragons into this single egg. He even wonders if that is why the egg still has not hatched yet, because it never finished inheriting what the tomb was meant to give it. But the theory immediately runs into a problem, because if the tomb was made for the egg, then the egg should have been left inside it, not moved outside. That pushes him to a darker guess that both the dragon tomb and the egg were deliberately moved to the southern regions by someone with a plan. He remembers a saint from the immortal realm extracting something from the demonic dragon after it swallowed the egg, and now suspects that was an attempt to steal the dragon clan's inheritance. Even then, the setup still does not make full sense to him, because if stealing that power were so simple, there would have been easier ways to do it. His thoughts spiral far enough to briefly suspect whether a future version of himself might have orchestrated all this millions of years ago, only for him to reject that idea on the spot. He knows he would never do that to an egg tied to the Azure Dragon, and more importantly, he does not even know the method to steal the Dragon Clan's divine ability. That leaves one hidden mastermind in his mind, the mysterious person in white who barely stood out before, but now seems connected to far too many targeted moves. He realizes the woman in white may be the key, because the 4 fierce beasts were all moved to the southern regions and every one of them has ended up tied back to him. By the end, Jiang Yifeng makes up his mind to run a deeper simulation later, because finding that woman in white may finally untangle the bigger mystery behind all of this. Inside the dragon tomb, Jiang Yifeng takes out the dragon egg to test it, and the whole realm reacts at once. Dragon souls roar through the tomb like they are welcoming a king, and Jiang Yifeng stays still to see what the egg will do. 9 days later, the dragon tomb is collapsing, the dragon roars are gone, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the egg absorbed everything but still shows no sign of life. He senses something is off, but the coming void storm matters more because the dragon tomb's destruction can let him finally study the law of space. As the world fully shatters, Jiang Yifeng swallows enlightenment pills and activates inevitable enlightenment to seize this rare chance. He studies the turbulence up close and even tries to seize and devour it, slowly realizing that space is made of countless tiny particles beyond normal divine sense. After repeated failures, Jiang Yifeng finally compresses those particles into a colorless blade of space in his hand. When he swings it, the blade vanishes into the void and reappears thousands of miles away, proving just how terrifying space law can be. The result excites him immediately, and he starts imagining invisible cages and unseen killing strikes that ordinary enemies could never detect. Feeling bold, Jiang Yifeng thinks he wants both time and space, then dives back into cultivation. 10 years pass, and by the 35th year his law of space reaches the peak of minor completion, just short of major completion. His enlightenment period ends too soon, and even though he still has pills and stored chances left, the void storm that made this breakthrough possible is already gone. He steadies himself by thinking ahead. When the world collapses 1,000 years later, an even greater spatial disaster should give him another chance to reach major completion. With the Dragon Tomb journey finished, he steps out of the void and returns to the southern regions. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng reviews the simulation and realizes his simulated self still lacks the clues needed to investigate the mysterious man in white. So he decides to launch a 100-year deep simulation, planning not only to track the man in white but also to improve his formations and alchemy along the way. The simulator starts, origin value is deducted, and Jiang Yifeng's consciousness drops straight into the new run. He wakes in the desert of death, confirms the familiar starting point, and immediately heads for the ancient relic. Without wasting a word, Jiang Yifeng pulls Shen Wutian and Bai Moyu aside and asks who brought the 4 fierce beasts into the southern regions. Shen Wutian and Bai Moyu relax on the spot, relieved that Jiang Yifeng is asking about old history instead of punishing them over the immortal realm captives. Shen Wutian admits he only saw that person from far away long ago, and his strength back then was too low to make out the face. Jiang Yifeng isn't satisfied, but he quickly understands that Shen Wutian was too weak in that era to know more. Bai Moyu is no better, awkwardly admitting that even as a saint he never saw through the white-clad figure's disguise. Then Bai Moyu quickly offers to find out in 3 days, clearly trying to turn this into a chance to please Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng instantly guesses Bai Moyu wants to squeeze answers out of the captured Immortal Realm saints, but he lets him go because it saves time. Thrilled to have won that opening, Bai Moyu hurries off toward the prisoners, and Shen Wutian decides he cannot afford to fall behind either. Soon, miserable screams rise from the World Gate area, and Jiang Yifeng can only click his tongue at how savage Bai Moyu and Shen Wutian's interrogation has become. He waits there for 3 days, blocking out the noise and holding position for the result. The answer is disappointing. The captives confirm the man in white existed, but none of them know who he really was. Jiang Yifeng isn't shocked, because a man who hid his identity from Bai Moyu was never likely to be known by ordinary Immortal Realm saints. Then a new idea hits him hard. His father Jiang Fushan might be the one person who can narrow this mystery down. He disappears from the ancient relic at once and returns straight to the Jiang family mansion. At home, Jiang Yifeng lays out everything he knows, and Jiang Fushan immediately spots how contradictory the white-clad man's actions were. Jiang Fushan points out the core problem. If that man wanted to protect the southern regions, why also block the crack and leave room for the immortal arrival sect to exist? Jiang Yifeng keeps his own suspicion quiet, because he thinks the man in white may actually be helping him and he does not want to risk exposing the simulator. Jiang Fushan changes approach and starts sorting the mystery by practical clues instead, beginning with a simple question: which top experts are known for wearing white? With his past life knowledge of the world's high-level powerhouses, Jiang Fushan trims the possibilities down from dozens to only 5 or 6 likely suspects. He heads to his study and spends half a day writing out a proper investigation list for Jiang Yifeng. When Jiang Fushan returns and hands over a 6-person list, Jiang Yifeng is genuinely delighted because the search has suddenly become manageable. The list is far better than Jiang Yifeng expected, with names, cultivation realms, and even the places those suspects often visited or cultivated. By the last entry, even Yi Shaoqing appears as a possible target. He starts reading through the suspects one by one, quickly memorizing unfamiliar names instead of wasting time over what he doesn't know yet. Then the sixth name stops him cold, Yi Shaoqing, listed as peak half Dao after falling from Dao level, with her whereabouts uncertain but often deep in chaos. When Jiang Yifeng spots Yi Shaoqing's name, the clue hits him like a shock and he immediately suspects this is the same Yi Shaoqing from his past simulations. The more he links the name to her cultivation and talent, the more convinced he becomes that this is no coincidence, but the same terrifying chosen he once knew. He realizes he may have dismissed her too early just because the simulator never showed a fixed clothing style for her. Now the old mystery suddenly starts to fit. If the person in white was really Yi Shaoqing, her secret help in the southern regions finally makes sense. But that answer only opens bigger questions, because Jiang Yifeng still cannot explain how Yi Shaoqing could know about all his later ties and hidden secrets. He starts to suspect that some major unseen event changed everything, gave Yi Shaoqing this knowledge, and may even explain why she later fell from Dao level to half Dao. The thought that Yi Shaoqing may have arranged the southern region sealing beasts makes Jiang Yifeng shudder, because it would mean reality and his cross-time simulation have locked into a closed loop. His head starts to pound, so Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stop digging before he traps himself in the same thought spiral forever. Once he calms down, he makes the practical choice to find Yi Shaoqing first and let the truth come from her instead of more guessing. That decision makes him think of Liang Dao too, because if Yi Shaoqing is alive, her Dao companion may still be out there as an even more trustworthy ally. With a faint smirk, Jiang Yifeng leaves the Jiang family mansion and heads for the Nine Mystic Realm, planning to use the whole Immortal Realm to search for her. 3 years later, panic has spread across the Immortal Realm as Saint Realm experts cluster together against a mysterious hunter who keeps capturing them one after another. That fear reaches the Blazing Sun Holy Land, where armed disciples and dozens of saints stand on full alert, staring into the void and waiting for the enemy to appear. Jiang Yifeng finally steps out of the void alone at first, calm and almost amused by how ready they tried to make themselves. Then the real horror appears as saint after saint steps out behind him, until nearly 200 captured experts are arrayed at his back. Even Bai Moyu and Xun Wutian have joined the sweep, because Jiang Yifeng has paused his attack on the World Gate and decided capturing more saints is the better use of force. The Blazing Sun Holy Land is instantly crushed by despair, because no one can imagine fighting a sect war against hundreds of Saint Realm enemies at once. With no other option, the saints of the Holy Land all kneel toward their ancestral grounds and beg their hidden ancestor to emerge. Jiang Yifeng only smiles, because he already knows their ancestor is just a single half-Dao expert, and he came here hoping for exactly that fight. He has no fear of losing, since he once beat a half-Dao Leviathan rock in simulation, and now believes his current strength is even greater. At last the ancestral grounds stir, and the Holy Land's terrified faces light up as their half-Dao ancestor Qin Yangming finally appears. But instead of defending them, Qin Yangming instantly suppresses his own saints and offers the whole sect to Jiang Yifeng without a fight. The move catches everyone off guard, but Jiang Yifeng stays cold and says handing over subordinates is not enough because Qin Yangming himself is the target. Qin Yangming's smile tightens, because he can stomach compromise but not the humiliation of becoming someone else's servant. He tries one last time to talk his way out, but Jiang Yifeng explodes with pressure and makes it clear that this is not a negotiation. Pushed past his limit, Qin Yangming finally drops the act, and Jiang Yifeng answers with a simple challenge to fight. Their first clash is brutal enough to shatter the void, and Jiang Yifeng gets blasted millions of miles away before crashing down and coughing blood. That one-sided opening makes Qin Yangming sneer, because for a second he thinks his earlier sense of danger was just a mistake. Jiang Yifeng just wipes the blood from his mouth and tells him he is nowhere near qualified to take his life. Then Jiang Yifeng releases the war god body and throws a silent destruction fist that twists time, turning the battle in one violent step. The second collision still sends Jiang Yifeng flying, but Qin Yangming takes the full hit, and his cultivation visibly drops from late half-Dao to mid-level. From there the rhythm flips fast, with each exchange making Jiang Yifeng stronger until the fight stops looking like a challenge and starts looking like a beating. By the 10th strike, Jiang Yifeng has the old ancestor coughing blood on the ground, and Qin Yangming finally understands why this monster felt dangerous from the start. When Jiang Yifeng moves in for another blow, Qin Yangming panics and surrenders on the spot, begging to serve instead of dying. Jiang Yifeng pulls back with obvious disappointment, because he was only just warming up when the half-Dao expert raised the white flag. Still, the result tells Jiang Yifeng what he wanted to know. Against current half-Dao experts, surviving the early hits is enough for his war god body to carry the rest. Once their ancestor falls in line, the rest of Blazing Sun Holy Land is easily swallowed into Jiang Yifeng's control, and his campaign across the Immortal Realm keeps rolling. 5 more years pass, and the Immortal Realm is left almost empty because every expert above Saint Realm has been captured by Jiang Yifeng. By then his prisoner army has swelled to 800 saints and 5 half-Dao experts, enough that searching other realms himself is no longer worth the time. So Jiang Yifeng finally puts his captive army to work, sending them into the chaos to search for Yi Shaoqing while he stays behind to cultivate. With the search outsourced, Jiang Yifeng turns back to himself and enters seclusion, planning to use the Immortal Realm's looted resources to grow stronger while others do the hunting. After crushing the Immortal Realm, Jiang Yifeng interrogates its top captives one more time, still trying to trace why they invaded other worlds and where the devouring method came from. Their answer is frustratingly thin. An ancient half-Dao expert once spread the devouring method, but that figure died tens of millions of years ago, so the trail is gone. And the reason they devoured heavenly Dao from other realms is even uglier in its simplicity. They did it for profit and the hope of breaking into a higher realm. Jiang Yifeng realizes this line of investigation is a dead end, and the only way to dig deeper may be another cross-time simulation into that ancient period. But that thought unsettles him, because every deep simulation keeps pointing back to him, and he is afraid the devouring method itself might also be tied to his own past. So unless he has no other choice, Jiang Yifeng decides he will not force himself into those most dangerous time points again. Instead, he fixes on one clear lead and quietly tells himself he should find Yi Shaoqing first, because she may be the key to the whole mystery. With that, he drops the obsession for now and throws himself into cultivation, focusing on Formation Dao and Pilled Dao because their experience can be carried cleanly back into reality. Decades pass in retreat, and by the final year of the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng finally steps out again, realizing a full century is almost over. He looks into the void and sighs for Yi Shaoqing, because even after mobilizing every saint and above in the Immortal Realm, not a single trace of her has appeared. At this point, he gives up hope of finding her within this run, and accepts that the answer will have to be left for his future simulated self. Even so, the century was far from wasted. His war in the Immortal Realm sharpened his combat sense, and his long seclusion pushed both Formation Dao and Pilled Dao all the way to the saint level. Once his Formation Dao breaks through, Jiang Yifeng finally sees the truth of the southern region's sealing formation and realizes Bai Moyu had only told half the story. The core of that so-called sealing formation really is protective, but it is only quasi-saint level, nowhere near the saint level grandeur Bai Moyu boasted about. Now that he understands formations at this level, Jiang Yifeng knows he could dismantle that barrier with ease, without needing brute force at all. The breakthrough brings an even bigger reward too. By combining saint-level formations with the law of space, he gains the first real ability to construct a small world. His Pill Dao is just as terrifying, because every saint-level pill he refines now carries true independent thought instead of a faint little spirit. Over the years he even manages to create a pill that can cultivate on its own, which makes him realize Pill Dao at the extreme starts to look dangerously close to creating life. That possibility should be astonishing, but Jiang Yifeng also discovers why no one goes beyond this point. Heaven and earth themselves seem to block Pill Dao and Formation Dao at the saint level. He feels a little regret, but also relief, because if these side paths are sealed for now, he can stop splitting his focus and return to improving his own cultivation. With less than 10 days left in the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng returns to the Jiang family mansion, because nowhere feels safer for what he needs to do next. In his room, he takes out a white-green memory crystal and starts recording the key memories and clues from these 100 years for the self who will wake up after him. After a long while the crystal is finished, and Jiang Yifeng hides it in his storage ring while leaving subtle clues in the room so his next self will know where to look. Once everything is ready, he cuts the final days short on purpose and calmly ends the deep simulation himself. His consciousness snaps back to reality, but because he wakes in the same room he used in the simulation, the overlap is so perfect that he is briefly disoriented. Only after seeing the simulator panel does he fully steady himself, and he mutters that ending deep simulations in the same place is a bad idea if he wants to stay grounded. Then he turns to watch the simulation continue from outside, as the version of himself inside the timeline wakes in the Jiang family mansion and immediately realizes he has just come out of a deep simulation. He starts searching the room and his belongings for whatever his earlier self left behind, trying to figure out what happened and how much time he lost. At last he finds the memory crystal in his storage ring and takes in the contents left for him. The memories hit all at once. Nearly 100 years have passed since the Dragon Tomb, the Immortal Realm has already been subdued, and for now the biggest unresolved task is still finding Yi Shaoqing. Since there is nothing immediate he can do except wait for word from the Immortal Realm captives, Jiang Yifeng decides the answer is simple and goes back into seclusion. This time his goal is even higher, because he wants to force a breakthrough into the starry sky's ancient god realm. 500 quiet years pass, and the world he changed keeps healing instead of collapsing back into chaos. The southern regions become especially lively, with ordinary people living well, small sects rising, and more newcomers stepping onto the cultivation path. Beyond the southern regions, the wider world also recovers, because once Jiang Yifeng subdued the Immortal Realm saints, the cross-realm wars finally stopped. But for Jiang Yifeng himself, 500 years of hard cultivation still leave him stuck just short of the ancient god realm every single time he tries to break through. He starts to suspect the real problem is his orange-grade spiritual root talent, which may simply have reached its ceiling at this level. Even so, he does not panic, because one overlooked talent still gives him patience. Heaven rewards diligence means every bit of effort will keep moving him forward, no matter how slowly. There is one more problem gnawing at him too, because after all those centuries he still has no news about Yi Shaoqing at all. The search reports make things even stranger, because Yi Shaoqing is not the only one gone and many chosen across the world have vanished too. Names he knows, like Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya, are among the missing, and that convinces him there is definitely a larger hidden problem even if he still cannot see its shape. Unable to solve it yet, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to set the mystery aside and returns to closed-door cultivation once more. By the 900th year, a barely perceptible fluctuation ripples through the endless void, and Jiang Yifeng catches it only because his strength and command of space have become so sharp. That tiny disturbance sends a chill through him, because it feels like the first warning of the world's destruction starting all over again. He tries to reason himself down by thinking this timeline should be different, since the Saints never fell into another chaotic war this time. Then he rejects his own explanation, because with his current power he knows very well that Saints cannot shatter the whole world, and not even half Dao Chaos should be enough to fully break it. With time running out and his breakthrough still stuck just out of reach, Jiang Yifeng turns at last to the dragon egg he has been preserving. He knows this is no ordinary egg anymore, because it absorbed the dragon tomb's dragon laws and the clan's vengeful spirits, making it powerful enough to benefit even a saint-level being. That also means it may be his only real chance to force the ancient god breakthrough in this simulation. But the moment he truly considers consuming it, the problem becomes personal, because after his previous cross-time experience he can no longer ignore that this egg is likely the Azure Dragon's child. For a long moment he wrestles with the choice between power and friendship, knowing nobody would ever blame him if he did it inside a simulation. In the end, Jiang Yifeng laughs at himself and chooses character over advantage, declaring that power can go to hell because he refuses to become heartless even here. That sincere refusal triggers an immediate change, as the dragon egg suddenly bursts with light as if it has finally received the answer it was waiting for. Before he can react, the egg vanishes from his grasp and appears inside his body instead. At once Jiang Yifeng's aura surges violently upward, and the breakthrough he could never quite reach finally begins as he starts advancing toward the ancient god realm. The dragon egg erupts without warning, and the power stored inside it smashes through Jiang Yifeng's bottleneck before he can stop it. With no way to resist, he forces himself to calm down and sinks fully into the breakthrough. 3 years pass in one long closed-door session, until a thunderous burst inside him marks his advance into the ancient god realm of the starry sky. The moment he breaks through, the whole shattered world answers with the sound of the great Tao, and cultivators everywhere benefit from the resonance. Jiang Yifeng ignores the miracle outside and checks the dragon egg first, only to find it still lodged inside him. After examining it carefully, he realizes the egg itself is intact, but all the dragon tomb's divine abilities and grudges inside it are gone. That makes him suspect the egg was only a vessel, while the real fuel for his breakthrough was the dragon tomb's power it had gathered. He tries to draw the dragon egg out of his body, but it refuses to move, as if it has decided to take root in him. He could force it out now, but he stops because that might damage the egg, and he also wants to see what its deeper purpose is. He even wonders if this strange help came from Yi Shaoqing, but with no clear answer and no harm done, he leaves the egg alone. Once the egg is set aside, he turns to his own strength and immediately feels the biggest change. He can now perceive the great Tao itself, not just laws. That new perception is a real qualitative leap, because only by sensing the great Tao can a cultivator begin to comprehend it. He takes this as another advantage of the divine Tao, not realizing the broken state of this world is also why his current realm can perceive so much. He also finds that all his laws have grown stronger across the board now that he can touch a higher level of power. Then he finally understands another reason the divine Tao can crush the immortal Tao. His chaotic energy already carries a trace of great Tao power. That trace is still incomplete, but it explains why he can fight far above his realm and even threaten half-Tao opponents. Even so, he knows the main reason he can truly cross levels is still the war god art, not that tiny trace alone. When he looks deeper into the void, he sees a great Tao full of cracks and missing pieces, barely holding the world together. That sight leaves him shaken, because if the great Tao itself is this ruined, the world's destruction really may be unavoidable. He can only wonder what it would take to save the great Tao at all, and for the first time in a while, the scale of that task pushes him toward despair. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng blurts out that maybe saving the great Tao is the only way to stop time's destruction. He instinctively looks up, hoping to glimpse the great Tao for himself, and immediately gets a ridiculous answer from reality, just the ceiling. After mocking his own impatience, he settles down and keeps reading the simulation. Inside the simulation again, he forces himself to stop brooding and accepts that with only a few decades left before the world ends, more cultivation will not change much. So he returns to the ancient relic and tries once more to break the towering world gate with his newly improved strength. His repeated punches only open a few cracks, and the result is bad enough that he quickly realizes brute force still is not enough. Even at his current level, he estimates it would still take tens of thousands of years to destroy the gate by himself. Remembering that even dozens of peak half-Tao experts once failed to break it quickly, he finally accepts that this route is closed. With no progress to make there, he returns to the Jiang family mansion instead of wasting more time. Back home, he stops cultivating and keeps circling around Jiang Rishuan, because he wants to take her to the World Gate and test the secret tied to her. But every time he steels himself, he loses his nerve the moment he faces her, and that stalemate drags on for a full year. When he shows up again, Jiang Rishuan teasingly calls from inside and asks what he brought her this time. Her joke lands perfectly, because he searches his storage ring and realizes he has already given her more than she can even use. Jiang Rishuan makes it even harder for him by pouring out the mountain of resources he has given her over the past 2 years until the whole courtyard is covered. Then she drops the teasing and tells him plainly that she knows he is hiding something from her. Jiang Yifeng can only laugh awkwardly, because he cannot bring himself to admit that he almost used her life to probe a mystery. He covers it up by claiming he is just bored of cultivation and came to visit his own sister. Jiang Rishuan does not believe him, but what she says next hits much harder. If he really needs her, he should just ask because they are family. After hundreds of years together, she truly sees him and the whole Jiang family as her own, and she is willing to risk herself for him. Her trust makes Jiang Yifeng hate himself for even considering it, and inwardly he condemns the thought as unforgivable. Even then, he still tells her there is nothing wrong, tosses her his storage ring, and turns to leave. As he walks away, he makes a firm decision that he will never again deliberately use the people around him as tools just because this is a simulation to him. Once that decision settles, the knot in his chest finally loosens, and he leaves the Jiang family mansion to spend the remaining time searching the chaos for Yi Shaoqing himself. But after he leaves, Jiang Rishuan quietly starts investigating on her own because she knows he is hiding something serious. She goes to Jiang Fushan and asks for Bai Moyu's contact method, knowing Bai Moyu has been helping Jiang Yifeng for years. Through Bai Moyu, she quickly learns that Jiang Yifeng has been searching for someone, though that itself is not something she can help with. So she keeps asking question after question about everything tied to Jiang Yifeng over the last 1,000 years. Because Jiang Yifeng never told Bai Moyu to keep quiet, Bai Moyu casually spills everything he knows. At last, Jiang Rishuan hears about the gate, and that is the first clue that feels like it might truly be connected to her. She remembers the instructions her mother gave her before she lost her memory, and the moment that memory connects to Bai Moyu's strange gate, her whole body starts to tremble. Jiang Rishuan pieces it together at last. The forbidden gate matters deeply to Jiang Yifeng, and he gave up using her because he did not want his own sister taking that risk. That realization warms her instead of frightening her, because in a ruthless cultivation world, choosing family over ambition is rare. Even so, she wavers. Su Mushuang warned her never to go near the gate, but if she really is the missing key, walking away now would mean abandoning something important to Jiang Yifeng. Far away in the chaos, Jiang Yifeng knows nothing about her hesitation and keeps searching for Yi Shaoqing instead. Years pass until the 920th year, when the formation Jiang Yifeng left at the ancient relic suddenly reacts and tells him something is wrong at the World Gate. In reality, Jiang Yifeng immediately fears the worst. Maybe Jiang Rishuan really did go there after all. He blames himself for not using a deeper simulation to stop her, then forces himself to keep reading because even regretting it now cannot make him arrive any faster. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng tears through the void and reaches the ancient relic within minutes. The first thing he sees is Jiang Rishuan standing there in front of the gate, and his relief is instantly tangled with anger. He almost instantly guesses who talked. Bai Moyu must have told her, and Jiang Yifeng silently decides that old schemer is getting beaten later. Once he confirms Jiang Rishuan is still safe, Jiang Yifeng finally lets out the breath he was holding. He flashes to her side and grabs her at once, intent on taking her away before anything worse can happen. Then the gate itself answers with a heavy booming from the other side, as if someone outside is smashing their way in. The attack makes no sense to Jiang Yifeng, because in his earlier cross-time simulation, the innate demon god Yu opened this gate easily without needing to batter it down. His thoughts jump to the most unsettling answer. The outsiders may only have found the world gate because Jiang Rishuan approached it and exposed its coordinate. That lines up too neatly with Su Mushuang's old warning, which means the people outside are probably enemies and Jiang Rishuan somehow became their landmark. But Jiang Yifeng rejects the idea that his sister herself is the enemy. Her body, talent, and cultivation all look normal, so the real secret must be hidden somewhere else. Watching in reality, Jiang Yifeng is relieved she survived, but the idea of enemies outside the world still feels wildly absurd. In the simulation, with no way to stop whoever is beyond the gate, Jiang Yifeng takes Jiang Rishuan home first. Back at the Jiang family mansion, he sternly warns her never to go near that gate again. Then he presses her for anything unusual about herself, hoping for some clue, but Jiang Rishuan can only shake her head in confusion. She admits she expected the gate to hurt her or consume her life, and now feels guilty that instead it may have lured some unknown threat here. Seeing that look, Jiang Yifeng softens. He ruffles her hair and tells her plainly that this is not her fault. He knows the truth is uglier than that. His own secrecy pushed her to investigate in the first place. From then on, Jiang Yifeng abandons the search for Yi Shaoqing and keeps watch over the world gate instead. 30 more years grind past, and by the 950th year the gate is webbed with cracks but still refusing to break under the endless assault from outside. By then Jiang Yifeng barely cares who is outside anymore, because a worse disaster has already begun. The world itself is collapsing. With the great path shattering everywhere, he enters the chaos again and desperately searches for any leftover place outside this dying world's rules. He chases one last hope from old clues. If this world was once made from shattered older continents, maybe some untouched remnants still exist somewhere. 10 years later, in the 960th year, only a few scraps of land are left, and Jiang Yifeng still has not found a place that can save anyone. Accepting that there is no rescue coming, he releases the captives from the immortal realm and leaves them to choose their own final road. After that, he returns to his family one more time, because the Jiang family mansion itself has been moved in front of the World Gate, the last stable refuge left. Jiang Yifeng spends half a month quietly with his family, holding on to an ordinary warmth in a world that has already reached its end. When he finally steps out again, the people behind him can only watch in silence, and everyone feels this may be the last farewell. He cannot change their fate by staying, so he chooses the only path left to him and heads into the void to cultivate through the destruction itself. Soon he enters a relatively safe pocket inside a terrifying space turbulence, where the world's destruction can become his final teacher. There he stacks every aid he has, including the enlightenment pill and inevitable comprehension, and throws himself into one last desperate cultivation session. 5 years later, his law of space reaches great success, and even the law of destruction begins rising with it. By the 975th year, he pushes the law of space to its peak and drags several other laws forward as well. Even with those breakthroughs, he can never settle down, because whenever the true collapse of the Great Path draws near, he has to flee and find another barely safe pocket. In the 999th year, he finally perfects the law of space, just one step short of truly grasping the Great Path of space itself. At last he circles back to the gate, only to find that the ancient relic is nearly gone too and nothing stable remains except the tiny stretch of void right beside the world gate. Surrounded by the surging force of the world's last collapse, Jiang Yifeng looks out and realizes this calamity has spared no one. He is left with one bleak thought: in this dying world, he may already be the last living person, and even his own time is almost up. In the simulation's last safe zone, Jiang Yifeng watches the world shake apart and realizes the end has finally arrived. With no better option left, he remembers his unused one-time talent, Spirit Endowment, and decides this is the moment to gamble with it. He places his hand on the cracked gate and silently activates Spirit Endowment. The gate suddenly blazes with golden light, and Jiang Yifeng's eyes light up as he thinks it might actually be opening. He knows enemies may be waiting outside, but a hostile chance at survival still beats certain death inside a collapsing world. Then the gate shakes violently, but instead of opening normally, it turns into a beam of golden light and vanishes. The attacks from outside stop with it, and Jiang Yifeng is left frozen, baffled by what the gate just did. Where the gate stood, only a dark hole remains, and whatever was attacking from outside is nowhere to be seen. He has no time to unravel the mystery, because the refuge starts collapsing around him the moment the gate disappears. Even sensing terrible danger beyond that hole, Jiang Yifeng decides the gamble is still better than waiting to die here. Just before everything caves in, he steps into the hole and leaves the doomed world behind. On the other side, endless darkness swallows him, and a terrifying power of annihilation starts tearing his body apart. He tries to escape, but the annihilation spreads too fast, and he realizes he is about to die. At the edge of death, he hears rushing water and instinctively looks toward the sound. There, in the endless black, he catches a final glimpse of a vast silver river with faint golden gates hanging above it. Then his body is fully consumed, and the simulation ends with Jiang Yifeng dead at age 1020. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng studies the reward list and immediately notices one surprise: the dragon egg is missing. A new reward, Special Sense of Gate Number 8, catches his attention, and its note confirms the gates are numbered and that his simulations are real parallel worlds tied to a spirit-endowed gate. At first he thinks the reward sounds useless, because the gate he changed only appeared at the very end of a 1,000-year simulation. Then he suddenly wonders whether a world gate is even bound by time at all. The more he thinks about it, the more it fits. The gate is tied to time itself, and once it gains spirit and movement, he might encounter that same gate across past, present, or future. That possibility makes him suspect the simulator knew exactly how important the gate was all along. With that settled, he rules out the talent and also skips Pill Dao and Formation Dao, because he already has the comprehension to rebuild those in reality. Just as he is about to choose Cultivation and the Gate Sense, a fresh worry stops him. Will a real ancient god breakthrough trigger the sound of the great Dao in this world too? Since the simulations are now confirmed to be parallel worlds, he cannot help wondering whether reality might still diverge in some dangerous detail. So he directly asks the simulator, and this time it actually answers that the simulations are still extensions of reality, even if it refuses to explain why. That answer is enough for him, and he decisively chooses the Special Sense of Gate Number 8 and Cultivation. The extraction takes a long time, and by the time the power settles, dawn is already breaking outside. The moment he breaks into the ancient god realm of the starry sky, the sound of the great Dao booms across the world. In the southern regions especially, cultivators everywhere fall into sudden enlightenment and begin advancing on the spot. Even the saints in the immortal realm notice the disturbance, but the chance to comprehend the Tao is too precious, so they postpone investigating Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng allowed the breakthrough commotion on purpose, not to flaunt himself, but to push his father, Little Peach, and the people close to him forward faster. His goal was never to survive the coming catastrophe alone. He wants to drag his whole family out of that ending with him. Once the breakthrough settles, he turns back to the simulation and starts sorting through the mountain of questions it left behind. He starts listing the biggest mysteries the simulation left behind: Jiang Erbao's dark arts, Su Mushuang's secret, Yi Xiaoqing's disappearance, the missing chosen, Jiang Rushuan and the gate's true nature, and the annihilating darkness beyond it. Out of all of them, the Silver River lingers in his mind most, and he wonders if it could be the River of Time with world gates suspended in it. He knows the guess has no proof, so he stores every question away for future simulations instead of forcing an answer now. By sunrise, he steps out, looks toward the immortal realm, and quietly decides it is time to change the sky. With one step, Jiang Yifeng appears outside the southern regions and faces the old sealing formation that once trapped the land. Instead of smashing the old seal, he starts refining it with formation talismans so the southern regions will have a true protective saint-level formation. Over half a month of work, he upgrades it into a true saint-level protective formation stamped with his own shape. Now no one in the immortal realm can secretly borrow that formation to rain heavenly thunder on the southern regions ever again. Anyone who wants to strike through it now would have to attack the barrier head-on, and the moment they do, Jiang Yifeng will know. He could invade the immortal realm already, but in real life he chooses caution first, because protecting his family matters more than rushing the conquest. After spending half a month on it, Jiang Yifeng finally looked over the completely transformed sealing formation and felt satisfied. He had already saved up 2 simulation attempts, and with the third one only days away, he reluctantly gave up the idea of touring the immortal realm and fighting its saints for now. Instead of rushing home, Jiang Yifeng chose to wait until he had all 3 attempts so he could launch another cross-time simulation. He had learned the hard way that ordinary simulations hid too many secrets, and a fixed 1,000-year span was no longer enough for his current level. Even after looting the world and using the Dragon Tomb's advantages in the last run, he had only forced a small breakthrough, which made another normal simulation feel wasteful. So he headed to the ancient relic and checked the gate in the real world for himself. The gate was identical to gate number 8 from his previous simulation, but his special sensing reward gave no response, so he knew this was not the same one. Since he had already tested this in simulation and still did not know what breaking the gate would cause, Jiang Yifeng refused to touch it in reality. While he was there, Jiang Yifeng also paid Shinwutian a visit and made him his first subordinate. His so-called persuasion was brutally simple: a little physics, a blunt reminder that he now ruled the world, and Shinwutian immediately bowed his head. After giving Shinwutian several orders, Jiang Yifeng returned to the Jiang family mansion to wait for the next simulation. Jiang Yifeng relaxed at home, but the southern regions erupted as the immortal arrival sect mobilized all of its immortal slaves. Resources began pouring non-stop into the Jiang family mansion, all because Shinwutian was carrying out Jiang Yifeng's command. The sect also publicly stopped suppressing cultivators and even began recruiting disciples and spreading teachings again. Jiang Yifeng had considered wiping the sect out completely, but the 1,000-year world catastrophe made him hold back. He could not explain it, but he strongly felt the coming disaster would need many cultivators, not just one overpowering fighter. 7 days later, his 3 simulation attempts were finally full, but before starting, he decided to refill his origin values first. He opened nearly 100 storage rings sent by the immortal arrival sect and converted all their resources at once. When his origin values crossed the 1 billion mark, Jiang Yifeng made his move and ordered the simulator to upgrade. The simulator jumped to version 7.0, burned 1 billion origin values, and listed its new rules one by one in front of him. Purple talent draws were removed, the odds for orange and red talents rose sharply, and his stored simulation attempts increased from 3 to 10. The upgrade also added 2 cross-time modes, and duplicate same-type talents would now be stored instead of overwritten. What caught his eye most was the final tip: future cross-time runs could now support long-term deep simulation. Even so, Jiang Yifeng felt the upgrade looked underwhelming for such an absurd price and stared at the simulator like it had cheated him. Then he reconsidered one major benefit. If deep simulation really worked during cross-time travel, he could finally intervene instead of only watching from outside. That would make both combat training and information gathering much stronger, although he still suspected the simulator had played word games with him. In the end, he let it go with a crooked thought: if he needed more origin values later, the immortal arrival sect and the immortal realm were still full of rich targets. Now he had to choose a timeline, and the 3 key eras from the Mystic Turtle's memories all rose back to the surface: 700 million, 300 million, and 80 million years ago. He first leaned toward 80 million years ago, because too many important threads seemed to converge there. That era also had his parents, and Yi Xiaoqing alive, which made it feel like the fastest path to real answers. But the thought of Su Mushuang losing her secret in the previous simulation stopped him cold, because he still did not know whether that was paradox or deliberate interference. After a long pause, Jiang Yifeng changed course and decided to start from 700 million years ago and follow the timeline step by step. If even that careful approach still blocked the truth, he would know someone was actively interfering instead of fate simply twisting itself. Then a bolder idea hit him. If he could survive all the way from 700 million years ago to 80 million years ago inside one run, he might uncover everything at once. The thought only excited him more, because once his sealed early phase passed and his real cultivation returned, even Dao-level enemies should struggle to kill him. With that, Jiang Yifeng stopped hesitating and started the cross-time simulation aimed at 700 million years ago. The simulator consumed all 3 attempts at once and immediately presented him with 2 different ways to descend into the past. The first mode offered perfect concealment by dropping his soul into a random target, but it would seal his cultivation and leave him vulnerable until it slowly returned. The second mode would fabricate a body at fixed coordinates, let him keep his full strength, and only sacrifice cover and local identity. He weighed the risk fast and decided that with his current power, exposure mattered far less than being helpless at the start. So Jiang Yifeng chose the fabricated body route and accepted arrival in an unknown barren mountain 700 million years in the past. Before entering, he spent 1,000 origin values on 1 talent draw without expecting the next second to change his mood completely. The simulator answered with a red talent, Divine Spiritual Root, a supreme spiritual root that guaranteed Dao-level potential on the immortal path. Because it was the same category, his old 5 elements heavenly spiritual root was neatly pushed into the talent pool instead of being erased. Jiang Yifeng was left half shocked and half thrilled, instantly taking back every complaint he had made about the simulator upgrade. And as he calmed down, one last thought flashed through him. If a red talent looked this monstrous, then Peach's talent was even more terrifying than he had fully realized. Right at the start, Jiang Yifeng hits another unbelievable jackpot and draws a one-time talent called Miracle. With Divine Spiritual Root already in hand, this extra reward makes Jiang Yifeng grin like the whole run just turned in his favor. When the simulator asks which talent to carry in, he refuses without hesitation and pushes straight into the new cross-time simulation. He appears in a desolate mountain with no borrowed body, no local memories, and no clue where in this ancient world he has landed. Still, he stays calm, because he entered with his real peak strength and expects his divine sense to map the area for him. The moment Jiang Yifeng spreads his divine sense, he realizes the world itself is targeting him and crushing its range down to only 10,000 miles. That is when he finally understands what blacklisted really means here, not other experts exposing him, but the great Dao personally locking onto him. He curses under his breath, because matching a Dao-level cultivator is one thing, but going against a complete world Dao is another level entirely. Worried that more than his senses might be suppressed, Jiang Yifeng hammers a few test punches into the void to check his real combat power. The result is a small relief. His strikes are a little weaker than in reality, but his ancient god realm strength is still fundamentally intact. Since only his divine sense seems heavily restricted, he decides he can still learn this world the hard way by moving on foot and searching for people himself. He picks a random direction, punches through the void, and rushes off across the ancient world. A full day later, after crossing billions of miles, he still has not seen a single human, or even one demonic beast. That kind of emptiness is too deliberate, and Jiang Yifeng immediately suspects the great Dao is also crushing his luck, so every search ends in nothing. Even his Child of Fortune talent means nothing against a complete great Dao, so he stops chasing dead ends and drops down to wait things out instead. He remembers that even the lazy mystic turtle knew this era hid a world-shaking event, so he decides the truth should eventually reveal itself without him forcing it. With that in mind, Jiang Yifeng settles down to cultivate, planning to use the downtime to grow stronger first. Then the great Dao pulls an even nastier move. Every time he tries to comprehend it, the Dao simply runs away and leaves him with nothing to grasp. At the ancient god level, Dao comprehension is the path forward, so this petty harassment effectively locks his cultivation in place. Days turn into a ridiculous tug-of-war, with the great Dao dodging him during cultivation and pressing down again the second he tries to gather information. The whole thing feels so absurd that Jiang Yifeng can only complain that this world's Dao is acting like a professional nuisance. 300 years crawl by, and he has gained no cultivation at all and still has not met one living soul. Fed up, he curses the great Dao directly, only to get ignored like always. In the end, he gives up on both cultivation and searching, deciding to do nothing at all and simply outlast the Dao in a raw contest of patience. Another 500 years pass before Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels the great Dao shift, as if the entire world's foundation has weakened. He first thinks the era's major upheaval may finally have happened, but the weakened great Dao still refuses to take its eyes off him. 800 more years drag past, and by now the great Dao is so fragile that Jiang Yifeng can sense actual cracks in it, and feel its suppression cut roughly in half. That makes the situation feel wrong, because no sane world Dao should prioritize bothering him over healing this level of damage. He starts to wonder if the suppression was never just about an unregistered outsider, but part of some deeper purpose he still cannot read. Unable to question the Dao directly and unwilling to waste this simulation any longer, Jiang Yifeng finally decides to break the deadlock by force. After a quiet apology to the world, he drives the silent destruction fist straight at the great Tao in the void. As the punch leaves his hand, Jiang Yifeng immediately worries that this may be exactly what the great Tao wanted, forcing him out of observer mode and into this era's real history. Even so, he reminds himself one strike should not overturn the whole world, though he hates feeling like events are steering him by the nose. Instead of confronting him, the great Tao abruptly flees far away, leaving Jiang Yifeng even more confused than before. That reaction wrecks his theory, because if the Tao wanted to force him into history, running from his punch makes no sense at all. Before he can solve it, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels a large mass of living beings rushing in from far away. When he scans them with divine sense, what comes back is bizarre, fish-like creatures walking on land with 8 arms and 8 legs. Their cultivation feels just as strange, almost like divine Tao but not quite, and Jiang Yifeng cannot place what kind of system they use. What he can read clearly is their hostility, and the fact that the great Tao is suppressing them too. Seeing them suppressed by the same great Tao, Jiang Yifeng reaches a grim conclusion: these creatures may be outsiders like him, except they came here to invade this world. He watches the creatures keep battering the great Tao and driving it back, and suddenly this era's world-shaking disaster starts to come into focus. To identify them properly, Jiang Yifeng activates the Chaos-Heavy Pupil and examines the invaders through its insight. The result hits hard. They are unknown high-dimensional beings tied to someone breaking the world gate billions of years ago. Jiang Yifeng's face darkens, because he instantly realizes this disaster is not random at all but the mess left behind by his own billion years ago simulation. In one brutal turn, he understands that the moment he went back that far, he was never outside history in the first place and had already become part of the cause. Jiang Yifeng finally realizes why this world's great Tao had been suppressing him. To it, he looked like the same kind of outsider as the strange fish. He guesses the suppression stopped after his full power strike because the world itself may have recognized him as the one who once spread its divine, immortal, and martial paths. But one problem still bothers him. If the fish came from damage he caused to the world gate billions of years ago, why did the disaster only erupt in the last 100 years? Unable to solve it, Jiang Yifeng shelves the mystery and turns back to the immediate choice in front of him. He hesitates because helping means stepping into history again, but doing nothing would leave behind a catastrophe tied to his own past actions. While he weighs it, the strange fish keep forcing the great Tao backward, proving the world's rules can only defend passively and cannot strike first. Then the great Tao lets him see what lies behind it. A tribe of more than 100 people who will die if the barrier falls any farther. When Jiang Yifeng asks if the great Tao is actually begging him for help, its mournful response comes back louder than ever. That settles it for him. If he can save people of this world, overthinking is pointless, and he chooses to act. In a flash, Jiang Yifeng appears in front of the invading fish and starts blasting them apart with one silent destruction fist after another. He wipes out thousands of fish in moments, and the aftermath only proves how dangerous they were. Each one carried at least saint-level power, enough to bully the great Tao by force. Right after the fight, Jiang Yifeng senses another massive group approaching and immediately raises his guard, ready to kill again if needed. A moment later he catches himself, because the newcomers are not fish at all but genuine native humans. Even after recognizing them as humans, he keeps his guard up, because the Chaos-Heavy Pupil shows an organized force packed with more than 600 9-star ancient god divine Tao cultivators plus hundreds of equally dangerous martial and immortal experts. The force notices his caution and stops at a distance, saluting first instead of rushing him. When they ask what happened here, Jiang Yifeng tells them the truth about the fish attack and how he dealt with it. Before he can ask anything back, the force rushes off again and leaves him with only a hasty invitation. With strength like his, they hope to see him in the holy city. Annoyed that they gave him no real directions, Jiang Yifeng decides it does not matter because he can simply trail them himself. Instead of showing himself, he follows in secret, trusting his own eyes more than whatever answers strangers might choose to give him. A month later, he watches the force exterminate another outbreak of monstrous fish, then race off without pausing. 3 months after that, the same thing happens again at another site, and their relentless pace starts to look less like a patrol and more like emergency disaster response. 3 years pass like that, and Jiang Yifeng concludes this huge native force behaves like a disciplined army of firefighters, rushing from one fish invasion to the next. What troubles him is that the fish clearly cannot beat these natives head-on, so their earlier success must mean something bigger and more hidden is happening. That doubt grows sharper when he remembers the world's far future is supposed to break into 3 continents, yet this fish war still does not look like the disaster that could cause it. He finally suspects these fish are only the scraps spilling out from a much more serious battlefield where true Tao-level experts should be fighting. Once that idea clicks, he stops shadowing in silence and flashes directly in front of the cleanup force to force a real answer. The whole group instantly tenses for battle, and only after they recognize him as the man who once killed the fish wave himself does the pressure ease a little. Their leader steps out and asks sharply what Jiang Yifeng wants, making it clear they have no time to waste. Jiang Yifeng says he means no harm and claims he has been secluded for too long, then starts asking where the fish come from and where the holy city is. The moment those questions leave his mouth, many experts in the group suddenly reveal a dangerous flicker of killing intent. Their leader suppresses the mood at once, answers only that Jiang Yifeng should go to the holy city for the truth, and finally points him in the right direction. Jiang Yifeng thanks him and vanishes from sight, but instead of leaving, he hides nearby to find out what triggered that hostility. As soon as they think he is gone, one subordinate blurts out what the others were thinking. A man that strong should never be ignorant of where the fish come from unless something is very wrong with him. They explain that anyone at immortal level should know these fish are just stragglers leaking from the holy city's front line, which means Jiang Yifeng's questions sounded blatantly suspicious. Then the leader reveals his real calculation. Fighting Jiang Yifeng would cost too much, so sending a possible threat toward the holy city's top experts was the smarter move. Hidden in the dark, Jiang Yifeng hears everything and finally understands his mistake. In this world, his innocent questions exposed him instead of helping him blend in. He warns himself to be far more careful at the holy city, because if a mere cleanup squad can field thousands of saint-level fighters, this world's Dao-level experts may be far beyond what he expected. Before heading for the holy city, Jiang Yifeng reins himself in and realizes one careless sentence could get him killed by his own side. He still sees the people of this ancient world as allies, fellow countrymen from his world's distant past, and the invading monstrous fish as the real enemy. Even knowing the holy city might be dangerous, Jiang Yifeng chooses to go anyway because that is where the truth should be. A full year passes in constant void travel, and he still has not reached the holy city, which drives home just how unimaginably vast this era's world is. The sheer scale leaves Jiang Yifeng stunned and quietly guilty, because he cannot stop thinking this ruined timeline may have been disturbed by his cross-time simulation. He forces himself to stop spiraling and keeps moving, especially after seeing multiple monster-hunting teams whose strength proves this world's human race is far from weak. The more strength he sees on the human side, the more alarming the invasion becomes, because an enemy that can pressure this world must be terrifying. 3 more years later, Jiang Yifeng spots a sea sealed inside a 6th-grade immortal formation and immediately recognizes the familiar aura inside. Inside the formation, he finds the mystic turtle still fast asleep and cannot help laughing at how this little guy sleeps through a changing world. Instead of waking it, Jiang Yifeng spends several days rebuilding the turtle's shelter into a saint-level formation so it will stay safe. Just as he is ready to leave, Jiang Yifeng has a sudden idea. This turtle might be the perfect test for whether his simulations truly alter real history. He decides to leave unmistakable personal marks behind so his future self can verify whether this timeline was changed or simply replayed. Jiang Yifeng cheerfully scrawls ridiculous code phrases all over the formation, including Big Hammer 80 and Little Hammer 40. To make the proof even harder to miss, he adds another phrase to the formation and even writes odd changes, even remains unchanged on the sleeping turtle's belly. Satisfied with his experiment, Jiang Yifeng leaves for the holy city again, convinced this should finally answer his biggest timeline question. Behind him, the poor mystic turtle eventually wakes enough to feel the writing on its belly and suffers through years of miserable scratching to erase it. As Jiang Yifeng crosses a long stretch of sea again, he starts to suspect the holy city may stand where the world gate once was. 300 more years pass before he finally sees the holy city in the distance, hanging across the sky like a world of its own. What truly shocks him is not the city itself, but the vast silver waterfall pouring out of the void above it. From a distance, Jiang Yifeng watches monstrous fish leap from the silver waterfall, with some killed over the city and others slipping through into the sea below. After a full day of watching, he confirms that only monstrous fish come out of the waterfall, which makes the whole scene feel even more suspicious. He refuses to guess blindly any longer, and decides the only way forward is to enter the holy city itself. He reaches the city entrance in an instant, and immediately smacks into an unseen barrier, because the holy city blocks direct entry through space. Staring at the shut gates and the void wall, Jiang Yifeng can only complain inwardly that the holy city's management is unbelievably bad. His grumbling is cut short when several terrifying experts suddenly appear around him, and quietly form a ring. Using his chaos-heavy pupil, Jiang Yifeng is startled to find that every one of them is an ancient god realm expert, far stronger in realm than he is. Then one of them, Hu Jun, laughs loudly and welcomes Jiang Yifeng to the holy city like an old friend. For a brief second, Jiang Yifeng wonders if someone from an earlier simulation recognized him and arranged this absurdly grand welcome. That thought dies quickly when he notices their positions are still boxed around him, and this so-called welcome suddenly feels wrong. He quickly weighs numbers, realm, and combat power, then realizes that fighting divine Dao experts this strong is no safe bet at all. Hu Jun closes the distance, grabs Jiang Yifeng's hand, and cheerfully asks whether he came to the holy city to contribute to everyone's cause. When Jiang Yifeng hesitates, Hu Jun's smile drops and the ring tightens, making it painfully clear that the wrong answer will trigger an attack. At last Jiang Yifeng understands the situation. This is forced recruitment at the city gate, not a genuine welcome. The tactic only deepens the mystery for him, because people clearly come to the holy city for reasons other than helping on the front line. Since he came to learn the truth and help if he can, Jiang Yifeng chooses the sensible path and says he is here to assist the holy city. The mood flips instantly as Hu Jun throws an arm around his shoulder and acts like they are old brothers now that he has agreed. Escorted by Hu Jun's group, Jiang Yifeng is finally taken through the gates and into the holy city. The moment he enters, Jiang Yifeng feels that the Tao inside the holy city is subtly different from the world outside. He also senses an unusually strong power of time woven through the city, which makes the place feel even more abnormal. As they move deeper inside, the giant frontline city feels almost empty, with hardly anyone around except a few old people and children. That sight unsettles Jiang Yifeng even more, because a city on the front line should not be empty, and it definitely should not still hold elderly people and children. With no answers yet, he quietly stores every odd detail away and keeps following the escort. After a long walk, Hu Jun stops at a residence and casually tells Jiang Yifeng to stay there until they head to the front in a few days. Hu Jun leaves one man behind and departs with the others, and Jiang Yifeng instantly understands that this is surveillance dressed up as hospitality. Still stuck in the holy city, Jiang Yifeng decides the silent ancient god left to watch him is his best chance to learn anything. He smiles and asks for the man's name, already knowing through the chaos-heavy pupil that this taciturn watcher is Jiang Chen, and unimaginably ancient. Jiang Yifeng tries small talk about sharing the Jiang surname, but Jiang Chen only gives him a curt grunt back. Questions about the invasion, the city's strange residents, and everything else crash into the same wall of one word, useless replies. Completely defeated by Jiang Chen's dead-end answers, Jiang Yifeng gives up on talking and starts exploring the holy city himself. Jiang Chen does not stop him from wandering, but Jiang Yifeng can tell that leaving the holy city is the one line this man absolutely will not let him cross. 3 days of searching barely gets him anywhere, because this city does not allow the void to be shattered and flying is painfully slow across its impossible scale. What he does confirm is unsettling. This frontline city is packed with children and elders instead of able-bodied cultivators. 10 days later, Hu Jun finally returns, and Jiang Yifeng immediately notices the group has grown from 8 people to 13. Jiang Yifeng briefly wonders whether those 5 new faces joined willingly or were dragged in like he was. But Hu Jun cuts off the thought with a direct order to move out for a defense change. For days they fly deeper into the holy city, always heading toward the distant silver torrent hanging above everything. The closer Jiang Yifeng gets, the more convinced he becomes that the real source of the invasion has been there all along. 7 more days later, he finally reaches the front and realizes the so-called waterfall is really a vast silver expanse pouring straight out of torn void. But the most shocking sight is below it, where hundreds of thousands of divine Tao cultivators stand in formation and pour out chaotic energy to hold the silver flood back. As the replacement team arrives, a battle-worn middle-aged captain on the line turns toward them and starts counting their numbers. After counting only 15, the frontline captain tells the arriving team to come back later because his side is still barely holding together. Before that can happen, one of Brother Chi's strong defenders suddenly spits blood and his section of the barrier starts to crack. A splash of silver water slips through and hits the man, and in an instant his body withers into a powerless white-haired elder.